It's the NFC Championship. It's on Westwood One.
Favre pointing with his left hand. That's where he wants blocked, the middle linebacker. He pump fakes left, no one there. He throws down the middle. It's caught for a touchdown! Right down the middle of the field. It's grabbed by the receiver, Sidney Rice. And the Vikings have gotten a second touchdown pass tonight from Favre.
Oh, my goodness. It's Monday Night Magic all over again for Brett Favre. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
The Minnesota Vikings and the New Orleans Saints.
End over end kick between the numbers and the sideline. Bush makes the catch at the 18. Coming to his right, finds a home. There he goes. 30, 35, 40. One man to beat. 50, far side 40. Foot race, bye-bye. Reggie Bush, touchdown, exclamation point, Saints.
Now it's time for Westwood One's coverage of the NFC Championship game. Let's head to the stadium and join Dave Sims and James Lofton.
We welcome you to the Louisiana Superdome for Game 2 of our NFL Championship Sunday doubleheader. Tonight, the New Orleans Saints host the Minnesota Vikings, and the winner will take on the Indianapolis Colts in Super Bowl 44. Tonight's broadcast of the NFC Championship game on Westwood One is sponsored by Remax, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Parts Plus Auto Stores and Car Care Centers, by Kaspersky Internet Security 2010, by Peak Antifreeze, by Saks for Cystic Fibrosis, by Thomson Reuters, by Ritz Crackers, by BP Gasoline with Invigorate, by Campbell's Chunky Soup, by University of Phoenix, by Harley Davidson, and by NFL.com. Hi, everybody. I'm Dave Sims, along with Hall of Famer James Lofton and our sideline reporter, Hub Arkish. Hub's going to join us shortly from downstairs, as will Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. Welcome to Game 2 of our championship doubleheader here in New Orleans. In Game 1, Indianapolis defeated the New York Jets by the final of 30-17. More on that later, but first, it's time for the Vikings and the Saints. And James, good evening. We've got a good one here tonight. Two of the best offensive teams in the National Football League.
And make no mistake, this is a home game for the New Orleans Saints. We've been in town for a couple of days now. We saw a number of Viking fans kind of walking around town, around Bourbon Street. Somehow they did not get tickets into the game, so they may be waiting outside.
Yeah, inside as we look at the pregame festivities, fans in their Saints jerseys, the black home jerseys in old gold, and there's a lot of folks, 70,000 plus. We got Brett Favre, Drew Brees. Great quarterback matchup, two of the hottest hands going here in the NFL this year.
And the reason I mentioned about the fan base is that they're going to make it difficult on Brett Favre to audibilize at the line of scrimmage. Common practice now is you call two plays, and then you just say alert, 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 and you go to the second play. Sometimes the wide receivers can't even hear that, so there'll be some hand signals when Brett Favre steps out from underneath the center or when he's in the shotgun. So communication is going to be an issue for the Minnesota Vikings.
Do you anticipate a high-scoring game here today?
You know, you would think that on paper, but also you have to realize that the Minnesota Vikings, that front four, they come after you. And you look at the New Orleans Saints, their ability to take the ball away. They had 8 turnovers turned into touchdowns. Really 7 by the defense, 1 by an offensive player, Robert Meacham, when he stripped the ball from a defender and ran it back for a fumble recovery touchdown.
All right, James, let's welcome in the third member of our crew, Hub Arkish. Hub, welcome.
Dave, thank you. You know, a number of injury concerns for both teams, but none more significant or more fluid all week long than the status of Percy Harvin. I spoke to Vikings general manager Rick Spielman a little while ago. He said they were delighted when he was able to get up and about, have some limited participation in the walkthrough yesterday, and make the trip down here. Now, the problem, though, is this is not a football injury. It's very fluid, as I said. Bright lights, loud noises can be a problem. He's clear right now. They hope he can go 100%. The counterpoint is the New Orleans Saints, without their starting nickelback, Malcolm Jenkins, Randall Gay, the only other cornerback on the roster today. That means that the Vikings go 4 wide. They'll be covering him with safeties. It could be in those matchups that we'll find the difference in this football game.
All right, Hub, we look forward to your reports this evening here in New Orleans. Up next, Scott Graham joins us from our Remax studios. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
The Army National Guard. It's men and women trained to be their best. It's Americans committed to the ideal of the citizen soldier. It's our neighbors, the ones dedicated to defending our freedoms and protecting our way of life. Like the father of 3 who served on the front lines during Desert Storm, or the accountant who spent last weekend with her unit destroying tons of illegal drugs, stopping them from reaching our streets, or the student who took 2 weeks in the summer to help rebuild a flood-ravaged town. The Army National Guard is all of these people. People like you and me. Strong, dedicated, capable, honest, proud. And they will always be here, serving the communities they're a part of, just as the Army National Guard has been doing for over 350 years. The Army National Guard, Americans at their best. Become the best. Call the Army National Guard at 1-800-638-7600.
Welcome to the NFL Playoffs pregame show. Now, here's Westwood One Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios in New York as we get you ready for the NFC Championship game between the Minnesota Vikings and the New Orleans Saints. A track meet? Maybe. Brett Favre and the Minnesota Vikings produced the league's second highest point total this season. Favre finished with 33 touchdowns after opting to come out of retirement, and he was at his best last Sunday in the 34-3 rout of Dallas, turning in the first 4-touchdown effort of his postseason career, 3 of them to Sidney Rice, and gets to his 5th NFC title game. Now, the Vikings went 9-0 at home compared to 4-4 on the road this year. And for this one, Favre is on the road. He says experience, lots of it, tells him what he and his teammates need to do in this title game at the Superdome.
I've played them at home, and I've played them away, these games. And they're tough anyway, but they're really tough on the road because of the noise. And not only are you playing the Saints, but you're playing the fans, and all those things work against you. So we have to focus. I mean, not that playing at home you should focus less, but you have to hear the whole play, little subtle nuances and things that are involved in plays, personnel groupings, just things that maybe you take for granted at home or in a game that, say, the first game of the year you play Cleveland, we got a bunch more to play. So if we make a mistake, there's always, that mentality that, well, there's always next week. Well, that's not the case now.
This is going to be Favre's first road playoff game in 6 years. He lost his last 2 NFC title games to San Francisco after the '97 season and to the Giants 2 years ago. But Saints head coach Sean Payton knows that this Vikings team is about a lot more than just their gray-haired quarterback.
There's a number of weapons. Sidney Rice is someone who's progressed and is having a great season. Starting with the running back, Adrian Peterson and Brett, Percy Harvin. I think there are going to be plays made, and you just got to eliminate the big plays or try to as best you can. But they do a great job, and that's the reason they're playing in a game like this.
Now, on that side of the ball, Drew Brees helped the Saints score the most points in the NFL this year and threw for 3 touchdowns and 247 yards last Saturday in a 45-14 win over Arizona. But the defense he's going to face tonight is one that produced 48 sacks, with the NFC leading 14.5 by Pro Bowl end Jared Allen. Brees expects the pressure will be coming.
They have some elite pass rushers. They've really been able to get after the quarterback. Been very disruptive in the run game as well. I mean, just all around, it really starts up front. The rest of the guys, the linebackers and DBs, complement them very well. They fly around. They make a lot of tackles. They get a lot of fumbles, balls on the ground. They just do a good job at it. You can tell they're well coached.
Minnesota's won 4 straight over New Orleans, averaging better than 33 points per game. And the winner advances to the Super Bowl, the Saints trying to get there for the very first time. Still ahead, we'll look back at the AFC title game. You're listening to coverage of the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
When you want fast pain relief, are you sure you're taking the right pain reliever? Which do you think relieves tough pain faster? Advil Liquid Gels or Tylenol Rapid Release Gels? The fact is, Advil Liquid Gels are faster on tough pain. And which is stronger? You guessed it, Advil Liquid Gels. So next time you want a pain reliever that works fast, remember the facts. Relief doesn't get any better than this. Advil.
Use as directed. Brands or trademarks of their respective owners.
Hi, I'm Michelle Obama. The images from Haiti are heartbreaking. Homes, hospitals, and schools destroyed. Families searching for loved ones. Parents trying to feed their children. We can help the American Red Cross as it delivers the food, water, and medicine that can save lives. The people of Haiti are struggling to survive. Please visit redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to help today. Brought to you by the American Red Cross and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to our RE/MAX studios in New York. I'm Scott Graham, and you're listening to part 2 of our NFL Championship doubleheader here on Westwood One as we get you ready for the New Orleans Saints and Minnesota Vikings. Just a few minutes ago, they wrapped things up in Indianapolis, and the Colts, who trailed late in the first half by a score of 17-6, came roaring back to knock off the New York Jets 30-17 to win the AFC title and lock down their share of the Super Bowl bid. Peyton Manning, 377 yards and 3 scores. Pierre Garçon, 151 yards and a record 11 catches to go along with a touchdown. So the Colts will play the winner of this one in the Super Bowl. I'll be back with you at halftime, but right now it is time for the NFC Championship game on Westwood One. The Minnesota Vikings and the New Orleans Saints. Let's send you back down to the Superdome now and rejoin Dave Sims and James Lofton. Guys?
All right, thank you, Scott. Noise meters, you better have backups today. It's going to be something here at the Louisiana Superdome in New Orleans. Good evening, everybody, and time now for James Lofton's Winning Ingredients, what each team needs to do tonight to come away with the victory. Brought to you by Campbell's Chunky Soup, loaded with winning ingredients. Now 23 soups have all lean meat and a full serving of vegetables. Campbell's Chunky Soup, hearty, delicious, and nutritious. You're on, sir.
The Minnesota Vikings, a lot of people have talked about their run game. Adrian Peterson, a down year? I don't understand those questions. He ran for over 1,300 yards. He had 18 touchdowns. Now, if you want to throw one chink in his armor, the last 100-yard game he had was November 15th against the Detroit Lions. So they really would like to get him back on pace and unraveled. And on defense, it has to happen up front. That law firm, Allen, Williams, and Edwards, now actually those are the defensive linemen. They had 48 sacks this year. They need to obviously get after the quarterback. And I think the guy who's really a steadying force on this team is the kicker, Ryan Longwell. In his 13th year, former Green Bay Packer. He's not the only Green Bay Packer on their roster either, but he's 26 out of 28 during the regular season, and he hit both field goals last week in the first postseason game, where we've seen how large the kickers have been so far this preseason. For the Saints, they need a repeat of Mr. October, well, we'll call him Mr. January, Reggie Bush. He has to be an impact player once again. 12 to 15 touches in this ballgame. Remember, Reggie Bush averaged 5.6 yards per carry during the regular season. And the linebackers have to come up big. Scott and Scott. The outside linebackers, Shanley and Fujita, they have to blitz well at that level. And special teams, they want to come up with some magic like they did last week. Once again, the name Reggie Bush comes up, and we heard the chants, Reggie, Reggie, Reggie. And I just know Reggie Jackson's thinking they're talking about him.
The opening kickoff is coming up. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Mommy, I don't feel so good.
Oh, Billy, you do feel warm. Let's take your temperature.
No, Mommy, I don't like that pointy thing in my ear.
It's okay, sweetie. This is the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer. It's better, and it doesn't go in your ear. All I have to do is scan your forehead, just like this.
That's all? I like that thermometer. And?
And you've got a fever. Back to bed, honey.
The Exergen Temporal Scanner, changing the way the world takes temperature. Home model available at Sam's Club and other fine retailers.
If you... or... then you need Tiger Balm. You're out working hard every day. Your muscles need a break. Tiger Balm works. So if it's... or... then there's only one thing to say.
Get me some Tiger Balm.
Tiger Balm and Tiger Balm patches. It works where it hurts. Available everywhere.
So my little brother, who runs his own business, tells me the holy grail in business is your customer's email. So I'm like, okay, but how can you, Mr. No Creative Bone in your body, do something snazzy like email marketing? And he goes, ConstantContact.com. You know, if I'd have known he'd be this successful, I totally would have given him the top bunk.
ConstantContact.com. Email marketing with tons of easy-to-use, professional-looking templates, so you can be as creative as you want. Get a free 60-day trial and free live phone support at ConstantContact.com.
Back with Super Bowl champ Hair Palomalo.
It's Troy.
Right, Troy. Talk about the Steelers' 3-4 hair fence.
Well, obviously what you want to know is that I use Head & Shoulders. It's for more than just dandruff.
No, Troy. The Hereford defense?
Now listen. Head and Shoulders does 7 great things for my scalp and hair.
I'm not asking about your hair, Troy.
Al.
Yes, hair? Oh, you're right. I am.
Head and Shoulders, 7 benefits in 1 bottle. Respect the scalp, get the hair. Official shampoo of the NFL.
Welcome back to the NFL on Westwood 1. It's time for our Wrangler 5-star flashback.
Louis takes a snap, aims it for the sideline, just kicks it far side. Here's Reggie. 38-yard line left side. Starts right. Goes up the numbers at the 50. There he goes. 35, 40. Down the sideline. There he goes. Reggie Bush, ladies and gentlemen, has just given the Saints a 26-20 lead on a 64-yard punt return. Oh, my goodness. Second punt return of the game for Reggie Bush. When the Vikings and Saints last met during Week 5 last season, the electric all-purpose running back for the Saints totaled 269 yards on the day, but it still wasn't enough as Minnesota scored 10 unanswered points late in the fourth quarter to defeat New Orleans 30-27. That's our Wrangler 5-star flashback, brought to you by Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. For unbeatable comfort and value, you can count on Wrangler. Built comfortable, priced right. Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans. Time for the coin toss. Minnesota captains Brett Favre, Ryan Longwell, Steve Hutchinson, Kevin Williams. And how about this? The honorary captain, the Hall of Famer, the great coach, Bud Grant. New Orleans captains Drew Brees, Darren Sharper, Jonathan Vilma, Troy Evans, Will Smith, and their honorary captain, the great Deuce McAllister. The referee is Tony, Pete Morelli. And Pete Morelli in his 13th year out of St. Mary's. And here he goes.
This is heads. This is tails. Who's the visitor? Who's going to make the call? Heads. Heads is the call. Heads is the call. Heads it is. You won the toss. You want to receive. Which way you want to kick? Thank you. Minnesota won the toss. Selects to receive. Let's have a great game.
So we'll hear the chant of "Who Dat" starting in a matter of a couple of seconds here at the Louisiana Superdome with a full house, 70,000 plus in this 4-tiered dome stadium.
How do you decide when you play indoors which way you're going to kick? What is the air conditioning really blowing that much harder from that direction?
Superstition, I guess. Once again, let's contact our sideline reporter. Hubmark is brought to you by email marketing from Constant Contact. For a free 60-day trial, log on to ConstantContact.com. Hub?
Dave and James, it's a little difficult to do full justice to the electricity and the atmosphere in this building. It's been a long time for New Orleans Saints fans, and the purple and gold travel pretty well. You see Viking jerseys spotted throughout the stadium. I have eyeballed all the question marks physically. Jeremy Shockey, Pat Williams, Kevin Williams, Ray Edwards. It looks like all hands on deck, and both teams should be full strength for this one.
To be sure. All right, Hub, this place is rocking. Not only just in New Orleans, but the whole Gulf Coast. This game means a lot to these folks. 43 years of existence, never been to a Super Bowl, the New Orleans Saints.
I would say if there's 78,000 people inside, there are probably that many outside waiting for the party to erupt in about 3.5 hours.
Let's check the game time temperature, brought to you by Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer. With just a gentle forehead scan, you can get a fast and accurate temperature even on a sleeping baby. For more information, go to Exergen.com. That's EXERGN.com. Available at Toys R Us. 60 degrees outside. Glorious day here in New Orleans. Comfortable 68 degrees in the Superdome. Thomas Morstead, rookie out of SMU. About to tee it up. The Saints in their old gold helmets and pants with black stripes, the black jerseys, just like most of their fans here in the Superdome. Deep to receive is Percy Harvin. The culture in the Super Bowl. Who will join them? We'll find out in the next 3 hours and change. Here's Morstead, left to right, right foot into the football. We're underway. A hooking drive over Harvin's head into the end zone. Touchback. Saints will put it in play at their own 20. Offensive line is key. Left to right, Bryant McKinney, Steve Hutchinson, John Sullivan, the center, Anthony Herrera, and Phil Lodeholt. Deshante Senko, the tight end. Sidney Rice, Bernard Berrien open at the wideouts. Nafuhu Tahi at fullback. Adrian Peterson at running back, and Brett Favre at quarterback. We'll run down the New Orleans defense in a moment. Listen to this crowd already. 1st and 10, Minnesota. Coming right to left in their white uniforms. Purple helmets and the white horns trimmed in gold. Favre, the familiar number 4 under center. Berrien motions to the left. Single back is Peterson. Favre under center. 3-step drop. Look right. Throw right. Incomplete on a short out to Visanthe Shenko, the tight end. For New Orleans, running out of a 4-3 set, Will Smith, Remy Adele, Cedric Ellison, Bobby McCray. The linebackers, Scott Shanley and Scott Fujita on the outside with Jonathan Vilma in the middle. The corners, Jabari Greer and Tracy Porter. Darren Sharper and Roman Harper at the safety. 2nd down and 10 coming up for Minnesota at its own 10-yard line. This time, Sidney Rice goes wide to the left. Klein Saucer, tight end, slot left. And wide to the left is Berrien. That's Rice to the right. Favre in a shotgun, takes a snap, looks right. Still looking right now, coming back left side, slings it. He's got Klein Saucer, 25, 30, and Klein Saucer, the veteran tight end, most tenured Viking, gets it across the 30, and he moves the chains with a 1st down gain. Tracy Porter stops him after a 12-yard gain.
I would love to have a heart rate monitor on a couple of players right now.
Right?
Very first play of the game, the Vikings come out of the huddle. Bernard Berrien goes the wrong direction. You talked about he had to hustle to get lined up. So you want to get in the flow of things. And once again, I see Sidney Rice breaking the huddle, going the wrong direction. The nerves are out of whack right now.
Shenko and Harvin wide right. Wide left is Rice. Set back Peterson. Favre. Quick throw right side to the slot man Harvin. First touch. Crosses the 35 to the 36 on a quick pass. Picks up, it's like about 4 yards on that play.
I had a real nice conversation with Percy Harvin before the game. I asked him about the migraines. He said, you know, they just come on you. It's like a fog comes over your head. And that fog has pain involved with it. But he said he's feeling good. And like Hub mentioned, you know, the light, the noise, you can't avoid that. This is the big spotlight.
I formation, 2nd down and 5 at the 37 for Favre and company. I back. The deep back is Peterson. Quick pop pass left side. Nice hands catch, diving catch. Berrien across the 40 to the 42-yard line, close to a 1st down. Tracy Porter tags him down. That's coming to the near side left. That's another 1st down for Minnesota. That's a gain of 6.
Now, that's twice where the Vikings have had a run called, but Favre has looked, and there's been a cornerback who's more than 7 yards off the wide receiver. He just dishes the ball straight to the outside. Those runs have been to Adrian Peterson on those 2 throws to Berrien and Harvin.
3 receivers right, 2 left. Favre in a shotgun just underway. We've played 2 minutes, no score. Favre, blitz shown. Trying to make a visual adjustment. It's not made. Low snap, Favre over the middle. Thrown, caught by Berrien across the 50 to the 48-yard line. Zipped it in there, about a 9-yard gain left side. Nice quick slant by Bernard Berrien. Didn't you say before we were talking, you said Berrien would be a guy you think that would come up large for Minnesota today?
And Berrien has an assortment of injuries during the course of the season. Hamstrings, ankles, different things like that. But now he's kind of getting healthy toward the end of the year. And when you look at the matchup outside, Sidney Rice has a height advantage over both Porter and Greer, but Berrien has a speed advantage.
Here's the first handoff, coming left side, and it's Harvin. And he picks up nice yardage, 4 yards, 5 yards, running left side. Not Peterson with the first carry, it's Percy Harvin coming off the migraine.
And Darren Sharper put an NFL hit on him right at the thighs. And the reason I mention the thighs is very few wide receivers wear any thigh pads. That's the type of blow where you get a deep thigh bruise, and thigh pads would help you out a lot. But nice tackle by Sharper to knock him off his feet.
That was a 1st down run, the 4th 1st down of this drive. 1st and 10 now at the Saints 40. The Saints fans imploring for the defense to make a stop. Favre under center. Long snap count, drops the throw. Got time, rolling to his right, screen right. He's got Peterson at the 40 and taken down after about a 2-yard run. Make that Chester Taylor in his first appearance. They run a screen to the right, and Chester Taylor makes the catch. Taylor will leave. Peterson back in. Greer and Fujita making the stop.
And John Sullivan, the center, was out in front of that. He tried to run through Fujita. What you tell your offensive linemen is throw your body at their legs. Make them at least jump out of the way, because you're not as nimble as a linebacker. When you try and run through him, he's going to dodge you just like a matador dodging a big bull.
Peterson, the deep back on his 2nd down and 6 at the New Orleans 36 for Favre in the Minnesota Vikings. Tight end Dugan motions to left. Favre back to throw. Got time. Throws it over the middle. Peterson makes a catch. Breaks the tackle at 35. To the 30. He's got a first down. To the 26-yard line right side. Jabari Greer with the tackle. A gain of 11. Another first down for the Minnesota Vikings. Scott Fujita missed the tackle. He was the first man to contact Peterson.
I talked about the outside linebackers, how critical it would be to tackle at that linebacker level. He gave up an extra 10 yards. He had him stop at the line of scrimmage. You have to wrap up Adrian Peterson. He's bigger and stronger than a lot of people realize.
Favre in Minnesota with a methodical drive opening this ball game. 1st and 10 at the 25 of the Saints. Favre under center, I-back formation. Quick pop, no, handoff and a draw. Peterson right side, 25 to the 20 to the 19. Off a right tackle, a nice burst by Adrian Peterson. We were talking to Eric Bieniemy, you and I, the running back coach, and he said, hey, Peterson's going to be the guy today. He's going to be the guy today. 4.5 yards to carry. Yeah, his numbers have come down. Has not had a 100-yard game in a while, but he's their guy today.
And when you look at the second half of the season, there were a lot of games when he was averaging under 4 yards a carry, and some of the games even 2 yards a carry. But you get him loose, you get him to the second level, and he is a load to bring down.
2nd down and 4th, the 19 of New Orleans for Favre and the Vikings. A motion, Klein toss it to the left. Turn to the right, give it to Peterson. Starts right, comes back left. He's at the 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Minnesota. A 19-yard run. Adrian Peterson gets the Vikings on board to open this NFC Championship game.
Now, that was a personnel set that the New Orleans Saints looked at and said, it has to be a run. The only wide receiver in the game, number 17, Greg Lewis, the guy with the miracle catch against the 49ers. It looked like run. They crowded the line. You don't get him at the line of scrimmage. He gets to that second level. He's gone.
Cullen Leffler, the snapper, Chris Kluwe. The holder, the kicker, Ryan Longwell. Snap, placement, kick up. Good. What a drive by the Minnesota Vikings. And a reminder that for every touchdown scored throughout the playoffs, RE/MAX will make a donation to the Children's Miracle Network. RE/MAX, nobody sells more real estate than RE/MAX. Timeout on the field, 9:35 to go, first quarter. It's the Vikings 7, the Saints nothing. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
They've happened before. Floods, hurricanes, earthquakes, wildfires. Natural disasters can occur anywhere, anytime. Don't wait for the damage. Take action now. Protect your home, your family, and your business. Contact your local building code officials or home improvement store and call FEMA's Project Impact at 1-800-227-4731. You can't prevent the weather, but you can prevent the damage.
You don't know my friend Lori, but I think you'd like her. She's cute, she's nice, and she's got a great sense of humor. But the way some kids act, Lori might be from outer space, just because she has epilepsy.
If you have a distorted picture of kids with epilepsy, listen.
You know, epilepsy doesn't make Lori a creature from another planet. She's a regular kid, and really fun to be with. But some kids in our school won't give her a chance. Oh, they're polite, but they kind of avoid her. They won't sit next to her at lunch. They won't walk home with her. It's like they're afraid, just because she's got epilepsy. And that's really a shame, because epilepsy isn't scary if you know about it. I learned that from Lori. She told me what to do if she has a seizure, so now it's no big deal. Oh, epilepsy's serious stuff, all right, but it shouldn't send anybody into orbit.
Kids with epilepsy or any disability, let's count them in. Get the facts. Call Epilepsy Foundation of America, 1-800-332-1000.
Check the drive summary, brought to you by Parts Plus Auto Stores and Car Care Centers. For all the reasons you love your car, not just parts, Parts Plus. Brett Favre and the Vikings take the opening drive, go 10 plays, 80 yards, and 525. Favre 6 for 7 passing for 47 yards. Adrian Peterson, a 19-yard scoring run, 7-0 Minnesota. Boy, that was impressive.
Yeah, but think about Arizona last week. 1 play, 70 yards. So, hey, it took the Vikings all day to score that.
Reggie Bush back to get the Ryan Longwell kick. Here comes Longwell, right to left. Kicks it high, end over end, a little bit to the left side. Reggie Bush at the 2-yard line, 5. 10 up to numbers 15, 20. And slowed up and taken down at about the 22-yard line. Make that Courtney Roby on the return. And the tackle made there by Minnesota's. That was Eric Frampton. Take a timeout. 9:28 to go here in the first quarter. It's 7-0 Minnesota over the Saints. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
into the Subway Turkey Melt. Quit talking turkey and get busy tasting it. Lean, juicy turkey smothered in melted cheese on freshly baked bread. All fresh toasted and stacked with mouth-watering veggies. Surprisingly, 7 grams of fat even with cheese. Part of a Subway Fresh Fit meal, a simple way to enjoy eating better. And by simple, we mean fantastically, mind-numbingly delicious. Gobble, gobble one up today. Subway. Eat fresh.
Subway Fresh Fit is not a diet program. Fat content refers to regular 6-inch subs, not down to 9-grain wheat bread compared to standard formula.
Tuna melt and fries.
Good.
Tuna melt and fries with 3% cash back.
This is great.
Tuna melt and fries with 3% cash back and no interest.
Delicious.
Anywhere you eat, from takeout to sit down, you'll get 3% cash back when you use Chase Freedom today. Avoid interest on everyday purchases by paying in full with Blueprint. This is more than a cash back card. It's freedom. Enroll now at chase.com/freedom.
Chase cards issued by Chase Bank USA, N.A. and are subject to credit approval. Restrictions apply.
Dave Sims, James Lofton, and Hub Arkush here in the Subway Fresh broadcast booth at the Louisiana Superdome. Eat smarter with a surprisingly low-fat Subway turkey melt. Part of a Subway Fresh Fit meal. Subway, eat fresh. 9:28 to go here in the first quarter. It's 7-0 Vikings. They take the opening drive 80 yards and score in an Adrian Peterson 19-yard run. Now the Saints will get their hands on the ball, and they're going to begin from the 24-yard line. Jermon Bushrod, Carl Nix, the left tackle and left guard respectively. Jonathan Goodwin, the center. Jahari Evans and John Stinchcomb, the offensive line. Run down the rest in a moment. 1st and 10 at the 24. Saints going left to right. 3 receivers to the right side. Here's Breeze rolling right, throwing right. Lance Moore makes the catch near sideline at about the 28-yard line. Picks up 4. Benny Sapp on the coverage. Devery Henderson, Marcus Colston, and Lance Moore all opened at wideouts. Reggie Bush, the running back. Dave Thomas opened at tight end, and Drew Brees at quarterback. They go no huddle. Pick up 5. 2nd and 5 at the 29. Ball's at the right hash. The Saints going left to right across your radio. Eye back. The deep back is Pierre Thomas. Play fake. Breeze got time. A lot of time. Looking right. Got a man open. Diving attempt. No. Incomplete. Coming all the way across the field was Colston, left to right. Near sideline in front of the Saints bench, covered by Cedric Griffin. For the Minnesota Vikings, they run a 4-3. Their D-line, Jared Allen, Kevin Williams, Pat Williams, Ray Edwards, Chad Greenway, and Ben Lieber, the outside backers. Jasper Brinkley in the middle. Corners, Antoine Winfield and Cedric Griffin, Mediu Williams, and Tyrell Johnson, the safeties. 3rd down and 5. Saints at the 29, their own 29. Breeze under center, double wides both sides. Play fake, quick screen, right side, and he's got Meacham. Meacham at the 30, 35. Got the first down to the 36, right side. First down, Saints. Robert Meacham with the catch. Benny Sapp, Chad Greenway make the tackle.
When the New Orleans Saints start off a game, they like to use a lot of different personnel packages, a lot of movement, a lot of different formations. That time, a wrinkle by the Minnesota Vikings. They moved Jared Allen from his left defensive end spot over to the right defensive end spot. So a wrinkle in the first 15 plays for the Minnesota Vikings and Leslie Frazier.
They get out of the eye, go into a tight standard formation. Here's Breeze, play back to throw over the middle. Catch made by Colston. Leaping catch at the fleur-de-lis. Right at midfield at the 49. Chad Greenway with the stop. First down on a 12-yard gain. 7-0 Minnesota. 8 minutes to go here in the first quarter.
One of the assistant coaches I was talking to when he got here, Marcus Colston, was a rookie. He walked into the room and he asked one of the other coaches, who's the tight end over there? He said, Marcus Colston. And he gives you that big pocket. He can catch the ball in between the linebackers.
1st and 10. The ball's still in Saints territory at the 49. Vikings with 3, 6, 7 guys in a box. A handoff, run it to Thomas off right tackle, 50, 45. Down to the 43 outside the number, so about the 42-yard line. Nice surge by New Orleans. Mediu Williams and Ben Lieber on the stop, but a good-looking run.
Now, this should not come as a surprise. The Saints, the leading scoring team in the league, Minnesota Vikings number 2. What the Saints have to do, they're moving the ball, yes. They need to cash it in. You need 7 points out of this drive because, like I said, this is a heavyweight bout. And Minnesota Vikings scored the first couple of body shots. You need to counter here.
Offset eye. Deep back, Reggie Bush. Breeze under center. All kinds of contact coming from the D-line. Pat Williams led the charge. Vikings defense in opening drives, the only team in the NFL not to allow a TD on an opening drive. 2 first-half field goals, 4 second-half field goals.
Defense, encroachment. 5-yard penalty, still. Result of the play is a first down.
So first down, says Pete Morelli. They're giving up 19 punts, 14 3-and-outs, 5 turnovers, and a couple of missed field goals.
You know, Pat Williams has good size, to say the least.
Yeah.
And I think one of the offensive linemen for the Saints might have smeared a little gumbo on his jersey. Pat wanted to get over there and get it.
First and 10 at the 38 of Minnesota. Breeze back to throw. Pump fake, looking right, throwing right. Got a man down there. Oh, off the right hand of a leaping Colston in between double coverage. Almost made a heck of a catch. Colston was down around the 20-yard line, down the near sideline. Make that Devery Henderson. Nicely done, but good effort.
Right in that cover 2 hole, in between where the corner has jammed him and made him reroute. And before he can get to the safety, you've just got to be able to drop that ball in. That ball just kept moving on Drew Brees.
7-0 Minnesota, 6:42 to go in the first. Brees in a shotgun. Thomas to his right. Colston motions left. Brees takes a snap, looking left, now looking in the middle. Flush, throws a screen. Thomas at the 40, right side 35-30, 25-20. Got blocked. He cuts inside 15-10. He's at the 5. Touchdown, New Orleans! Pierre Thomas, 38 yards on the screen. And the Saints are on the board. It's 7-6 Minnesota. This crowd on fire. And James, right as you called it, they needed a 6 and they got it.
When I would talk to players about the screen game, I would say Hollywood. Everyone needs to be a great actor. The guy who got the lead actor right there was Drew Brees. He sucked the entire defense in, waited, held the ball, a short roll, and the offensive lineman did a great job as supporting actors getting out late.
Second-year man Garrett Hartley, right-footed kicker, bangs through the extra point. Tie ball game here at the Superdome with that TD. RE/MAX makes another donation to the Children's Miracle Network. RE/MAX, nobody sells more real estate than RE/MAX. 6:30 to go, first quarter. It's the Saints answering. It's 7-7 with the Vikings here in the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Want to hear the sound of hassle-free traveling?
All aboard!
Amtrak takes the hassle out of traveling to over 500 destinations. You can stretch out in a spacious seat, relax in a sleeping car, and enjoy a hot meal in the dining car. And for those who want to kick back and take in the scenery, go right ahead. For everything you get on Amtrak, the one thing you won't get is this. So whether you're going to a family reunion or an away game, make it a whole lot nicer on Amtrak. Book your trip today at Amtrak.com or call 1-800-USA-RAIL.
All aboard!
It's Boomer with news for guys who shave with gel. Barbasol shaving cream beats gel. Why rub fast dry gel in your face? Barbasol comes out thick and rich and doesn't break down. Barbasol shaving cream, the real close shave.
America, you're looking good, handsome, free and tall. Close shave America, close shave Barbasol, close shave Barbasol.
Everyone has questions about their taxes, especially this one.
What's this gonna run me?
Well, now at H&R Block, get a straightforward price for a straightforward return. Pay just $39 for a federal 1040 easy tax return, and $29 if you need to file a state. And if your taxes are more complex, we can handle that too. Learn more at hrblock.com/1040easy. Click, call, or come over. Get it right. H&R Block. Taxpayer must meet IRS criteria to use Form 1040EZ. Price is available at participating locations. An additional fee applies with earned income credit.
Later on, we're going to tell you about the outstanding play of the game, brought to you by RE/MAX. Outstanding agents, outstanding results. This Superdome is literally rocking. Stand up and get crunked here at the Louisiana Superdome. 70,000 plus enjoying the Saints getting their first score in this NFC Championship game. 7-7 ball game. Both quarterbacks coming out with hot hands. Brees 4 for 5, 63 yards, including 38 yards on the screen to Pierre Thomas. Morstead has it teed up, and here we go again. Left to right. And puts his right foot into it. It'll be Percy Harvin. Fielding on 2 hops, runs up to get it full speed. 20, 25, slips down at the 25, fumbled the ball, but looks like it came right back to him at about the 26-yard line between the right hash and the numbers. 6:26 to go here in the first quarter. It's the Vikings 7, the Saints 7. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here with a little tailgating quiz for you. What's more fun, tailgating with your friends and enjoying a delicious Ritz cracker with a slice of cheddar and ham on top, or getting sacked by a 350-pound side of beef? Exactly! Exactly. Tailgating with Ritz. So grab a Ritz cracker and join the fun. For tips to create your ultimate Ritz tailgating party, go to facebook.com/Ritz Crackers to download the perfect tailgating recipes, music, and so much more.
It's quite a proposition when you think about it. You contact Geico and you could save hundreds on your car insurance. 15 minutes, simple as that. Something they've been doing for over 70 years. You want car insurance and you want extra money in your wallet, done and done. Now, not only do you have some nice car insurance, you've got plenty of money to spend on some tasty biscuits. Or flowers for your mum. Or whatever it is you fancy.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
To get relief for joint pain, do you take Tylenol, Aleve, Advil? Which one do you think has the medicine doctors recommend most for joint pain? The fact is, the medicine in Advil is the #1 doctor recommendation for joint pain. More than the medicines in Tylenol or Aleve. So next time you're choosing a pain reliever, remember the facts. Relief doesn't get any better than this. Advil.
Doctor recommendation claim among OTC pain relievers. Use as directed. Brands or trademarks of their respective owners.
A little hard work and determination can take you a long way, but a good catch can help you get there even faster. At the University of Phoenix, their faculty is composed of not only well-educated instructors, but also teachers with real-world experience. So when you take a class at the University of Phoenix, you're not only learning from smart people, you're learning from people who actually spent time in the game. Go to phoenix.edu and get started with your own game plan. What a sight here at the Superdome. Just about everybody, with the exception of the few Minnesota fans sprinkled that we can see far side and below us with their white Vikings jerseys. Everybody has a black Saints jersey or a Drew Brees Pro Bowl jersey. And they're at full roar. 7-7, 6:26 to go here in the first quarter. Favre and company take over. 1st and 10 at the 27, coming right to left. Favre, play fake, back to throw, hanging one high, deep down the left sideline for Berrien, right in front of us, incomplete. Tracy Porter covering on that go route to Bernard Berrien. Berrien in his 6th year out of Fresno State.
I know that Berrien's your speed guy, but what I'm going to go for on that throw, because both receivers are going deep, Sidney Rice on the opposite side, I'm going with Sidney Rice. At 6'4", he has 5 inches of height advantage over both Porter and Jabari Greer. And I'm going to underthrow that ball a little bit and let him elevate for it.
Sidney Rice, 6 catches, 3 for touchdowns in a blowout at Dallas last week. 2nd down and 10. Vikings at the 27, far from the gun. To his right is Chester Taylor. 2 receivers to his right, to his left. Looking right, throwing right. Too high, Sidney Rice. Incomplete, Jabari Greer on the short out to the far side, covering for New Orleans.
Now what you've done on 3rd and 10 is you set yourself up for a pass-only down situation. Brett Favre has to look at the front, determine, are they going to come after me? If they're going to come after him with 5 guys, he's got to get the ball out of his hand quickly. If they just rush 4, and he believes both his tackles can hold up, he can hold this ball and potentially get it down the field.
44.8% conversion on 3rd down for the Vikings this season. 3rd down and 10 at the 27. Favre in a shotgun. Takes a snap back to throw. Throwing it down. The numbers got a man wide open, incomplete. And the flag on the play. There was an early whistle.
That's one of those unbattered.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking about food again. Unabated.
Defense. Unabated for the quarterback. 93. 5-yard penalty still. 3rd down.
So Bobby McCray, 6-year veteran from Florida. That throw was down the numbers on the right sideline.
But the amazing thing about that, as loud as it is, Brett Favre was still able to use his voice inflection to get the defensive lineman offside.
6:15 to go in the first quarter. NFC Championship game. Saints, Vikings tied at 7. 3rd down and 5, Minnesota at its own 32, coming right to left. Peterson in the backfield to Favre's left. Shotgun. Favre takes a snap. He's got time. Throws downfield, down the middle. Harvin too high.
Yeah, but Randall Gay was holding him the whole time he was trying to run his route.
Penalty flag on the play, and good call, James. Bill Schmitz, the back judge.
The pass. Holding. Number 20 of the defense. 5-yard penalty automatic. First down.
Bill Schmitz, the back judge, saw it just like you did.
Yeah, and so you'll get that call with holding and illegal contact. Now, pass interference, because that ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage, would have negated that flag.
Second time Minnesota's had the ball. They took the opening drive. They go 80 yards for the score. A 19-yard run by Peterson. 10 plays, 80 yards, and 5:25. Breeze and company answered. 6:11 to go. Tied at 7. First quarter. Here's a quick pop to the left side. It's caught. Eluding is Bryant. 40, 45. Fights for another tackle to the 50, to the 49. First down, Minnesota. Couple of missed tackles to the left side. It's a 15-yard gain to Bernard Berrien. First down, Vikings. Shanley finally got him out of bounds.
When you see Bernard Berrien in public, 6'1", 185 pounds, he is so slightly built for today's wide receivers, guys who are bigger, running back frames a lot of times. But a great job running after the catcher. They couldn't knock him off his feet. Sometimes a guy who doesn't have a great regular season gets determined during the postseason.
Third catch for Berrien. Peterson a deep back, solo back, Favre under center. Sprint draw, now they're going to run a reverse, coming left side. Here comes Harvin trying to turn the corner, and they stretch him out of bounds. Nice defensive play to get him out of bounds. You had Scott Shanley and Jeff Charleston really scraping down the line and holding that gap, too. He didn't come too far upfield. Jeff Charleston, defensive end with that play.
And Percy Harvin is running from his right to the left. He's got the ball in the right arm, as opposed to putting it away from the defender. Little things that you learn as time goes by.
I didn't hear the entire personal foul, said Pete Morelli. I did not catch the...
I think Brett Favre was hit late after he handed the ball off.
Taunting personal foul. So that's a big one. A major penalty. Takes the ball 15 yards closer to the Saints goal line. It's now going to be 1st and 10 Minnesota at the 31-yard line of the Saints. 7-7 ball game, 5:30 to go here in the first quarter, clock running.
As Brett Favre threw a mini block at McCray, and I think McCray knocked him down and then stood over him like Ali would stand over his opponents.
Two receivers right. Rice to the left. Deep back, Peterson. Favre, hands off. Peterson starts right, comes back left. Got room. Across the 30, but a fine tackle. Darren Sharper, the former Minnesota Viking and Green Bay Packer, makes a heck of a play because that had home run written all over.
I'm going even further back than that. William and Mary.
Mary, the college of.
When you play at William and Mary, they actually have tackling drills. It's not like a big school where they're afraid to tackle the offensive players. That was a great wrap-up tackle. If you're going to tackle, you put both your arms around, lock them together, and grab those legs, the runners stop.
That was a 3-yard gain. Could have been a 31-yard touchdown. Second down and 7 at the 28. Favre under center, motions Pine Saucer to the right. Deep back, Chester Taylor. Favre waggling to his right, throwing downfield. He's got a man down here. Harvin, too far in the back right corner of the end zone. Tracy Porter covering. Favre on the run. A little bit too far, but Harvin had a couple of steps on Porter in the back right corner.
Yeah, two receivers lined up to Favre's right. Sidney Rice on the outside, Harvin on the inside. Harvin runs a corner route, and Brett Favre is going to drop that ball in the box, 4-yard square at the back pylon. He just let Harvin by a little too much.
Third down and 7 coming up. Listen to these Saints fans. 3rd and 7, Minnesota. At the Saints 28 in a 7-7 ball game. First quarter, 4:25 to go. Favre in the shotgun. He's got 3 receivers right. Takes a snap. Blitz coming. Favre stands, fires, throws over the middle. Got a man there. Harvin at the 15. Fights to the 10, to the 9. First down. First and goal for the Minnesota Vikings. Randall Gay makes the stop. That's a gain of 20. He beats the blitz. And Favre just passed Joe Montana for most completed passes in his postseason career. He now has 461.
When Harvin came out of the huddle there, he was lined up right next to Greg Lewis. Greg Lewis was giving him some instructions. Remember, Percy Harvin missed Wednesday and Thursday of practice this week. So he's a little unsure about some of the stuff they're running. That wasn't even a full-speed route. He just used his athletic ability after the catch.
First and goal at the 8. Peterson to deep back. Favre hands it to him, running right at the 10. Cuts it up the hole and then stopped after about maybe a 1-yard gain at best. Nicely defensed by Cedric Ellis of the New Orleans Saints. Clock at 3:30 and running. 7-7 ball game. A second and goal from the 8 coming up.
And Jabari, the cornerback on that side, Jabari Greer, he turned the play in. And what you make a decision sometimes, when you're going up against teams that have small corners, you will send your wide receivers in to block the safeties and make the cornerbacks make tackles. Jabari Dietrich did a nice job in turning Adrian Peterson back inside.
Gain of 1. Harbin goes right. Tight end, 2 of them left side. Under center far. I formation behind him, deep back Peterson. Throw it, quick screen to the right side. Harbin makes a catch and a tackle for a loss. Outstanding play by Jabari Greer coming up on that throw to Farb's right. So Harbin.
They tried a quick screen, and they were going to get Phil Lodholt, the right tackle, out to block in front of Harbin. What Percy has to do on that play is continue to come back in. He stopped short, and when he stopped, it allowed Jabari Greer to come up. If he continues to come back in, Lodholt can get out, get that kick-out block for him.
Jump ball, Sidney Rice.
Everybody knows it should be a jump ball to Sidney Rice.
3rd and goal at the 5. Rice lines up wing right. Favre in a shotgun. Takes a snap. Looking to his right, pumps. Now throwing right side, and it's caught! Sidney Rice right under the goalpost. Touchdown, Minnesota! So the Vikings back on top 13-7, and Brett Favre has done it again. His 20th straight playoff game that he's thrown a TD pass, adding to his NFL record. He ran a curl, came underneath the goalpost, the front part of the end zone.
They had one of those mini bunch sets with 3 wide receivers, Vashenko being the point guy.
Ryan Longwell, point after, snap placement kick, up and good. So 2 possessions, 2 scores for the Minnesota Vikings. 2:11 to go, first quarter here at the Superdome in New Orleans. It's 14-7. The Vikings over the Saints. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Following the most watched Olympic Games in U.S. history.
Michael Phelps, new world record!
This February, the world will gather in the spectacular city of Vancouver as the brightest stars in winter sports compete for country in pursuit of Olympic gold.
What a performance!
There's your world champion, winter Olympic gold medalist, Shaun White.
The Vancouver Olympic Winter Games, live this February on the networks of NBC.
My husband doesn't like asking for directions, so I got him a GPS.
Honey, I don't need it. We're gonna turn right.
Turn left now.
I mean left.
It's a lifesaver. And now TurboTax lets us do our taxes the same way. It has a unique GPS feature that guides us step by step through our return. It even answers our questions in simple language, which helps get us to our maximum refund guaranteed.
See for yourself at TurboTax.com. Choose easy. Money back guarantee. Details at TurboTax.com.
Yay! Another touchdown!
Honey, you're cheering for the wrong team.
I'm cheering for the kids. Every touchdown means a donation from RE/MAX to Children's Miracle Network.
Yeah, but...
that money goes to local children's hospitals. I don't want our team to lose. I just want everybody to score more touchdowns for the kids.
Children's Miracle Network is something we can all cheer about. Over the years, RE/MAX agents have donated nearly $100 million to help the kids. Please join RE/MAX in supporting Children's Miracle Network for the kids. Each RE/MAX office independently owned and operated.
Later on, we'll tell you about our defensive player of the game when we find one. Brought to you by Kaspersky Labs, the fastest growing internet security software in America. Kaspersky Labs provides great defense against computer viruses, malware, and identity theft. Check out the new Kaspersky Internet Security 2010 at getkaspersky.com. We're going to have to find a defensive player today.
I got the glasses on, so we're ready to go. Favre in the drive, 4 for 7, 43 yards. Completes the drive with a 5-yard TD pass to Sidney Rice. 14-7 Minnesota. Longwell has it teed up at the 32-yard right. It'll be Courtney Roby deep to get it. Here's Longwell, puts his foot into it. High, short, end over end kick, left side. Roby runs up to get it 11. Between the numbers on the sideline, 15, 20, 25. And a good hit and wrap tackle far side. Outstanding play by Madieu Williams. Once again, let's go downstairs on the sidelines and Hub Arkish.
Dave, it's interesting to note on the only 4 incompletions that Brett Favre has thrown, he's been long or strong on all 4. He is obviously pumped up. And on that touchdown play, with that bunch, they somehow got Sidney Rice matched up on 2 linebackers and the nickel Randall Gay, a real matchup problem for the New Orleans Saints.
Boy, it sure was. And look for them to try to exploit that maybe 1 or 2 more times before we're out of here. 14-7 Vikings over the Saints. 2:05 to go in the first quarter. Reggie Bush going to line up wide left. High formation behind Breeze. Quick handoff. It's Thomas off the left tackle. Nothing. Jared make that Chad Greenway. And Kevin Williams stop him at the line of scrimmage. They had Reggie Bush. They're going no huddle. They had Reggie Bush running a reverse action, but they kept the handoff to Thomas. 2nd down and 10. Now Reggie Bush motions right. Breeze under center. Handoff, and they're going to run the reverse. Now it's Colson, double reverse, push back the other way. Jared Allen heading back to 10, let him go. There's Bush up the sideline, 20. Cutting back, and Allen runs him down at the 25-yard line. Nice hustle, Jared Allen. And now Breeze locked up with one of the DBs.
Cedric Griffin, he's over there in the state. He was trying to block him.
Yeah.
But a phenomenal play by Jared Allen. He missed the tackle on Reggie Bush at the 8-yard line. We all know Bush is fast. Bush got past him. Jared Allen got back in on the tackle for no gain.
So they run a double reverse that time.
Double reverse you normally run at the Thanksgiving Day picnic at the park.
14-7 Vikings.
That's another play that they came up with after midnight in the coaching session.
Yeah, to be sure. 3rd down and 10 at the 27 from the gun. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Breeze takes against a 4-man rush. Hanging, stepping in, thrown over the middle, and it is caught. Henderson to the 35. He had to get to the 36.5. It looks like he's short. Make that Colston. And let's see. The catch is good. The offensive unit walking off the field is about 1.5 yards short. It'll bring on the punt team.
We talked about this being like an NBA game with both teams being able to score at will, but defensive stops. This is a big one. 3 and out right here. They don't gain a lot of yardage. You should be able to get some decent field position after this punt.
Thomas Morstead back to punt. Right-footed kicker gets into it. A high kick going to his far left. Darius Renaud watches it bounce at about the 25-yard line. Then takes a safe bounce going downfield inside the 20 to about the 15-yard line. So he got a heck of a bounce and roll. Late flag coming in. 4-7 hang time on a punt that went 49 yards.
I think that ball was down by someone who had been out of bounds, and they were the first to touch it.
Pete Morelli, the referee, umpires Roy Ellison. Head linesman's Mark Hittner. Line judges Byron Boston. Field judges Darryl Preler.
There's no foul on the play as a quarter expired prior to the man touching the ball.
Wow.
Okay, all right.
Lucky break for that player right there. Sure. He was going to get chewed when he got to the sideline.
That's the end of the first quarter here in the NFC Championship game with the score. The Minnesota Vikings 14, the New Orleans Saints 7. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood 1.
Apples and oranges, night and day, plain old text email, and email marketing with Constant Contact. The differences are pretty amazing. Plain old email is just, well, plain. Constant Contact is real email marketing. In minutes, you get professional-looking newsletters with photos, your logo, everything. You've seen these great-looking emails from other small businesses. Now, it's your turn. Plans as low as $15 a month and free phone support from real live people. ConstantContact.com. There's nothing plain about it.
They say you're nothing special, that I should look around. But I say you're the greatest friend that I've ever found.
They say a dog is man's best friend, but who takes you to the hardware store? Your car. So if you're a do-it-yourselfer, or you'd rather leave it to the pros, there's a Parts Plus Auto Store or Car Care Center near you.
You never let me down, I'll take good care of you.
Hey, for all the reasons you love your car, there's Parts Plus Auto Stores and Parts Plus Car Care Centers.
Hey, NFL fan, after rooting for the home team, you'll probably find yourself rooting around the kitchen for dinner options. Well, you can ignore the skimpy, unfilling diet dinners and forget those fatty, greasy man meals. Go for Campbell's Chunky Soup. Try hearty beef barley. It's my favorite. Made with all lean meat and now with a full serving of vegetables. It's still filling and delicious, and now it's more nutritious. If only all rooting led to such happy results. Campbell's Chunky Soup, satisfying and nutritious.
For the first time, on the Sunday before the Super Bowl, the 2010 Pro Bowl. 86 NFL All-Stars on one stage in one game. Kickoff Super Bowl week in South Florida. McDonald's presents the 2010 Pro Bowl. Sunday, January 31st. The Sunday NFL Countdown pregame starts at 5:30 Eastern, followed by kickoff at 7:20 on ESPN.
I'm Brett Favre. When it comes to jeans, you can pay more, but you won't get more. Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans, built comfortable, priced right, at a Walmart near you.
Saints fans trying to generate some noise as we begin the second quarter. Dave Sims, James Lofton, and Hub Arkish with you. NFC Championship game, Vikings 14, Saints 7. Favre and company start 1st and 10 at their own 15. Out in front of us going left to right. High formation. Favre, handoff, Peterson, right side, nothing there. Squirts through for a couple. Good surge at the point of attack by Scott Shanley and Jeff Charleston, along with help from Roman Harper.
You have to be so nervous when Adrian Peterson kind of sticks it up in the hole there. You've got to maintain your contain on the outside if you're a linebacker. You just can't run to where the pile is because he has the ability to be clogged up and then bounce it to the outside.
Picked up 2, 2nd and 8 at the 18. The Vikings in their white uniforms, purple helmets, and the white horns. Double wides to the left side. Tight end Shenko right. I formation behind Favre. Deep back is Peterson. Favre fakes the screen. Handoff Peterson straight up the gut and tripped up. Nice play in the interior by Cedric Ellis. The gain to the 20-yard line. Picked up 2.
The New Orleans Saints play a 1 and a 3 technique, and by that you have a guy who lines up right over the nose of the center, and then another tackle who lines up in between that gap that's more to the outside, and that's what Cedric Ellis is. And that guy who's that under tackle, that's what you call him, he has to be a penetrator. Great job penetrating by Cedric Ellis on that play.
Harvin and Rice wide right. 3rd down and 6 at the 20. Blitz shown. Working from the gun, Favre. Stamps his foot, takes a snap. Hanging in trouble. Now throws it left side and incomplete. It was Chester Taylor escaping out of the backfield. Good coverage by Roman Harper, the strong safety. A 3 and out. Minnesota's going to punt for the first time, and that only means one thing, Reggie Bush.
No, that means 2 things.
Don't punt it to him.
Punt it out of bounds. And we talked to Greg Coleman, who works with the Minnesota Vikings,
a great
punter.
Yep.
He said he would punt out of bounds, give him 37 yards, and that's all you get.
Reggie Bush to our right, standing at about his own 28. Chris Cluey, the punter. Right-footed kicker. Kicks it high. It's going to be in play. Bush, fair catch signal, makes it at the 35-yard line. 4-8 hang time on a pretty decent punt. Boy, he had a really good hanger there. 44 yards. We will take a timeout. 13:21 to go. Second quarter. It's the Vikings 14, the Saints 7. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
It just simply invades every pore of your skin.
Real Men, Real Depression. Writer Steve Lappin talks about it.
It affects the way you feel. It affects the way you love. It's just a blanket that covers everything. And it's one that's just so damned asphyxiating. And at times you just say, it's enough already. It just feels like enough.
It takes courage to ask for help. For information, call the National Institute of Mental Health at 1-866-227-NIMH.
Honey, I'm home.
Oh, I've got so much to tell you. Sit down here. You look so tired.
Well,
Let me tell you what happened today. Richard got an A on his math test you helped him study for.
Oh.
Judy has her band concert next Thursday. Sorensons can't find their dog. And Cassaday's borrowed a hammer to fix their fence.
Really?
You really look tired. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm fine.
Robbie entered the Pee Wee tennis tournament and won his first match.
Okay.
Your mother called to say hi. Uncle Grant's entered his mural in the county fair. I think a win, don't you?
Well,
and we got a wedding announcement from the Elwoods. They look like a cute couple. Oh, and I think the yard needs some work tonight.
The yard?
Oh, I got it. You can mow. I'll plant the flowers and the kids can weed the garden.
No.
Well, then I can weed the garden and the kids can plant the flowers.
No.
Okay. Then Richard can mow, you can weed, and Judy and I will plant the flowers.
The yard can wait, honey. I thought we'd all go down to Ernie's for a double thick malt. What do you think?
I'm speechless.
Family. Isn't it about time?
So, what do you want to do after that?
How about we all play charades?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. First words.
From the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Welcome back to the Subway Fresh broadcast booth at the Louisiana Superdome in New Orleans. Along with Hall of Famer James Lofton, I'm Dave Sims. Hub Arkish with us on the sideline. Start the year right with a surprisingly low-fat Subway club, part of a Subway Fresh Fit meal. Subway, eat fresh. 13:21 to go here in the second quarter. Vikings have a 14-7 lead over the Saints. Saints are going to take over now. 1st and 10 at their own 36. They'll be coming right to left. Jeremy Shockey sighting. Not been thrown to. See what Shockey with a last week with 3 catches, for 36 yards and a touchdown.
And he did it all on one leg. We saw that early in the ballgame, so you're kind of wondering what his health level is right now.
Shockey lines up double tight end left side with Dave Thomas. Now Shockey resets to the right. Breeze will be under center. 1st and 10 at the 36. Solo receivers both sides. Breeze backpedals. Pump left, throw back right. Got a man there? No! Off the extended right hand of a diving Shockey at the 39-yard line as he ran between the numbers and the hashes on the right side.
You know, when you have some injuries, Shockey had a toe injury for a while during the season and a knee injury last week, you're all right going straight ahead. But sometimes it's your lateral movement that gets you. And I still say that the timing is off a little bit. Breeze missed him last week on a corner route against the Cardinals and missed him right there. I don't know if Shockey is at 100%. We can really run and go get the ball.
3 receivers right. Breeze under center. Empty backfield. 2 receivers left. Now they motion. Reggie Bush in the backfield. Fake a toss. Breeze back to throw. Throw right side and incomplete. It was Thomas reached out with his left hand, couldn't bring it all the way in. So that was on the right side after all kinds of action, misdirection action in the backfield.
I mean, they bring Reggie Bush back in from right to left. They fake a sweep to him. Drew Brees then bootlegs out to the right. And a lot of this is designed to kind of get the Minnesota Vikings front four a little winded.
This is a big play here. 3rd and 10. Saints at their own 36, down 14-7 to the Vikings. Breeze in a shotgun, flanked by Thomas and Bush. Breeze takes a snap, looking right, he's in trouble, throws, and it's caught. Reggie Bush, 40, and he's down to the 35-yard line. He ran across, coming all the way right to left. That's a huge gain. Picks up 28 yards, a big play. Ladue Williams with the tackle, 1st down Saints.
You cannot, on 3rd down and 10, put a on Reggie Bush. It makes no sense. Ben Lieber probably felt his stomach churning as he knew he had to cover Reggie Bush one-on-one. And at the end of the play, Reggie Bush, he brought that bat out last week. He's still swinging for the fences. He ran over Ladue Williams.
1st and 10 now at the Vikings 36. 14-7 Minnesota early in the second. Handoff coming left side. Nice run by Thomas. And he picks up about 3. Good speed there. That's what you talked about last week in the college game. That's probably a long 20, 30-yard run to pros. That closed up in a heartbeat.
Ladue Williams that time, number 20, came up from his safety position, took the legs out from Pierre Thomas, but he didn't wrap up like Darren Sharper did a minute ago. You keep blocking them down like that, they'll run over you by the time the 4th quarter comes around.
3 minutes into the 2nd quarter, 14-7 Minnesota, but the Saints are driving. 2nd down and 6 at the Minnesota 32. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Breeze in a shotgun. 4-man rush for Minnesota. Here they come. Breeze back to throw. Got time. Throws it over the middle. Thomas makes a catch at the 30. Fights at the 25 down to the 21-yard line. That's good for a 1st down for the Saints. Antoine Winfield stops him after a gain of 11. Saints on the move again.
You had basically a 5 wide receiver set. You had 4 guys streaming up the field, going deep, and Dave Thomas was kind of the outlet underneath. He caught the ball under the linebackers, put his foot in the ground, got some positive yardage after the catch.
They bring in Zach Streif. They bring him in for their jumbo alignment, put him as an extra tackle, actually tight end eligible. They line him up left side, now put him in this slot. Motion him to the right. Breeze offset eye to the left. Breeze steps, hands off to his right. Reggie Bush, and there he goes, 15, coming left side at the 10. Make that Pierre Thomas. An 11-yard gain, 1st and goal for the Saints. Ladue Williams makes the touchdown saving tackle, 1st and goal Saints.
There should be some type of ruling in the NFL about how big the guy can be goes in motion. Zach Streif, number 64, 6'7", 325 pounds, going in motion. I could feel the ground rumbling.
Thomas, the deep back in an I-know huddle. Play fake. Breeze back to throws. Got a lot of time. Throwing right side. Man over there. Jumping, catching, touchdown. Devery Henderson. Touchdown Saints. It's 14-13 Minnesota. Jasper Brinkley on the coverage, burned badly. Henderson went up and made the catch in the far right side as Breeze did a super job to keep that play alive, James.
Now, in basketball, when somebody scores right under the rim from a pass, you give an assist somewhere. Jermad Bushrod, the left tackle, handled, and I mean handled, Jared Allen on that last play.
Extra point by Hartley. Right-footed kicker. Snap placement, kick up, and it is good. Tie ball game again. With that touchdown, RE/MAX makes another donation to the Children's Miracle Network. RE/MAX, nobody sells more real estate than RE/MAX. 10:30 to go, second quarter. The Vikings 14, the Saints 14. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Imagine if the information you needed could find you right when you needed it. Before the board meeting, insight. Before the operation, a second opinion. Introducing intelligent information from Thomson Reuters. Information that's vetted by experts, analyzed and filtered by the smartest software on earth to help people who matter make decisions that matter. Before the deposition, a case history. Before the merger, certainty. Before action, knowledge. Thomson Reuters. Knowledge to act.
Tuna melt and fries.
Good.
Tuna melt and fries with 3% cash back.
This is great.
Tuna melt and fries with 3% cash back and no interest.
Delicious.
Anywhere you eat, from takeout to sit down, you'll get 3% cash back when you use Chase Freedom today. Avoid interest on everyday purchases by paying in full with Blueprint. This is more than a cash back card. It's freedom. Enroll now at chase.com/freedom.
Chase cards issued by Chase Bank USA, N.A. and are subject to credit approval. Restrictions apply.
A reminder that 2 weeks from today, it's Super Bowl 44 from South Florida, and you can catch all the action and excitement of Super Sunday on CBS. Check your local listings for more details, and of course you can also hear Super Bowl 44 right here in Westwood One, beginning with the pregame show at 4 p.m. Eastern Time on many of these same stations. The Indianapolis Colts, congratulations to them. They win the AFC title 30-17 over the New York Jets earlier this evening. The drive there by the New Orleans Saints, 7 plays, 64 yards. In 2:51, Breeze a 9-yard pass to Henderson. Breeze 3 for 5, 48 yards on that drive.
And Dave, I think you can see their game plan is to get Drew Brees out of the pocket, a little bit of movement, because that slows down the defensive end. If he's rolling out to your side, you've got to be able to contain him. That also softens the run lanes. They've been able to throw the ball and run the ball effectively against the Minnesota Vikings front.
Saints fans parting again. Got a tie ball game for the second time. Morstead with the kick. Knuckleball bounces at the 8. Harvin goes up, brings it down with his right hand. 5-10, left side 15. Slowed up, gets to the 20, right near the far sideline, and that'll do it. Boy, nice job by Harvin to just keep that ball from going over his head.
Now, Percy Harvin showed how athletic he was on that play. That ball's going to go into the end zone. And once it bounces and it's kind of a knuckleball, the timing is thrown off with your return. So he had no help in front of him. There was such a great distance between he and his blocking wave. Yeah, he doesn't get that ball back. He barely gets it back to the 20-yard line.
Got a ball game here today, folks. 10:22 to go in the second quarter. Saints and Vikings locked up 14 all in the NFC Championship game. Brett Favre, 10 of 15, 90 yards and a touchdown. Here come the Vikings, left to right. They'll work out of a shotgun. 2 receivers left. They're trying to get Berrien. There are all kinds of hand signals. Somebody lined up wrong. They kept looking at Berrien. They wanted, and Shenko telling him that they wanted him not on the left side, but on the right side, so they have to burn a timeout. 10:22 to go, second quarter. Scores tied 14-14. Vikings and the Saints. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Everyone has questions about their taxes, especially this one. What's this gonna run me? Well, now at H&R Block, get a straightforward price for a straightforward return. Pay just $39 for a federal 1040 easy tax return, and $29 if you need to file a state. And if your taxes are more complex, we can handle that too. Learn more at hrblock.com/1040easy. Click, call, or come over. Get it right. H&R Block. Taxpayer must meet IRS criteria to use Form 1040EZ. Price is available at participating locations. An additional fee applies with earned income credit.
I'm a pediatric nurse in a hospital, so I know firsthand how hard it can be to try and take a sick kid's temperature. They're tired and scared, they're squirmy and fussy. Getting an accurate read used to be a major undertaking, but not anymore. Now we use the Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Just one quick swipe across the forehead and you get an accurate temperature. More accurate than an ear, and as accurate as a rectal thermometer. And the best part, you can even use it while the kids are sleeping.
The Exergen temporal scanner, changing the way the world takes temperature. Home model available at Walgreens and other fine retailers.
Don't miss music's biggest night, the 52nd Annual Grammy Awards. Sunday, January 31st on CBS. Tune in for performances by nominees Green Day, Dave Matthews Band, and the Black Eyed Peas. Plus, music fans can upload a 20-second video of themselves singing along to the Black Eyed Peas' I Got a Feeling for a chance to have that video appear as part of the Peas performance. Go to Grammy.com for more details. The 52nd Annual Grammy Awards. Sunday, January 31st, 8 p.m. on CBS.
Boomer Esiason here. For many years, I couldn't join the fun outside the stadium, but now I just love tailgating with Ritz Crackers. To find great tailgating ideas, tips, and music, go to facebook.com/Ritz Crackers.
Certainly not lacking for color here at the Superdome in New Orleans, Louisiana. We've got an Elvis impersonator below us, and across the way, you've got the 5 Archbishops. 1st and 10 at the 20 for Favre and company. Harvin into the backfield. Favre in a shotgun. Fake the handoff. Favre pump right. Coming back left. Throw it to Harvin. Wide open left side. 20. And bumped out of bounds at about the 25-yard line. Far side. Nice defensive play by Tracy Porter. But a 5-6-yard gain made by Brett Favre and Percy Harvin.
Great job by Brett Favre, knowing that on that bootleg, he tried to sneak Adrian Peterson out the backfield. They took Adrian away. Don't worry about what's downfield. Take your check down play, pick up the 5-6 yards. Now you've got a very manageable 2nd and 4.
Berry in left, Taylor the deep back in the eye. Wide to the right, Sidney Rice. 2nd down and 4. Favre at his own 26. Back to throw. He's got time. Flush running to his right, screen right, and he's got Taylor 30, 35, 36-yard line. 1st down. Nicely done on the screen. Shanley and Hartmer bring them down after 10-yard gain. 1st down, Vikings.
A carbon copy of the screen that Drew Brees threw to Pierre Thomas for their touchdown. You get the same play right here. Play action fake into the middle. Brett Favre sucks the defensive line in. They think, hey, we're going to get to hit that 40-year-old guy. He dumps the ball to Chester Taylor.
Harvin back in the game. So is Peterson. Harvin and Schenko go out wide to the left. Rice to the right. 1st and 10. Minnesota at its own 37. Score tied at 14. Favre sees blitz coming. Quick pop right side. Throws it high. Rice goes up and makes the catch. Makes the catch at the 40 and falls down at about the 42-yard line. Sharper and Greer making the stop. Boy, that was some catch.
When Sidney Rice came out of South Carolina early, you didn't see this as a collegiate player, and I'm talking about the way that he's become a physical player. He is a tough, physical player who's still growing into his body, and he's going to be something to handle the next couple of years. He'll be one of the top receivers in the league for the next 4 or 5 years, with or without Brett Favre.
2nd and 5, handoff. Peterson gets some room into the 2nd level, puts his head down and runs over Sharper, but Sharper holds on. About a 4-yard gain. It'll be close to a 1st down. Tough, hard running by Adrian Peterson.
Well, Darren Sharper is in the mold of safeties that you don't see a lot of anymore. Tall, rangy, 6'2", 210, 215 pounds. A lot of times now you're getting smaller safeties who are more coverage guys, but Darren Sharper is a hitter first.
Well, they got a measurement going. The clock continued to run. They're going to have to put a few seconds back on that clock. They bring the chain gang out, and it is a 1st down since Pete Morelli. 1st down, Minnesota.
NFL fans, are you looking for a way to buy or sell tickets for Super Bowl 44 in South Florida? Then go to the NFL Ticket Exchange by Ticketmaster at NFL.com/ticket exchange.
Feinsaucer back in the game at tight end. Harvin's in the game. Rice is in the game. And Schenko. Favre brings him out of the huddle. They've got Jeff Dugan as the up back in the eye. 1st and 10 at the 47. Favre under center. 14 all is the score. Favre takes it. Handoff and now throws over the middle. After he takes a snap, throws over the middle to Peterson, who's circled out of the backfield. Short gain, picked up about 3. He faked like he was going to throw deep right side, but came down to that low level.
Came down to that check down, and a nice job by Scott Shanley making the short tackle. Yeah, give him the 2 yards, but don't give him the 15-yard gain on the 2-yard pass.
They just brought in Marvin Mitchell, an extra linebacker for New Orleans. 14 all, 2nd down and 7. Ball right at the fleur-de-lis at the 50. Handoff, Peterson left side, jumps over one of his own men, running left side. Picks up about 3. Adrian Peterson. He's had a couple of runs where it looked like it was going to be but he did get the 19-yard run for the touchdown. They get Minnesota on the board. Will Smith on the tackle.
I'll tell you who's having a heck of a game so far, and that's Cedric Ellis, because he's making Adrian Peterson make a move behind the line of scrimmage before he can get to that next level.
3rd down and 4 at the New Orleans 47. Taylor to Favre's left. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Play clock winding down. Favre takes a snap. Standing in. Blitz coming. Throws it left side. Incomplete. Threw it to Berrien, who was running right to left, dragging across the middle. Randall Gay covering, and that'll bring on the punt team.
There was great coverage all along the secondary. There were 4 receivers out for the Vikings, and there was not more than 2 feet difference between the defender and the Viking receiver. There was nowhere for Brett Favre to be able to fit the ball in.
Second punt for Kluwe, standing at his own 40. Reggie Bush at the extreme end of the Superdome at the 10-yard line. As we come to you from the second level in the end zone, there's a high kick angle to the far left sideline, and it hits and goes out of bounds at about the 18-yard line. 4-1 hang time on that punt. Pretty good job by Kluwe as he keeps it out of the hands of Reggie Bush. 29 yards on that punt. 6:12 to go in the second quarter. The Vikings and Saints locked up at 14-all. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
The University of Phoenix congratulates those playing in today's championship games, as this represents an opportunity to fulfill a lifelong journey and dream. You know, it's never too late to achieve your goals. We've heard from a lot of you this season, and Larry Fitzgerald and University of Phoenix thank you for your participation in the Finish Strong Scholarship Program. Next week, a list of recipients can be found at phoenix.edu. Now we ask you to complete your journey, earn your degree, and fulfill your dreams. Log on to phoenix.edu to learn more about University of Phoenix.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here with a little tailgating quiz for you. What's more fun, tailgating with your friends and enjoying a delicious Ritz cracker with a slice of cheddar and ham on top, or getting sacked by a 350-pound side of beef? Exactly! Tailgating with Ritz. So grab a Ritz cracker and join the fun. For tips to create your ultimate Ritz tailgating party, go to facebook.com/Ritz Crackers to download the perfect tailgating recipes, music, and so much more.
Standing next to me is power sports fanatic Larry. He has a passion for motorcycles, boats, and RVs. His second passion is saving money, so he reuses everything, including food.
You make it sound gross.
He uses fast food grease to power his car.
Everything smells like fries.
And reuses toothpaste.
It's not good if you're squeamish.
But you don't have to be like Larry, because Geico makes it easy by helping you save on power sports insurance. To see how much you could save, visit geico.com or call 1-800-442-9253.
Kenny Chesney, Greatest Hits 2 is in stores right now and online. 15 of your favorites, including Out Last Night and his recent duet with Dave Matthews, I'm Alive. Kenny Chesney, Greatest Hits 2, available everywhere music is sold. Dave Sims, along with James Lofton, Hub Arkish, and our Westwood One crew. Glad you could join us for the NFC Championship game here in New Orleans. Congratulations to the Colts. They beat the Jets in the AFC Championship. They're in Super Bowl 44. The Colts, second time since 2006. 6:12 to go here in the second quarter. We've got a 14-all score. Breeze fakes a pitch, throws screen right, incomplete. Mitchum tried to get it to the right side. Once again, let's go contact our sideline reporter, Hub Arkish. Brought to you by Email Marketing from Constant Contact. For a free 60-day trial, log on to ConstantContact.com. Hub?
Dave, I'm here alongside 2 of the ends for the New Orleans Saints defense. Of course, Will Smith and Bobby McCray, and they are getting worn out by these 2 huge tackles of the Minnesota Vikings. Conversely, the Williams twins on the interior of that Viking line seem to be occupying space. Pat Williams out of the game right now. They're not trying to push the pocket as much from the Viking side.
All right, Hub, thank you. Second down play. Pierre Thomas, the deep back, and Breeze drew Minnesota offside.
Hopefully, if you're a Viking, a Saints fan rather.
Pete Morelli and his crew deciding who the guilty party is. And here's Pete with his announcement.
Neutral zone infraction, defense, number 93, jumped into the neutral zone, causing the offense false start. 5-yard penalty, second down.
Kevin Williams jumped. 5 Good yards for the New Orleans Saints. 14-14, 6:09 to go, second quarter. Cannot find an empty seat in the Louisiana Superdome. Everybody, I'd say 98% of the fans here in Saints jerseys, the black jerseys. Those who are not wearing the black jerseys wearing the white road jerseys of the Saints. Smattering of Viking fans around the building, but not many. 6:09 to go. Here's a 2nd down and 5. Breeze back to throw. He's got time. Throws off the back foot, and it's caught by the tight end crossing right to left, Dave Thomas. And Thomas gets it across the 25, coming right to left. And he's taken down about the 26-yard line.
That was a heck of a throw by Drew Brees. But what I don't like, what I saw his feet moving a lot. That was his first throw that was directly in the pocket. They've been moving the pocket, getting him outside a little bit, but that time, play action fake, and he's standing right there in the pocket. Drew Brees, 5'11 3/4, is not always going to be able to see as well when he's in that pocket.
Arnell Hamilton, the deep back in the eye now. 3rd down and 1 at the Saints 27. Double tight ends. Hamilton gets the call, running right side. Wow, did he get hit? Holy mackerel, what a hit. Ray Edwards and Jasper Brinkley take him down. Brinkley really got the hard hit that drove him back. He does not get the first down. In fact, lose about a yard. That'll bring on the punt team.
And that was 3rd and a pretty long one to bring everybody in, close it down, and say we're going to try and overpower you. That is not the calling card that the New Orleans Saints want.
Morstead on the punt. This will be his 2nd punt. Right footer gets into it. That's a high hanger. Nicely done. Fair catch signal. 25-yard line by Darius Renaud out of West Virginia. 4.9 hang time on a 50-yard punt.
Dave, while Larry Fitzgerald owes most of his career to hard work and determination, he owes some of it to great coaches who have taught him how to hone his skills along the way. The University of Phoenix can help you hone your professional skills too. The university's facility is not only, or faculty is not only knowledgeable, they've actually spent time in the field. Go to phoenix.edu and get started with your own game plan. University of Phoenix, that's phoenix.edu.
Vikings ball, 1st and 10. Their own 24, right on the NFC Championship logo. Going left to right here at the Superdome. Favre under center. Handoff. Chester Taylor trying to bounce it left side. Does for a couple. And after initial contact, he's going to end up with about a 4-yard gain. Running left side. Brought down by Shanley and Harper. 14-14 to score. 4:26 to go. 2nd quarter, the NFC Championship game. Favre came out on fire. So did Breeze. Vikings, first 2 possessions, they put touchdowns on the board. And Breeze matched it with a couple of touchdown passes. 2nd down and 7 at the 27. Favre in the gun this time with 2 receivers right and left. Takes a snap. Got time. Stepping up, throwing deep middle. Got a man down there. Tried to feed it in. Incomplete. Tried to feed it to his tight end, running down the seam. Right between the hashes was Schenko, and he was covered by Jonathan Vilma, the middle linebacker.
And they had 2 receivers kind of in the same area. They had 4 verticals, and one of those guys on the inside, either Vashenko or Barron, is supposed to be what you call the bender if the middle of the field is open. The middle of the field was open, and both Vashenko and Barron ended up about 4 yards apart from each other. Too close, so there's a mental error somewhere in that package.
2 for 4, 3rd down conversion for the Vikings. 3rd down and 7. Their own 27. Scores tied at 14. 3:57 to go. Blitz shown. Favre in the gun. Blitz come low snap. He picks it up. Backside blitz. Throws it off the back foot. Incomplete. Intended for Harvin, who was running a crossing pattern right to left. Scott Shanley on the blitz made Favre and knocked him down and made him get rid of it quickly.
Percy Harvin lined up about 4 yards away from the right tackle on the line of scrimmage. Randall Gay right on top of him. Earlier, Gay had a holding call. Percy Harvin does not shake the defender at the line of scrimmage. He tries to power through him. Couldn't get any separation away from Gay. Good coverage by Randall Gay.
You can hear the murmur of Reggie. 3rd punt for Kluwe, standing inside his own 15 at the 13. Good snap. Aiming for the sideline. Boy, he hung it high. Nice job. Right at the numbers. Bush makes the catch. Fair catch, 31-yard line. 5-3 hang time. Boy, that's outstanding. Hey, you want to keep this guy from killing you in open field. 41 yards. on that punt. The Boomer Esiason Foundation sacks for CF scholarship winners. They're going to be announced during the Westwood One broadcast of Super Bowl 44. The Sacks for CF scholarship program is made possible through the financial support of Solvay Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, which provides comprehensive resources to those touched by CF. Learn about it by visiting solvaycares.com. Feels like the old Notre Dame replays. The great Lindsey Nelson. After exchange of punts, we pick up action with 3:42 to go. Here in the second quarter, score tied at 14-14. Breeze back to throw. A lot of time. Throwing deep middle. Got him in. Almost intercepted. Oh, baby. It was Ben Lieber, a diving attempt to make the pick. He knocked it down. The intended receiver was Colston.
Colston and Reggie Bush on the same side, and they were running a high-low package. Colston had about 14 yards coming across. Reggie Bush had about 4 yards underneath. Drew Brees got a little greedy. Remember at dinner last night when you kept taking all the appetizers? That's what happened to Drew Brees.
I was reasonably disciplined last night. Emphasis on reasonably. Second down and 10 at the 33. Out of the gun, Brees takes a snap. Throws over the middle. He's got Shockey. The 40. Boy, he's not moving well at all. To the 42-yard line, brought down by Lieber. And Shockey, boy, he's even limping as he gets up.
And sometimes your toughness can be a detriment because he's going to try and play through it. The coaches are smart enough to get him off the field. But Drew Brees on that first down, I know we're at 3:42 when we started that drive. He should have been thinking 2-minute mode. And what you want to do on the very first play of 2 minutes, you want to pass completion no matter how short it is.
Shockey out Lance Moore in 2 for 4 on third down of the Saints. They have a 3rd and 1 at their own 42, coming right to left. Unbalanced line to the right. Brees, pitch it. Reggie Bush started left, cuts back right. Oh, he takes a punishment. Wow, he cut right back into pursuit. And the Vikings were waiting for him. Kevin Williams put a lick on him. The toss was to the left. He cut it back into traffic.
But Reggie Bush is kind of growing up in front of our eyes. What I saw last week, finishing off runs, lowering his shoulder. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide on that play. He took it and tried to get the first down. And they're faced with a 4th and 1.
They're going for it.
Got a decision to make.
Brees is in there. They're going for it on the season. 6 for 15 on 4th down. The Vikings have given up 5 conversions in 12 opportunities. Brees under center. Deep back Bush. Try to get him off sides. One of the Williams is almost moved, and now Brees.
He had him too.
He sure did.
If you snap it there, you've got a chance. But if you snap it, the quarterback has to be ready and for the quarterback sneak also.
And Jonathan Goodwin did not snap the football with the score. Vikings 14, Saints 14. There's a timeout on the field. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Where do you want to be?
I couldn't see it at first, but I think you're right. This looks like the perfect place to relocate the business.
Wise decision.
I wish I'd known earlier that RE/MAX handled commercial as well as residential real estate.
Oh, sure. We're one of the largest commercial brokerage networks in the world with thousands of commercial practitioners.
My last home sale proved you can't beat RE/MAX when it comes to real estate expertise.
And now you know that goes for commercial real estate, too.
Learn something every day.
Residential or commercial. If it's real estate, it's RE/MAX. Each office independently owned and operated.
We call timeout. 2:03 to run it down to the 2-minute warning. And there's your whistle.
That is the 2-minute warning.
So it was a delay of game penalty. And now, as they come out with the punt team, we have reached the 2-minute warning. And it's brought to you by TurboTax. When it comes to preparing your taxes, TurboTax is like a GPS, guiding you step by step to help you get the maximum refund you deserve. TurboTax. Choose easy. Try it now at TurboTax.com. Saints 14, Vikings 14. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Welcome, sir, to Alex and Dano's Steakhouse. What can I get you?
What do you recommend?
Well, the ribeye steak is fantastic.
Oh, is it?
Yes, and it's also free.
Free? Well, I'm gonna go with ribeye. Free is better. Do your simple February return for free at TurboTax.com.
It's free to prepare, free to print, and free to e-file. No wonder TurboTax is the most trusted brand of tax software. Visit TurboTax.com today. Choose easy. Trusted brand claim based on survey July 2009.
We knew it wasn't the best time to sell a home.
But we really didn't have a choice.
Since I changed jobs, the commute was killing me.
So we called Barb, a RE/MAX agent.
Our RE/MAX agent?
Our RE/MAX agent. She helped us price the house competitively, put together a marketing plan, and pretty soon...
We got an offer.
The closing's today.
We need to get going.
Right.
RE/MAX agents average more sales than other agents. Visit RE/MAX.com today and find the RE/MAX agent who's right for you. Where do you want to be? Each office independently owned and operated.
Introducing the new Premier Rewards Gold Card from American Express. The only charge card that earns triple points on airfare, double points on gas and groceries, a single point on everything else. Points you can use for over 1 million rewards, including travel on any airline, anytime. The annual fee for the first year is on us, and you can earn 10,000 bonus points with your first purchase. Start earning brilliantly. Call 1-800-AXP-GOLD or visit AXPGold.com to apply.
See terms, conditions, and restrictions at AXPGold.com.
Back here at the Louisiana Superdome in New Orleans, a full house of 70,000 plus. 2 minutes to go, first half. Saints and Vikings locked up at 14 all. Morstadt will punt again. Morstadt's, this will be his third punt coming up. Darius Reynaud standing to our left at the 16-yard line.
I don't want to jinx him, but Darius Reynaud has had 3 fumbles. He hasn't lost one, but he has fumbled the ball 3 times.
Morstadt gets into it. High kick. Reynaud comes up, makes a fair catch attempt, bobbles, and then, oh boy, he got hit as he made the recovery. He was on one knee, almost like in a genuflect position, and then he got just steamrolled by Jonathan Casillas, a 45-yard punt.
And the Saints are arguing that he did not have control of that ball when he was hit by Casillas. That ball was still loose on the ground.
And Pete Morelli and his back judge, Bill Schmitz, talking that one over. There's Pete.
Personal foul. Number 52, the kicking team. 15-yard penalty. First down.
That's a big one. They get Casillas. So instead of being inside the 20, the Vikings will start this drive with 1:52 to go. And the ball is going to be at the 42, make that the 32-yard line.
When you are the road team in a 2-minute drill, you're looking for screens or draws your first play. Safety.
Sidney Rice wide right, 2 receivers left. Favre under center. The deep back is Peterson. Throw a quick pop right side behind Sidney Rice. He's running a slant as he was coming across the numbers on the right side. Went behind him, incomplete.
Brett Favre did like a double play action fake there. When he came out, it was a little fake and then a shoulder fake. And I think all that combined, that extra stuff, there was no window for him to get the ball into Sidney Rice.
1:49 to go. First half. Saints 14, Vikings 14. Favre under center, 2 receivers left, 1 right. Peterson the deep back. Favre takes a snap, handoff. Peterson coming right side. 30, turns the corner. Wow, head-on collision. How do you do? Jonathan Vilma with the hit. Knocks Peterson out of bounds. Picks up a couple of yards.
The one thing that Jonathan Vilma can do is he can match Adrian Peterson's stride for stride and speed. And from a middle linebacker position, if you don't get a guard or the center up to block that middle linebacker, Vilma, like I said, can run with Peterson and put the nice lick on him at the end of the play. Also stop the clock.
9 carries, 65 yards. Peterson, he's out. Taylor's in. Greg Lewis is in the game. Part of a 3-man set left side for Favre in the shotgun. Safety showing blitz. Favre takes a snap. Safety comes. Favre throws it right side. Back shoulder throw. Wow! What a catch! A catch by Berrien near right sideline. First down, Minnesota. Caught it in front of Jabari Greer. Stops the clock with 1:38 to go.
And Jabari Greer is right there to be able to make the play. Brett Favre staring down the gun barrel of Darren Sharper. Delivered that ball. And, you know, Sharper and Favre used to be teammates. I don't think they're going to be exchanging holiday gifts.
Not for a while. 1:38 to go. First half, Berrien goes wide left. In the slot left is Shenko. Wide to the right is Rice. Favre under center. Peterson back in the game at running back. Favre Sees blitz again. Blitz comes again. Short drop. Throw it right side. Incomplete to Rice, running a short out. Gay was covering along with Scott Shanley. He had blitz coming from him from Favre's backside left.
And Favre tried to throw that ball to the right. Great job in the underneath coverage by Scott Shanley. What that tells you is he knows where Favre's hot receiver is, and he runs underneath him. No chance for Favre to get the ball to the hot receiver.
And just one score here in the second quarter. Scores tied at 14. 1:34 to go. Saints and the Vikings. Favre's got a 2nd and 10 at his own 46. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Peterson a deep back. Favre with a lot of hand signals. Fakes the quick pop, hands off to Peterson on a little counter coming back to the right. Picks up a couple. Not much there. Roman Harper. They've done a nice job bottling up Peterson, with the exception of that 19-yard run on a cutback for the first score of the ballgame.
And now this is a tough call by the Saints bench. He's got 1:30 to go on the clock, and you use one of your timeouts in hopes of getting the ball back. But the Minnesota Vikings have the ball almost at midfield. So if you're looking through the coaching manual as to whether or not you use your timeout on defense on 3rd and 9, I don't know. If you let this tick down a little bit, you can still get the ball back with 45 seconds to play if you stop them on the next down. Now you've given the Vikings a little bit of life if they're able to pick up this 3rd down.
Longwell's kicked 2 52-yard field goals this season. Big play coming up. 3 for 6 on 3rd down are the Vikings. 1:30 to go. 3rd down and 9. Vikings at their own 47, going left to right in their white uniform. Purple helmets, purple socks. Favre in a shotgun with 3 receivers left, 2 right. Empty backfield with him. Now he's going to bring Taylor into backfield. Favre takes a snap. Got time. Pumps left. Comes back right. Deep right sideline. Too high. Through the hands of the intended receiver, Bernard Berrien, right in front of the Saints bench at about the 40-yard line. Darren Sharp recovering.
A lot of times you can pump a safety out of position because he's watching the quarterback and he's looking at the pump. He pumped to his left. Darren Sharper's on his right. You would think Darren Sharper would move to that left side. No, he moved to where the receiver was, and he was there, and he put a big lick on Berrien as the ball went right past him.
Here's Kluwe to punt. Bush back at his own 10. Good snap, Kluwe. And a good kick. Angling towards the sideline. Bush makes a catch. 15-yard line. Lose the ball. Loose ball. Big scramble. Huge scramble. And it looks like Minnesota's recovered. The Vikings have the football.
Now, they recovered in the end zone, but you cannot advance a muffed punt, and that's what that was.
The ball will be at about the 12-yard line. Bush, anxious to make a return and make something happen, may have really cost his team.
Recovered by a member of the kicking team. Cannot be advanced, but it is Minnesota football. First down.
Occasionally, you will hear coaches in coach speak say a player is trying to do too much. That time, Reggie Bush trying to do a little too much. Go ahead, fair catch that ball. Let your offense have the ball at that position.
Frampton hit him. Loose ball. Kenny Onatolo, who's their great special teamer, made the recovery. So now Minnesota in business. 1st and goal at the 10.
And the Vikings can run the ball here because they have 2 timeouts that they can use.
Kleinsasser motions left. Favre under center. Deep back Peterson. Give it to Peterson. Trying to turn the corner right. At the 10. At the 5. Driving. Staying alive. Gets to the 4. Out of bounds. Adrian Peterson with a hearty big boy run there. Cedric Ellis
Earlier, with the tackle. We saw Darren Sharper tackle him right around the thighs. You hit him up in his chest area, he's going to run right through you.
So a timeout called. Pete Morelli signaling. Timeout called by the Saints. With exactly 60 seconds to go. And we'll take a timeout. Timeout on the field with the score. The Saints 14, the Vikings 14. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
When you want fast pain relief, are you sure you're taking the right pain reliever? Which do you think relieves tough pain faster? Advil Liquid Gels or Tylenol Rapid Release Gels? The fact is, Advil Liquid Gels are faster on tough pain. And which is stronger? You guessed it, Advil Liquid Gels. So next time you want a pain reliever that works fast, remember the facts. Relief doesn't get any better than this. Advil.
Use as directed. Brands or trademarks of their respective owners.
60 seconds to go. First half, Vikings knocking on the door. Second down and 4. Pro set backfield. Deep back is Peterson with Dugan. They motion Shanko. Favre hands a fight, lost the ball. It's recovered by Fujita. Favre has his hands on his helmet as he lays on the ground. He can't believe he didn't get the ball into Peterson. A fumble on the exchange, and a golden opportunity goes away for Minnesota.
Well, once again, the quarterback, Brett Favre, as soon as he comes out, he's faking as if he's going to throw the ball. Then he tries to whirl around. He's too far away from Adrian Peterson. Adrian Peterson is reaching for the football. Sometimes you just have to take the loss. Brett Favre should be experienced enough to know, hey, I'm too far away from Adrian Peterson. The ball's not going to get there. Just don't lay the ball out there on the ground.
Boy, the Saints escaped there. They could have been down a touchdown or minimum down a field goal at halftime.
Reggie Bush is breathing and he's a sigh of relief.
Yeah, he has been totally taken off the hook. Bush the deep back. 1st and 10 at the 10-yard line for the Saints coming out. A handoff to Bush to the right side, behind right guard to about the 15. Jared Allen making the stop. Clock runs with 47 seconds to go. And a reminder to stay with us for the NFC Championship halftime report with Scott Graham. Scott's going to recap the AFC Championship game, brought to you by Head & Shoulders with 7 benefits in every bottle. It's more than just dandruff. Visit TroyTacklesMore.com for a free sample. 29 seconds and counting.
But right now, you've seen the Vikings aren't going to stop the clock. Quarterback kneel down.
Handoff. Right side for a couple. And it was Reggie Bush brought down by Lieber. And that looks like that'll do it for the first half here at the Superdome in New Orleans. Party atmosphere, you bet. Saints trying to get to their first Super Bowl. And Minnesota trying to get to their first Super Bowl in 33 years after losing its last 4 NFC Championship trips.
In a game with 2 high-powered offenses, we saw a couple of defensive stops in the second quarter, and then the turnovers. And you're thinking, with being so evenly matched, maybe a turnover is going to swing this game. And like I said, Reggie Bush got off the hook with that missed exchange from Favre to Adrian Peterson.
Boy, he's very lucky. That's the end of the first half. With the score, the Saints 14, the Vikings 14. When we return, Scott Graham joins us from our RE/MAX studios with the halftime report. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
When you want fast pain relief, are you sure you're taking the right pain reliever? Which do you think relieves tough pain faster? Advil liquid gels or Tylenol rapid release gels? The fact is, Advil liquid gels are faster on tough pain. And which is stronger? You guessed it, Advil liquid gels. So next time you want a pain reliever that works fast, remember the facts. Relief doesn't get any better than this. Advil.
Use as directed. Brands or trademarks of their respective owners.
Troy Polamalu, Bob Bach here from Sports Notes. Can I have a minute?
Hold on, let me take my helmet off.
Oh, my. Troy, your hair.
Well, Bob, since you asked, I use Head & Shoulders. It's for more than just dandruff.
Troy, I wasn't asking about your hair.
In fact, Head & Shoulders does 7 great things for my scalp and hair.
Actually, Troy, I'd really prefer to just talk about the game.
Would you?
Yes.
Would you?
No.
Head & Shoulders, 7 benefits in 1 bottle. Respect the scalp, get the hair. Official shampoo of the NFL.
Hey, NFL fan. After rooting for the home team, you'll probably find yourself rooting around the kitchen for dinner options. Well, you can ignore the skimpy, unfilling diet dinners and forget those fatty, greasy man meals. Go for Campbell's Chunky Soup. Try hearty beef barley. It's my favorite. Made with all lean meat and now with a full serving of vegetables. It's still filling and delicious, and now it's more nutritious. If only all rooting led to such happy results. Campbell's Chunky Soup, satisfying and nutritious.
Music and football live from South Florida. Get ready to party with the Pepsi Super Bowl Band Jam. With performances by Rihanna, Timberland and Friends,
I can tell the way you like it, baby, super size.
And Justin Bieber. Hosted by Kevin Dillon and Nancy O'Dell. It's the Pepsi Super Bowl Band Jam. Live Thursday, February 4th at 9/8 Central. Only on VH1.
Welcome to the NFL Playoffs Halftime Report, brought to you by Head & Shoulders.
With 7 benefits in every bottle, it's for more than just dandruff. Visit TroyTacklesMore.com for a free sample. Once again, here's Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios in New York, we are at halftime of the NFC Championship game with the Minnesota Vikings and New Orleans Saints tied up at 14. Winner of this game will go on and play in the Super Bowl against the Indianapolis Colts, who earlier today here on Westwood One took on a New York Jets team that had been a surprise to just about everyone except for Rex Ryan in this postseason. Well, the Jets had a 17-6 lead with 2:11 to go in the first half of this game. Peyton Manning then drove his team 80 yards in 58 seconds to get the Colts back within 17-13. In the third quarter, at the end of a 57-yard drive, he found the guy who had a huge day.
Manning short drop back, arches a pass in the corner of the end zone. Over the shoulder catch made. Was it in? Yes, it was. In the corner of the end zone. It is a touchdown. Pierre Garçon, a 4-yard touchdown reception with the defender crawling up his back in the far corner of the end zone with a great over-the-shoulder catch for 6.
Kevin Hart with a call right here on Westwood One, and that gave the Colts the lead on the day. A 20-17 score after the extra point. Later, another long drive, this time 80 yards, and a very familiar target for Peyton Manning put him over the top.
Manning awaiting the snap from Saturday, which he gets the fake handoff. Manning throws a line drive pass down the middle, caught. A two-handed catch made at the goal line by Clark. He's in the end zone for a touchdown. Manning's third touchdown pass today. A 15-yard touchdown pass, and the Colts on top, 26-17.
They would win it by a final score of 30-17 and advance yet again to the Super Bowl. After the game, Mark Malone caught up with Pierre Garçon, who had himself a record-setting day.
Scott, thank you very much. Standing alongside Pierre Garçon, what an incredible afternoon for you today, Pierre.
Yeah, it just happened to go my way today.
Well, obviously the matchups were in your benefit. I talked to Peyton a little bit. He said he wasn't trying to go away from Darrelle Revis, but you came up awfully big today.
Yeah, one of us had to step up our game today, so, today just happened to be my day, and I'm glad, I can help out as much as I could, and I'm glad we're going to the Super Bowl.
Well, you came up here and you put the Haitian flag up on the stage here. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, right now Haiti's going through a very tough time, and, just trying to put a smile on their face back home.
Again, Pierre Garçon from Haiti. What does this do in terms of trying to lift the spirits over to the people on that island?
It brings a little smile, but, we still got one more step to go to win the Super Bowl, and then we got to start rebuilding back home.
Well, Pierre, again, congratulations, and we'll look forward to seeing you down in Miami.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Scott, back to you.
What an incredible day for Pierre Garçon. 11 receptions, 151 yards, and the touchdown you heard, the Indianapolis Colts advanced to the Super Bowl. They wouldn't have done it, of course, without Peyton Manning, who threw for 377 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no interceptions. Rex Ryan, the opposing head coach, just couldn't find an answer.
We tried everything, tried man, tried two-man, tried zone, tried you name it, but it was... you got to give him credit, man. He is one heck of a quarterback, and we definitely had some issues there.
And after winning a Super Bowl 3 years ago, Peyton Manning gets another opportunity against 2. We don't know yet. Halfway through and still nothing decided in New Orleans. We are at halftime with the Minnesota Vikings and the New Orleans Saints knotted at 14. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Mom, thanks for taking me to work with you today.
It's my pleasure, honey.
Gee, you work with lots of people who don't look like you at all.
What do you mean?
Well, there are Asian people and African Americans and Latinos and...
Of course there are. Here, we all work together as a team.
But aren't they different than you are?
In a way, but those differences are good because they mean different ways of saying things, different ways of thinking things, and different ways of doing things.
But Mom, if all that different stuff is so good where you work, how come where we live, everyone looks just like us?
Diversity shouldn't be left behind at work each day. In our neighborhoods, we can create a greater appreciation and respect for cultural differences and prepare our children for the global life that lies ahead. After all, your family doesn't live in a 9-to-5 world. Why should diversity?
Mom, the people you work with are awesome. I really like them.
To better understand the benefits of diversity in your community, log on to aricherlife.org. That's www.aricherlife.org. A message brought to you by the National Fair Housing Alliance in celebration of the 40th anniversary of the Fair Housing Act.
Exercise is for everybody. I'm Dr. Jim Rimmer from the National Center on Physical Activity and Disability.
Let me introduce you to Shirley Lewis. She's had a disability for half her life and gained so much weight.
I can't even walk up the stairs, let alone go to the store. Then I heard about the National Center on Physical Activity and Disability. They sent me a directory of programs and facilities that offer activities suited to my lifestyle and close to my home. Would you believe my park district had a walking club that accommodates people with disabilities? Now I'm taking a walking class. I've never felt healthier or happier. Next, I'm going to check.
No matter what type of disability you have, exercise is the best medicine that you can take. If you want to feel healthy and get back into shape, contact the National Center on Physical Activity and Disability. We'll help you design your own exercise program. Call us at 1-800-900-8086 or visit our website at www.ncpad.org.
Funding provided by the Illinois Council on Developmental Disabilities.
Welcome back to the NFC Championship game on Westwood 1. It's time to check the first half stats. Brought to you by Thomson Reuters, delivering must-have information that powers better, faster decisions by professionals in finance, law, healthcare, science, media, tax, and accounting. Knowledge to act. ThomsonReuters.com.
And at halftime, Minnesota and New Orleans knotted up at 14. One of the key numbers, time of possession. The Vikings 17 minutes and 37 seconds. The Saints with 12:23. Also extended drives in this game. Of the 4 touchdown drives, none was less than 64 yards. None was less than 7 plays. Drew Brees, 10 out of 16 for 133 yards and the 2 touchdowns. Brett Favre, 15 for 26 with 127 yards and 1 touchdown. Also, so far bottled up, Reggie Bush, 4 carries, 6 yards. He has 1 catch for 28. Pierre Thomas, a 38-yard touchdown score. The other side, Bernard Berrien has been the leading receiver for the Vikings with 4 catches for 43 yards. Adrian Peterson, 11 carries, 49 yards, and an early score. Let's look at what has happened so far. The other big number, the turnover number, but they erased themselves after Reggie Bush muffed a punt, and the only turnover for New Orleans in the half, Brett Favre fumbled the handoff exchange with Adrian Peterson, and the Vikings missed a golden opportunity to take the halftime lead. This has been the NFL Playoffs Halftime Report, brought to you by Head & Shoulders. With 7 benefits in every bottle, it's for more than just dandruff. Visit TroyTacklesMore.com for a free sample. Once again, our halftime score, Minnesota 14 and New Orleans 14. When we return, Dave Sims and James Lofton will have the second half kickoff. You're listening to coverage of the NFC Championship game on Westwood 1.
Ode to the Subway turkey melt. Quit talking turkey and get busy tasting it. Lean, juicy turkey smothered in melted cheese on freshly baked bread. All fresh toasted and stacked with mouth-watering veggies. Surprisingly, 7 grams of fat even with cheese. Part of a Subway Fresh Fit meal, a simple way to enjoy eating better. And by simple, we mean fantastically, mind-numbingly delicious. Gobble, gobble one up today. Subway. Eat fresh.
Subway Fresh Fit is not a diet program. Fat content refers to regular 6-inch subs, not down your 9-grain wheat bread compared to standard formula.
With me today is motorcycle owner Dan. Like most people, Dan is looking for ways to save money. He tries to save on gas by roller skating to the grocery store.
It's hard carrying all those bags.
He uses a hand crank radio.
It's a good workout.
And he even cooks by candle heat.
The scented ones give great flavor.
But you don't have to be like Dan, because Geico makes it easy to save on motorcycle insurance. To see how much you could save, visit geico.com or call 1-800-442-9253.
If you're making a grocery list, can you pick me up some tofu?
I'm just jotting down the pros and cons of buying a home.
Yeah? What are the pros?
Low prices, low interest rates, huge tax credit for buyers, and plenty of homes to choose from on RE/MAX.com.
There must be a ton of cons.
Not really.
What about losing me as a roommate?
Right. One more item for the pro column.
That's harsh, dude.
Visit RE/MAX.com to learn if you're eligible for the home buyer's tax credit. Nobody sells more real estate than RE/MAX. Where do you want to be? Each office independently owned and operated.
If you... or... then you need Tiger Balm. You're out working hard every day. Your muscles need a break. Tiger Balm works. So if it's... or... then there's only one thing to say.
Get me some Tiger Balm.
Tiger Balm and Tiger Balm patches. It works where it hurts. Available everywhere.
Welcome back to New Orleans. We're at the Louisiana Superdome. The score, Saints 14, the Vikings 14. Along with Hall of Famer James Lofton and Hub Arkish, I'm Dave Sims. And that sound means it's time to exchange ideas about what each team needs to improve upon in the second half. Brought to you by Harley-Davidson. Now's the time to improve your ride with the competitive bike exchange. Stop into any participating Harley-Davidson dealer before February 28th, 2010. And trade in your competitive bike for $500 over trade-in value towards a new Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Visit harley-davidson.com/trade-in for more details. What do you have, James?
Only had 25 plays in the first half, and they've got to do a better job in staying on the football field. That means converting on third downs. Reggie Bush has to be a factor, and really the running back position, because they want to continue to be able to move Drew Brees out of the pocket. The Minnesota Vikings, they've done a great job with Adrian Peterson, 49 yards in the first half on just 11 carries. So he's been exactly where they want. Where they've missed are on some of those deep throws down the field. They've taken their shots. They haven't connected. I think that they'll continue to take those shots also.
Reggie Bush last week, 12 touches, 217 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Tonight, 4 rushes for 6 yards and 1 reception for 28 yards. Let's go down to Hub Arkish.
Well, Dave, thank you very much. Obviously, the Vikings very disappointed at the missed opportunity at the end of the first half. Both coaches needing to get their offenses on track, try and stay away from the third down situations they've been in. One injury of minor note, Jamarcus Sanford, the special teamer, backup safety, Minnesota Vikings, has a groin injury. His return is doubtful.
All right, Hub, thank you. 30 minutes from Super Bowl 44. The Indianapolis Colts are already there. Here we go with the kick by Longwell to get us going in the second half. This going down to about the 2-yard line. It's going to be Roby coming up the left side, 15, 20, pick up ahead of steam, runs through a tackle, stays on his feet, going right side at the 20, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, finding his way to the 40-yard line. What a return by Courtney Roby. He's brought down by Asher Allen, a 65-yard kickoff return.
And a little bit of a long line drive kick by Ryan Longwell that allowed Reggie Roby to get up in the fray, and you've got to tackle smallish guys.
No foul on the play. Pete Morelli going back to get a flag that was dropped at the 5-yard line. You're exactly right. They had him in a pile. He took a head-on collision and was able to keep his feet. First time the NFC Championship has been tied at halftime since 1992. Dallas and San Fran were locked up at 10-10, where the Cowboys went on to win it 30-20. A great starting position. You can't beat this.
You can't beat it, but like the first drive of the game when they were countering the Vikings scoring drive, they need to be able to cash in. Once you cross midfield, you need to think 7 points.
Brees under center. He's got 3 receivers left. The deep back, Reggie Bush. Back to throw, fake the draw, throw right side, caught Dave Thomas right side to the 21-yard line. That's a first down for New Orleans. He's brought down by Medill Williams. First down, Saints.
Great job by Drew Brees reading the coverage. He had Marcus Colston in the slot on the left. And what they're doing, Antoine Winfield's there, but then they're shading the safety over the top to kind of double Marcus Colston. He came back and threw the ball to Dave Thomas going up the right seam. So Drew Brees, great job with his eyes and taking what the defense gave him.
Gain of 16, first and 10 at the 20. Brees under center, a double wing set, handoff, right side, right tackle. Good surge, really good surge. To inside the 15-yard line goes Pierre Thomas. So running behind that right side, Jari Evans and John Stinchko pick up 6 on that play. They'll quickly come out of the huddle. Second down and 4 at the 14-yard line. Brees gets them lined up. He's under center, deep back. Hand off to the I-back Thomas. Coming left side. Bangs his way to the 10. He's right at first down yardage. Looks like he did get it.
Last week in this same area of the field, we saw Marcus Colston just chew the cornerback up. Now what they've done is it's a little bit of a double coverage to his side, and when you use that double coverage, you have no force from the secondary, so you run to that side as opposed to throwing to it. They have to respect Marcus Colston because he can go up over the top of anybody and catch the football.
They bring in big Zach Streif, extra tight end, left side. First and goal, just inside the 10 for the Saints. 65-yard kickoff return, set him up. Streif motions right. They'll run right. Thomas, big hole to the 5, fights his way, leaning in, touchdown! Touchdown Saints! And for the first time here in the second half, it's the Saints on top 20-14.
Once again, Marcus Colston lined up on the right side, the safety so reluctant to come up and play the run because he has to help with Marcus Colston over the top if he goes deep. That softness allowed him, Pierre Thomas, to find his way into the second level and squeeze right over the goal line.
First lead for the Saints this evening comes at the 12:56 mark. 65-yard kickoff return. Hartley with Brunell, the veteran, holding. Snap placement kick up, and it is good. Saints lead for the first time. The NFC Championship game, their first time hosting. And with that TD, RE/MAX makes another donation to the Children's Miracle Network. RE/MAX, nobody sells more real estate than RE/MAX. 12:56 to go, third quarter. It's the Saints 21, the Vikings 14. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
The horrors of dogfighting have been in the news lately, yet missing from the headlines are the 66,000 dogs facing cruel, painful experimentation for obsolete biomedical research and misguided drug testing, all of it unnecessary and ineffective because today better alternatives exist. These dogs can't fight back, but you can by contacting the National Anti-Vivisection Society at 800-888-6287 or navs.org.
Remember the SS Hope, the world's first peacetime hospital ship? It sailed around the world for 14 years, bringing health and medical knowledge to hundreds of thousands, helping people help themselves. But now our job is too big for one ship. Today, Project Hope alleviates the suffering and saves the lives of millions of people on 5 continents, including the United States. In more than 70 countries, Hope's volunteer doctors and nurses have trained local health professionals who then teach and treat their own people. In the United States, Hope provides objective research and analysis of the crucial issues which affect the cost and quality of medical care, helping all of us work together toward a healthy America. Project Hope helps people help themselves, bringing good health, not for a day, but for generations to come. Project Hope, helping people help themselves.
Saints lead for the first time today, 21-14, 12:56 to go here in the third.
You know what? That offensive line for the New Orleans Saints, last week the Dallas Cowboys got harassed by the Minnesota Vikings, 6 sacks, but the blocking unit up front, Bushrod, Nix, Goodwin, Evans, Stitscombe, they could get a job with H&R Block, maybe.
Sure could. Speaking of great blocks, it's tax season. Visit H&R Block for all your tax questions. Click, call, or come over to H&R Block. Get it right.
Take one of those big guys in the office with you when you're getting audited. You get it straightened out in a hurry.
I'll take Zach Streif, I'll tell you that. Saints fans on their feet, making noise.
If we're playing this game outside in the mud, Drew Brees would still be clean.
Yeah, that's so true. Here we go with Percy Harvin. Back to get the kick. Morstead on the approach, and here we go. High end-over-end kick. Driving Harvin back into the end zone, makes an over-the-shoulder catch 5 yards deep, takes a knee as he faces the end zone crowd for the touchback. Takes a knee facing him. It is back to the on-rushing kick coverage, guys. Once again, let's contact our sideline reporter, Hub Arkish, brought to you by email marketing from Constant Contact. For a free 60-day trial, log on to ConstantContact.com. Hub?
Dave, so much of this game about sudden change. Remember the Vikings, the big turnover just before the half. Now the big kick return, the touchdown. The Saints sideline is up and at him for the first time all game. Really equal to what's been going on the Vikings sideline.
See him from up here. Good call, Hub. Chester Taylor empties, leaving the fullback, Tahi, in the backfield. Favre, 3-step drop, throw right side, caught Sidney Rice at the 30, eludes, cuts inside to about the 33-yard line, first down Minnesota. Quick pass to Rice, 13 yards, first down Vikings. Scott Shanley on the coverage.
And just the good awareness, you 3 receivers on the right, Sidney Rice being the inside of those 3 receivers in the slot. just runs up the field 5 yards. Instead of turning out like that pattern calls for, he turns inside because the defender's waiting for him. Nice me-to-you throw, Brett Favre to Sidney Rice.
3 catches, 22 yards for Rice. Favre under center, 1st and 10 at the 33. Blitz coming. They hand off to Peterson. Now he's trying to break it back left side. Stays on his feet at the 35. Trying to get outside of the numbers. And holding on for dear life and finally bringing him down, Tracy Porter. That had home run written all over it. A lightning bolt strike to the right, break it back left, try to bounce it outside. Sharper missed the tackle, and Porter was there to clean it up.
In a game where there is so much on the line, Bernard Berrien is in the backside of that play. So really, all he has to do is occupy the cornerback. He looks inside to try and get a block on the safety. Safety misses his tackle. The cornerback makes his tackle.
Berrien left, Rice right. Kleinsasser, wing right, 2nd and 9 at the 34. Kleinsasser motions into the backfield. Favre play fake. Deep man, got a man in, down the middle. Caught to tight end Schenko. 40-yard line of New Orleans, 1st down. The seam was wide open right between the hashes. 26 yards. He beat Darren Sharper. 1st down, Minnesota.
Now don't put it all on Darren Sharper. Adrian Peterson, 11 carries, 49 yards in the first half. Those linebackers were chomping at the bit when Brett Favre stuck that ball into Peterson's belly and pulled it out. Great job sucking up the linebackers on the play-action fake.
First catch for Schenko. Had a great year, 56 catches, team best 11 TDs. 11 minutes to go in the third, 21-14. Handoff, Peterson right side. Stymied, lost the football. It's being bobbled. They contest for it right at the fleur-de-lis at the 50-yard line, and it looks like Minnesota's recovered. But Peterson has had more than his share of fumbles this year.
7, lost 6.
Yes, sir.
So now you put this, add those 2, that's 9 and 6. There are a lot of running backs who don't fumble the ball 9 times for the whole career.
Right.
And this has been an epidemic issue because he runs so hard. He gets hit, and he's still working and grinding, and it's the second guy in who's causing that ball to get knocked out.
Tahi, the fullback, recovered. Loss of 10. 2nd and 20, back at midfield. Going left to right are the Vikings in a white road uniforms. Taylor in the backfield with Favre. Now Taylor motions right. Favre in the shotgun. Takes a snap. Looking left, pump. Now coming back right side. Got a man open wide again. Schenko, the 30-yard line. He's close to a 1st down. Right at the numbers. Down the right side. 20 yards on a pickup. Sharper with the tackle.
A Brett Favre pump is not like a pump that you see where it's just casually done. I mean, he throws his whole body into the fact that he's going to throw that ball to Sidney Rice going up the left seam. Darren Sharper, as disciplined as he is, just the slightest movement to his right, he comes back to Schenko and nails him. And the thing that he does is he stops the receiver right where the hole is.
Such a cat and mouse game. 1st and 10 at the 30 of the Saints. 21-14, New Orleans. Vikings, here's Favre taking a step. Half roll, screen, right side, Harvey. 30, outside the numbers at the 25. Nice gain there, picks up 5. Brought down by Scott Shanley.
That's twice the Minnesota Vikings offensive linemen have been out in front of a screen where they have not thrown their bodies at the linebackers. You have to throw at those guys. They're going to dance around you every time. Some of these linemen think that they're actually good athletes. They're 6'4", 330 pounds. Throw your body on the ground. Get that guy off his feet. Give the runner a chance to make his own decision, not where you want him to go.
Berrien left, Rice right. I formation, Taylor the deep back. 2nd and 5 to 25. 9:05 to go in the third. 21-14. Saints, handoff. Taylor coming right. Cut it back up the middle. Picks up a nice piece of change there. As Bobby McCray and Mitchell making a stop for New Orleans.
This February, the brightest stars in winter sports, and we're not talking about these football players, compete for Olympic gold. Vancouver Olympic Winter Games live this February on the networks of NBC.
Favre 4 for 4, 63 yards on this drive. He's got a 3rd down and 2 at the Saints 22. Taylor, the deep back in the eye behind Favre. Double tight ends. Favre takes a snap, roll, half roll to his left, throwing left side, got a man down there, Schenko, reaching, diving, makes the catch. 1st and goal, Minnesota at the 2-yard line. What a catch by Schenko, his 3rd of this drive. And the tight end getting it done. He beat Tracy Porter and beat him badly. Nice throw by Favre.
That's the difference between being 95%, where Jeremy Shockey is, and Schenko being 100%. He was able to run that ball down. Now, Brett Favre had missed on a couple of longer passes. That one he put a little more air and a little more touch under and allowed Blashenko to really haul it in.
So Blashenko with the catch sets up Minnesota 1st and goal at the 1. Peterson the deep back in the eye, Dugan the up back. Tight ends, 2 of them right side, 1 left. Favre takes, hands off to Peterson, running left side, diving for the end zone. He's in. Touchdown, Minnesota. 21-20 Saints now with 7:35 to go. Back and forth goes the scoring here in New Orleans.
Now at the end of the first half, on that fumble between Favre and Adrian Peterson, there was a little too much French pastry on the play. And by that, Brett Favre pulls out. He does a play-action fake. That one, he just turned, stuck it in the belly of Adrian Peterson and said, go get it, big fella.
Point after Longwell. Snap, placement, kick up, good. Tie ball game again, 3rd time today. We've been tied with that touchdown. Remax makes another donation to the Children's Miracle Network. Remax, nobody sells more real estate than Remax. 7:35 to go in the 3rd quarter. The Saints 21, the Vikings 21. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
With motorcycles, it's not where you start. It's where you end up. So if you're here, or here, or even here, but want to be here, we hear ya. Your Harley-Davidson dealer is proud to announce the Competitive Bike Exchange. We'll give you $500 over the trade-in value towards the purchase of any new Harley-Davidson motorcycle. And we've got 34 different ways to fulfill your destiny, starting at $69.99. The Harley-Davidson Competitive Bike Exchange, now through February 28th.
Dealer prices may vary. Must take delivery of a new untitled Harley-Davidson motorcycle by February 28, 2010. Trade-in must be competitive, 2-wheel street legal motorcycle, 150cc or greater. Trade-in value at dealer's discretion. Participating Harley-Davidson dealers only. See www.h-d.com/trade-in for complete details.
Welcome back to the Subway Fresh broadcast booth at the Louisiana Superdome, along with Hall of Famer James Lofton and Hub Arkish. I'm Dave Sims. Eat smarter with a surprisingly low-fat Subway turkey melt, part of Subway Fresh Fit meal. Subway, eat fresh. 7:35 to go in the 3rd, 21 all. The Vikings and the Saints here in the NFC Championship game. What a drive by the Minnesota Vikings. 8 plays, 80 yards, and 5:21. They convert a big 2nd down and 20 to Schenkel for 20 yards. He catches 3 passes for 66 yards in that drive, and the score's tied at 21 all. 3rd time it's been tied today. 1 lead change when the Saints went up 21-14.
Huge play on that 2nd and 20, because that drive could have been totally derailed after that fumble that Adrian Peterson had.
Sure.
2nd and 20, you don't expect to pick up a 1st down there, but Brett Favre gets it right on the next play, gets all of it back.
Favre, great drive, 5 for 5 for 83 yards. And now we are ready for the kick. It'll be Longwell kicking left to right. Courtney Roby deep for New Orleans. Here he comes, Longwell, right foot into it. Deep end over end kick coming up the 5. Roby makes a catch on the run. 10-15 coming up the numbers at the 20. It bounces outside to the right at the 30. Looks like he's going to try to take it across field, and then he just got swarmed under by about 5 players. Good coverage by Minnesota. Brought down by Abdullah over there on the near side. 7:27 to go in the 3rd quarter. Saints 21, Vikings 21. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Imagine if the information you needed could find you right when you needed it. Before the board meeting, insight. Before the operation, a second opinion. Introducing intelligent information from Thomson Reuters. Information that's vetted by experts, analyzed and filtered by the smartest software on earth to help people who matter make decisions that matter. Before the deposition, a case history. Before the merger, certainty. Before action, knowledge. Thomson Reuters, knowledge to act.
Want to hear the sound of hassle-free traveling?
All aboard!
Amtrak takes the hassle out of traveling to over 500 destinations. You can stretch out in a spacious seat, relax in a sleeping car, and enjoy a hot meal in the dining car. And for those who want to kick back and take in the scenery, go right ahead. For everything you get on Amtrak, the one thing you won't get is this. So whether you're going to a family reunion or an away game, make it a whole lot nicer on Amtrak. Book your trip today at Amtrak.com or call 1-800-USA-RAIL.
All aboard!
Everyone has questions about their taxes, especially this one. What's this gonna run me? Well, now at H&R Block, get a straightforward price for a straightforward return. Pay just $39 for a federal 1040 easy tax return, and $29 if you need to file a state. And if your taxes are more complex, we can handle that too. Learn more at hrblock.com/1040easy. Click, call, or come over. Get it right. H&R Block. Taxpayer must meet IRS criteria to use Form 1040-EZ. Price is available at participating locations. An additional fee applies with earned income credit.
A reminder that next Sunday it's the Pro Bowl live from South Florida. You can catch all the action on ESPN. Check your local listings for more details. Of course, you can hear that game right here on Westwood One, beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations.
Saints take over now, 1st and 10 at their own 35. Score tied at 21. Saints coming right to left here in the third. Deep back. Pierre Thomas in an offset eye to the right. Breeze, deep drop, play fake. Allen on his heels, and a Breeze one-hop incomplete to Thomas on the screen attempt to the right side. Nice little game there by Allen coming up the gut.
And Allen was lined up on Dave Thomas, the tight end there. Dave Thomas, that's not a good matchup. But I'll tell you what the Saints have the ability to do. They had 7 receivers who caught at least 30 passes this year. And then you tag Lance Morin, who only caught 14, but caught 79 a year ago. Confidence to throw the ball to any of his receivers. That's what Drew Brees has.
Reggie Bush to Breeze's right in a shotgun. 2nd down and 10 at the 35. Handoff. Here comes Bush left side. Nice gain to about the 40. Picks up 5. Antoine Winfield there, along with Pat Williams, making a stop for Minnesota.
Reggie Bush is decisive. There's no hesitation. You know, we talked about him a little bit last week and this week. You know, 5'10". We walked by him, but when he was coming into the stadium in his street clothes, and you went, I didn't know he was that tall.
Yeah.
He's a true 5'10", maybe a little taller, 205 pounds. Not a real big guy, but he's running like a big man.
He runs hard. 3rd down and 4. Saints at their own 41. Out of the shotgun. Breeze got a lot of time swinging at the Bush in the flat. Left side, makes a fingertip catch, but he makes the catch out of bounds.
That ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage. Reggie Bush caught the back end of the ball but couldn't control it until he hit the ground out of bounds, like you said. He is a dynamic player, and you know what? The Vikings are doing a good job keeping him in check this game.
21-21. Saints and the Vikings. 6:40 to go. Here in the 3rd quarter, Morstead to punt. And penalty flags all over the place.
I think the Saints move first and then pull the Vikings off. If it's against the Vikings, it's a free 1st down for the Saints, but I don't think all the pointing in the world by the Saints is going to help here. Although the discussion is taking a little longer than what I would like if I was standing on the Viking sideline.
False start. Number 57, kicking, please. 5-yard penalty still, 4th down.
And one of your special teamers moving a little too soon. That was Jason Kyle.
Called it on the long snapper.
Not good.
Sometimes those long snappers, you mentioned Elvis being in the building, they'll flip their hips a little bit to draw the opponent's offsides.
Here's the snap to Morstead. No pressure. Gets off a beauty. Oh, that's a gorgeous punt. High sailor. Backs up Renaud all the way to the 2. Running left side at the 5. At the 10. Skips to the 11. That's it. Fabulous coverage on a great punt. 4.89 hang time on a punt that goes 62 yards. 9 yards on the return. Troy Evans making the tackle. 6:29 to go in the 3rd quarter. The Saints and the Vikings tied at 21. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Hey, Kelly. So, who'd you hire to do your emails?
What? You know it's just me here.
Come on, I got your newsletter. Pretty fancy. Photos, coupons. Come on, who is it?
Oh, no one's silly. I use Constant Contact.
Really?
With ConstantContact.com, it's so easy. They make me look like $1,000,000, and the emails really work.
Oh, yeah?
It got you in here today, didn't it?
Touché.
ConstantContact.com. Plans as low as $15 a month with a free 60-day trial.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here with a little tailgating quiz for you. What's more fun, tailgating with your friends and enjoying a delicious Ritz cracker with a slice of cheddar and ham on top, or getting sacked by a 350-pound side of beef? Exactly! Tailgating with Ritz. So grab a Ritz cracker and join the fun. For tips to create your ultimate Ritz tailgating party, go to facebook.com/RitzCrackers to download the perfect tailgating recipes, music, and so much more.
Joining me today is Carl. Carl loves his new camper, and he also loves finding ways to save money, like cutting his own hair.
Cereal bowl and scissors, all you need.
Or doing his own dental work.
It only hurts when you're chewing.
He uses tin cans and string instead of a cell phone.
No roaming charges.
But you don't have to be like Carl, because Geico makes it easy to save on insurance for your RV, camper, or trailer. To see how much you can save, visit geico.com or call 1-800-442-9253.
A little hard work and determination can take you a long way, but a good coach can help you get there even faster. At the University of Phoenix, their faculty is comprised of not only well-educated instructors, but also teachers with real-world experience. So when you take a class at the University of Phoenix, you're not only learning from smart people, you're learning from people who've actually spent time in the game. Go to phoenix.edu and get started with your own game plan. Vikings 1st and 10 at their own 10, going left to right, 21 all to score. Handoff, right side, Peterson fighting his way to the 15 to the 16-yard line, coming up the right side. Nice, strong run. Sharper, he and Peterson get up face-to-face, exchange some words. Jonathan Vilma make in on the tackle as well. Sharper and Peterson's conversation continues, and now
they were also teammates.
Yeah.
And you got to remember that Darren Sharper probably never got to lay a hand on the prize #1 pick.
Not even close.
Don't touch him. Be careful of Adrian in practice.
Right. Gain of 7, 2nd and 3 to 17. Favre under center. Deep back, Peterson in the eye. Favre, handoff Peterson, up the gut, got the first, lost the football! Oh, brother! And it's recovered. Looks like Peterson got his own fumble. He fumbled it up the field a good 10 yards. Oh, brother. Roman Harper forced it. He had a nice-looking run, did Peterson, and it gave it up.
He punched it out from behind, and that ball squirted forward about 10 yards. Adrian Peterson, like I said, it's the second guy in who's knocking the ball away. And trust me, the Saints practice that all week long. They're well aware of the issues that Adrian Peterson has, and they're trying to take advantage of it.
To the 32, Taylor in the game now. I formation behind Favre, 1st and 10. 21 all is the score. Deep drop, Favre. Got time, hanging one. Got a man right side, too far. Too far, and that was Harvin. And he started on the left side and ran all the way to the right. Down the sideline, he beat double coverage and it was an overthrow.
Very similar to the play that Aaron Rodgers had to Greg Jennings to start the overtime period. Drop that ball in there. Give your guy a chance to run under it. But that time, Brett Favre just a little too excited, trying to throw the ball away from coverage and let him. Incomplete pass.
Artis Hicks is in the game now on the O-line. So they bring in an extra offensive lineman. 2nd and 10 at the 32. Kleinsasser motions back into the backfield. Blitz comes, draw, up the gut. Taylor, 35, straight up the gut. So about the 38-yard line, brought down by Roman Harper. Clock runs, 4:45 and counting. 21 all is the score here in the NFC Championship. The Minnesota Vikings and the New Orleans Saints.
When you have a speed pass rusher, you try and take advantage of running at him. When you have a speed middle linebacker, you want to run directly at him. And that's what the Minnesota Vikings are doing, running directly at Jonathan Vilma, trying to get one of the big bodies on him, because when they tried to run sideways, he can track you down.
One receiver left, 3 right. Favre in the gun. Now they put Taylor in the slot left. 3rd down and 4 to 38 of Minnesota, going left to right here in the 3rd. Favre takes a snap. Blitz comes. Favre in trouble. Slings it left side. Too far. Incomplete. Penalty flag. Going to be a roughing. Pete Morelli right there.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Number 69. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
Favre holding his left shoulder a little gingerly, holding it up in the air like he's trying to shake it off. Anthony Hargrove put the late on him. Boy, they brought the kitchen sink. Goodness.
In a game
nice
like
job.
this, I always would hear coaches say, you'll get beat mentally before you will physically. You cannot make the mental errors, roughing the passer, pass interference downfield. don't make a mental error when you've made a good defensive play. That time they had a great blitz on, forced Brett Favre to throw the ball, get rid of it, but they hit him and then slung him to the ground. That's where they got the penalty flag.
7 penalties, 65 yards. Quick pass, right side. Berrien makes a catch, tackled immediately. Fabulous play. Jabari Greer in his 6th year out of Tennessee on that throw to the right. And Berrien picked up maybe a yard. Matter of fact, he lost the yard on that play.
And Brett Favre is still trying to collect himself physically. He was wincing after that last throw, but that's also a play that he took away from Adrian Peterson, because that's a run. He saw the cornerback off Berrien and decided to go with the hot, quick throw to the outside. Give that ball to Adrian Peterson. He's hot right now.
Taylor's in the game right now as a deep back. Favre under center, double tight ends. They motion Harvin into the backfield. Favre back to throw. Got time. Throwing it left side. Got a man there. Caught at about the 38-yard line. It's good for a first down. They got it to Bernard Berrien. Let's go down to Hub Arkish on the sideline.
You know, Dave, no official word from the Vikings bench, but standing here a few feet away from Favre, you can tell it's his chest and his back that he's trying to loosen up. He got buried with the shoulder and the rib cage. His arm and shoulder appear to be okay, but he keeps trying to loosen up his chest and his back.
2:58 to go. Good insight from Hub Arkish down to the sideline. Clock runs. Score tied at 21.
I think Hub meant he has an owie.
Deep back Taylor. 1st and 10 at the 36. Handoff Taylor running right side. Bottled up. Good play. Good play by Adele, Remy Adele, and Bobby McCray on the tackle there for Chester Taylor trying to run off a right tackle.
But great movement by the entire Saint defense. I mean, looking at the backside of that run, and they're watching Brett Favre to make sure that he doesn't bootleg out of there. So really a good coordinated effort by the defensive line and the linebackers running to that and also preventing a backside bootleg.
NFC Championship game tied at 21, 3rd quarter, 2:10 to go. Favre and company have a 2nd down and 9 at the 35 out of the shotgun. Favre takes a snap, pumps middle, looks left, slant. It's intercepted! It's intercepted! Jonathan Vilma! Vilma with the INT! And Favre is down, rolling over on his back now.
Well, Remy Adele, the nose tackle, put a lick on Favre, and he is beating John Sullivan, the center.
And Favre's got to limp off now. Oh, this is not good at all. Left leg, left knee, Favre in deep trouble. Favre's 29th career playoff interception, now thrown the most in postseason history, breaking a tie with Jim Kelly. So Favre trying to walk it off the last few steps as he gets to the sideline. Take a break, 1:59 to go, 3rd quarter. Saints 21, the Vikings 21. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
The University of Phoenix congratulates those playing in today's championship games, as this represents an opportunity to fulfill a lifelong journey and dream. You know, it's never too late to achieve your goals. We've heard from a lot of you this season, and Larry Fitzgerald and University of Phoenix thank you for your participation in the Finish Strong Scholarship Program. Next week, a list of recipients can be found at phoenix.edu. Now we ask you to complete your journey, earn your degree, and fulfill your dreams. Log on to phoenix.edu to learn more about University of Phoenix.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First up at auction, we have here a very rare Ming vase from the Ming Dynasty. We will start the bidding at free. Do I hear free?
Free? I'll take it.
Sold to the young lady in the front row for $0.
Sweet.
Free is better. Do your simple federal return for free at TurboTax.com. It's free to prepare, free to print, and free to e-file. No wonder TurboTax is the most trusted brand of tax software. Visit TurboTax.com today. Choose easy. Trusted brand claim based on survey July 2009.
It's complicated.
What is?
Today's real estate market. You drive around and look at the signs. Foreclosures, short sales, REOs. It's supposed to be a good time to buy, but then you hear about delays and red tape.
Go to RE/MAX.com.
RE/MAX.com?
RE/MAX.com has lots of info about buying or selling distressed properties. Plus, it'll point you toward a RE/MAX expert who can speed up the process.
RE/MAX.com?
RE/MAX.com.
Visit RE/MAX.com today. Nobody sells more real estate than RE/MAX. Where do you want to be? Each office independently owned and operated.
21 all, 3rd quarter, 1:59. Let's go to Hub Arkish. Update on Favre.
Dave, the injury is to Brett Favre's left leg. I can't tell if it's the knee, the ankle, or the calf, but they just moved him from the bench to the trainer's table, and as he got up, he put no weight on the leg at all. They had to help him to the table. He's on his back now, and they're working on that left leg.
He's got his helmet on, too, Hub, and he's holding his face mask. He must be in some big-time pain. Meanwhile, after the pick, here's Breeze. Handoff, right side. Nice surge to about the 35-yard line. Pickup of 3. And that run by Pierre Thomas.
Interesting comments by Rex Ryan the last couple of weeks, talking about the big hit on the quarterback affecting your whole team. And for Brett Favre, who means so much for this team, a team that, yeah, they were a playoff team before, but now you add Brett Favre and you take them into what they believe was going to be a Super Bowl team, and now your leader gets knocked out the game. The defense really needs to step up right here.
2nd down and 6. Saints at their own 35, coming right to left here in the third. 21 all. Breeze, handoff right side. Thomas, first tackler, got him. Nice job coming up from the secondary. Medea Williams, Pat Williams there as well. Tried to run it right side again. And that gain picked up about 2. Clock runs at 1 minute to go here in the third quarter. Saints and the Vikings 21 all. Brett Favre injured. That's the big headline at the moment. He's on the trainer's table. From our vantage point,
he's got his left shoe off. It looks like they're retaping that left ankle. But
that they are.
Tavares Jackson has to warm up and get ready to play.
Be ready to play immediately. 3rd down and 3. 42 seconds in counting. Ball at the 38. And that play blown dead. Look back over in the sideline. Favre is getting that left ankle retaped. He's sitting up now. Looks a lot more relaxed than he did a couple minutes ago.
Number 76, offense. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Now,
wow,
Dave,
how's that happen?
I'm going to tell you
center.
How big of a game this is. Roy Ellison, who is the umpire in this game, he bypassed dessert last night.
I know Roy.
This is a big game. And he said, I want to be at my best.
I like Roy. Roy's a good guy. I've spoken to him in airports a few times. He's a character. The umpire, right in the middle of the fray, he hears all the stuff that we can't broadcast on family radio that these players exchange with each other. 3rd down and 8. The 33-yard line for the Saints. Score tied at 21 in the third with 17 seconds to go. Breeze in the shotgun. Reggie Bush to his right. Takes a snap. Breeze got time. Steps up, throwing deep down the middle. Too far. Too high for a leaping Robert Meacham. Incomplete. 7 seconds to go here in the third.
After the shift, Drew Brees went to that audible, and I could tell by the hand signals when they passed it from the inside to the outside, and he was chomping at the bits to complete that pass. He had Robert Meacham in the seam, but he had to drop the ball over the defender. Defender jumping, reaching his hand up just a little high for Meacham.
Last time Morstead punted, Darius Renaud made the catch inside the 5. Cost his team a lot of field position. Let's see if he can do something here as he stands at his own 15.
And he's also mishandled one ball.
Morstead, a high sailing kick. Fair catch signal, far side at the numbers at about the 19, 18-yard line. Left side, 4.98 hang time on a punt that goes 49 yards. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 44. Back here at the Superdome, don't miss music's biggest night, the 52nd annual Grammy Awards, Sunday, January 31st, 8 p.m. Eastern and Pacific only on CBS. That's the end of the third quarter with the score, Saints 21, the Vikings 21. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Back with Super Bowl champ Hair Palomalo.
It's Troy.
Right, Troy. Talk about the Steelers' 3-4 hair fence.
Well, obviously what you want to know is that I use Head & Shoulders. It's for more than just dandruff.
No, Troy. The Hair 4 defense?
Al, listen. Head & Shoulders does 7 great things for my scalp and hair.
I'm not asking about your hair, Troy.
Al.
Yes, hair? Oh. You're right. I am.
Head & Shoulders. 7 benefits in one bottle. Respect the scalp, get the hair. Official shampoo of the NFL.
Introducing the new Premier Rewards Gold Card from American Express. The only charge card that earns triple points on airfare, double points on gas and groceries, a single point on everything else. Points you can use for over 1 million rewards, including travel on any airline, anytime. The annual fee for the first year is on us, and you can earn 10,000 bonus points with your first purchase. Start earning brilliantly. Call 1-800-AXP-GOLD or visit AXPGold.com to apply.
See terms, conditions, and restrictions at AXPGold.com.
Hey, NFL fan, after rooting for the home team, you'll probably find yourself rooting around the kitchen for dinner options.
Well, you can ignore the skimpy, unfilling diet dinners and forget those fatty, greasy man meals. Go for Campbell's Chunky Soup. Try hearty beef barley. It's my favorite. Made with all lean meat and now with a full serving of vegetables. It's still filling and delicious, and now it's more nutritious. If only all rooting led to such happy results.
Campbell's Chunky Soup, satisfying and nutritious.
On Sunday, February 7th, The Who will rock the Bridgestone Super Bowl 44 halftime show, live from South Florida. Rock and Roll Hall of Famers Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend have played on every big stage in the world, except one. Don't miss one of Britain's greatest and most dynamic rock and roll bands make history on American soil with their live performance from Dolphin Stadium in South Florida at the Bridgestone Super Bowl halftime show on CBS.
Here we go. 15 minutes to Miami at Super Bowl 44. 21 all. First play. Fourth quarter. 1st and 10. Minnesota at the 17. Favre back in the game. Hands off. And a big run by Percy Harvin across the 20-25. Fumbled and reached out and brought it back with his right hand as he got to the 28-yard line. Coming left side. Back to Hub Arkish.
Dave, I spoke to the people with the Minnesota Vikings. They've said it is obviously a sprained ankle. Brett is back in the game. You can see he's limping a little bit. He's going to go as far as he possibly can.
And Tavares Jackson. He was warming up. He's not at the moment. Headphones on, cap on backwards, not throwing. So this is Favre's game. 30 seconds in, fourth quarter, score tied at 21. First down play there by Harvin. Out of the shotgun, Favre takes, hands off to Harvin, running right, coming back to the right. Harvin loses the football, and it's bounced around. Favre trying to get in it. The Saints are bobbling. The Saints pick it up. And the Saints have the ball at the 5-yard line. Remy Adele. What a turnabout. Saints in business. Favre involved trying to make the recovery. He's taking a low, slow walk back towards the Vikings sideline. Meanwhile, the Saints have the ball. Let's see, they're going to mark it inside the 10. In fact, it's going to be 1st and goal right at the 7-yard line. Favre's just now getting to the sideline. Last thing he needed was to be getting in and chasing, trying to recover a fumble.
You know, we talked about these teams being number 1 and number 2 in scoring. The reason being is they're both plus in the takeaway, keep away category. But for the Minnesota Vikings, that ball has been on the carpet too many times this afternoon.
Breeze under center, deep back, Thomas. Turns, give it to Thomas, running behind right guard, slips through, gets to the 5, to the 3-yard line. Nice run by Pierre Thomas, running behind Jerry Evans and John Stinchcomb. Ben Lieber making the stop.
And Ben Lieber trying to rip that ball out of there once he got him wrapped up.
21-21 in the NFC Championship game. Winner meets the Indianapolis Colts in a couple of weeks in Miami.
This is the same advantage that the Vikings held at the end of the second half when they recovered the fumble down there and had a chance to punch it in.
Breeze under center, deep back. Give it to Thomas, left side, trying to bounce it. Fine defensive play. Coming up from the secondary, Antoine Winfield. He makes the play. Make that Johnson. That was Tyrell Johnson coming up. He shot the gap. Ball, he tried to bounce it to the left. And Johnson made a heck of a play.
Now you set it up. We talked about the fact that this is a New Orleans Saints team. 7 receivers, over 30 receptions. They're going to spread this thing out, make you match up one-on-one, and go for their best matchup.
3 receivers right, 1 left. Colston to the left. Breeze in a shotgun. 3rd and goal at the 5. Takes a snap. Looking right. Stepping up. Looking left. Nothing there. Rolling to his right. Throwing right. He's got a man in the front corner of the end zone. It is out of bounds. It's Reggie Bush inside the 1 with the completion. Nice job by Breeze to keep that baby alive.
Reggie Bush was standing there at the 2-yard line facing Drew Brees. He threw the ball on his left arm, which made him then turn to the left. If he throws it on his right arm, he falls upfield into the end zone.
And now they're saying it's a touchdown. Wow, what is up with that?
Sean Payton threw the red flag out there.
Well, there's Sean Payton going out to talk to Pete Morelli.
He's got a call from upstairs in the coach's booth that's a touchdown.
New Orleans is challenging the ruling on the field.
So a challenge. Sean Payton is adamant. The view that his guys got from upstairs, without question, they're saying it's a touchdown. He couldn't be more emphatic about wanting this challenge. He thinks he's going to win it.
Well, I'm sure we have enough cameras to take a look at this. Camera right along the goal line will tell if he's in or out, but he got pushed out of bounds, so it's going to be real close. Did the ball cross the pylon and give him a chance to get 6 points?
12:39 to go in the fourth quarter. 21 all, Saints and the Vikings. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
It's a fact. Kids in music programs perform better in reading and math and are more likely to attend college. Yet many public school music programs are disappearing. And when children don't reach their full potential, their futures are uncertain. Help VH1 save the music. Go to VH1.com or call 888-VH1 for music, because music education is instrumental to learning.
This is Dr. C. Everett Koop with an important announcement for men. The American Foundation for Urologic Disease urges all men to be aware and better informed about prostate health. The prostate, a male reproductive organ, is one of the most diseased organs in men, yet most prostate problems, when detected early, can be easily treated. As a man ages, he is more likely to become bothered with prostate troubles. One of the first signs of prostate problems is difficulty with urination. This can be caused by an enlargement of the prostate called benign prostatic hyperplasia. BPH is non-cancerous and can cause urinary symptoms. Symptoms of BPH can include a weak urinary stream, difficulty starting urination, frequent urination especially at night, or interruption of the urine stream. For more information, call 1-800-242-2383.
This close shave instant replay review is brought to you by Barbasol Thick and Rich Shaving Cream, America's leader for a close shave. Here comes Pete Morelli. Touchdown or not? Pete taking a low, slow walk there, wait for TV, and here we go.
After reviewing the play, the receiver broke the plane to the goal line.
Touchdown, Saints! 27-21. So the Saints back on top again. Reggie Bush with the touchdown pass from Breeze. Breeze with his third TD pass. And Breeze, James, did a fabulous job to keep that play alive.
Well, the young legs of Drew Brees, who was able to buy some time. He wanted to hit Marcus Colston on the left. They doubled Marcus Colston, came back, and Reggie Bush was maybe the fourth outlet receiver on that play.
Here's the extra point. Garrett Hartley. Snap placement, put down by Brunell, booted through. So the Saints back on top, 28-21. Second time they've had the lead this evening. 12:39 to go in the fourth, 28-21. Saints over the Vikings. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Food for thought from farmers. No one wants to think about all the things that can go wrong. But at Farmers Insurance, that's what we've been doing for the last 80 years. So today, our disaster response team watches weather patterns and developing storms so we can be first on the scene to lend a hand, a strong back, or even just a shoulder. To find an agent near you, visit farmers.com today for auto, home, small business, and life insurance. And be ready for tomorrow.
Surrogates with Bruce Willis is rated PG-13 for intense sequences of violence, disturbing images, language, sexuality, and a drug-related scene. It's also 90 minutes of extreme, high-impact, butt-kicking action with Big Bad Bruce. And on January 26th, you can own it on Blu-ray, DVD, and movie download, whatever that is. Again, that's Bruce Willis in Surrogates on Blu-ray and DVD. What happens now? What happens now? Go out and buy it. Surrogates on Blu-ray, DVD, and movie download. Hurry. Bruce doesn't like to wait.
A reminder that for every field goal made throughout the playoffs, Barbasol will make a donation to the Boomer Esiason Foundation dedicated to beating cystic fibrosis. Barbasol Thick and Rich Shaving Cream, the real close shave. What a game we have here in the NFC Championship. And listen to these fans. They are rocking again. 28-21 Saints over the Vikings. 12:39 to go in the fourth.
Percy Harvin has not done a great job in reading the kicker on the kickoff returns. He's been fooled a couple times. He's headed in the wrong direction. He's leaning to his left when the kick goes to his right. So if he does a good job reading the kick as the kicker approaches the ball, he's got a chance for a big return here.
12:39 left on the clock. Saints trying to go to the Super Bowl for the first time. This franchise given birth back in 1967. There's been a lot of bad football here and a lot of tough losses of late. There's Morstead on the approach, left to right. Bangs into it, a high draw deep into the end zone. Harvin has to make another over-the-shoulder catch at the back of the end zone in front of the goalpost to our extreme right. Once again, let's contact our sideline reporter, Hub Arkish, brought to you by email marketing from Constant Contact. For a free 60-day trial, log on to ConstantContact.com. Hub?
Well, Dave, after the Harvin fumble, I followed Brett Favre to the sideline, watched the play with the Saints from there. Favre never sat down, refused to take any treatment, kept flexing and trying to walk the ankle loose, and he is back in the huddle right now.
From the 20, Hub, 1st and 10. As the Vikings break the huddle, down a touchdown, 28-21, 12:39 to go in the fourth in the NFC Championship game. The Colts are already in Super Bowl 44. Favre under center, eye back is Taylor. Favre back to throw, screen right, Taylor. Got room, 20, spun down, 22, that's it. Nice defensive play by New Orleans' Scott Fujita. He was there with Bobby McCray, helping to make that stop.
If you looked at an Achilles heel for the Minnesota Vikings, it would have been their fumbles during the course of the season. And tonight, 4 fumbles, only 1 loss. But remember that lost fumble was when they were going to punch the ball in for an easy touchdown at the end of the first half. And now in the second half, the fumbles have just derailed their offensive drive.
Peterson back in the game. 2nd down, 7 at the 23. Favre under center. I formation. Takes a snap, handoff, Peterson running right. Spins out of a tackle, there he goes, 25-30 down the sideline, 35-40. Fights his way to almost to the 50-yard line, 1st down and more. Shanley and Darren Sharper run him out of bounds and a run to the right. Big gain by Adrian Peterson. He's got 19 carries, 95 yards.
And that's Peterson's first carry since his fumble in the 3rd quarter. He must have been steaming on the sideline as Brad Childers had him there waiting.
Yeah.
First chance to get back in the game. Great run, breaks the tackle at the line of scrimmage. Big lift for the Vikings.
27-yard gain. Peterson's still in there. Favre limping. He comes under center. 1st and 10 at the 50. Coming right to left. Favre turns. Play fake. Back to throw. Good protection. Throws down the middle. Almost intercepted. Oh, baby. It was right in his hands. It was right in the hands of Jabari Greer. Should have made the pick. The intended receiver was Sidney Rice. Wow.
A slight bootleg by Brett Favre. He fakes the run. He rolls to his right. He has 2 receivers coming in from the left. Sidney Rice flattened that route off, worked back to the quarterback. He kept at an angle, and Jabari Greer undercut him. Great play by Greer. Just didn't come up with the interception.
Taylor's in at deep back now. Favre in the gun. Taylor to his right. 28-21 Saints. 11-17 to go in the fourth. 2nd down and 10 at the 50. Favre takes a snap. Blitz coming. They pick it up. They throw a screen. The receiver got knocked down by Shanley, and Favre takes another hit. Any flags? No flags. Pressure by Jeff Charleston. So getting beaten badly that time was Bryant McKinney, the left tackle.
Well, right now the game clock is running down. The officials are going to need to reset it. And what they're debating is, what happened to the receiver on the screen. He was knocked down by Shanley, just like you said. They need to give him a fresh 25 seconds on the play clock.
They didn't, so it's 14 seconds. Favre and the Vikings have to huddle up. Game clock at 11-12, 10 on the game clock. 28-21 Saints. 4th quarter with 11-12 to go here in New Orleans, and they are rocking. 3rd down play. Favre back to throw. Pump. Nothing. Throwing down the deep left side. Got a man down there. Wow, what a catch. Buried at the 21-yard line near left side. 1st down, Minnesota. What a throw by Favre. 29 yards in double coverage.
Last week, it was Sidney Rice everywhere, all the time. Now what they're doing, they're looking at the matchup. Cedric Griffin I mean, Jabari Greer did a nice job on Sidney Rice, and what they're doing, they're going after Porter.
Burying 7 catches for 83 yards. Favre with the bad ankle, getting it done right now, driving the Vikings. They're down a touchdown with 10:30 to go. 1st and 10 at the 20 of New Orleans. Handoff coming left side, running hard across the 20 to about the 18-yard line. That was Peterson on the carry, brought down by Will Smith.
And it was power against speed. Brian McKinney, 6'8", 335 pounds. That's before a couple of meals. Will Smith started out to his outside and then cut back to the inside and got his big claws around Adrian Peterson.
10 minutes to go, 4th quarter. NFC Championship game. The Saints 28, the Vikings 21. Favre is driving Minnesota right now. They look at a 2nd down and 8 at the 18 of New Orleans. Offset eye to the right. Peterson empties, motion to the right. Favre under center, takes a snap, looking right, now throwing over the middle, got a man there, burying, makes it, fumble the ball, it's recovered by Jonathan Vilma at the 5-yard line. He made the catch, it gave it up. Tracy Porter with the tackle.
I mean, it doesn't look like there's any chance that his knee was down.
Rolling on the field is a catch. Fumble recovered by New Orleans.
Ball gets punched out. Tracy Porter gets his hand in there after he spins. That's 5 fumbles on the ground for the Minnesota Vikings.
Wow.
They were singing about pants on the ground. It's been balls on the ground.
To be sure. 2 turnovers in the red zone for Minnesota. Boy, they will rue those 2 turnovers for a very, very long time.
And when you look at the Saints and their hot start that they had this year, it was fueled by their defensive play and taking the ball away.
1st and 10, Saints at their own 5, going left to right. Handoff coming right side. It's Pierre Thomas hunting and pecking, picks up 4. Nice 4. Nice applause here by the Saints fans. And right now, they want that clock operator to maybe lop off 7 or 8 minutes. There's 9:22 and counting.
This is where a Reggie Bush gives you that X factor. He can be in the backfield as a running back. You can split him out, throw him the ball, throw him screens. Such a dynamic performer, and all eyes will go to him. So even a play-action fake, it'll suck the linebackers in and drop the ball right over the top of them.
Minnesota defense got to bail out the offense. Saints with a good chance here, leading 28-21. 2nd down and 6. Ball's at the Saints 9. Breeze back to throw. 3-step drop, throw left side, and it's caught by Colston. And make that Henderson, far side left. And he was brought down by Cedric Griffin. And that was a gain of about 4. Dave Sims, James Lofton, and Hub Arkish here in the Subway Fresh broadcast booth at the Louisiana Superdome. Start the year right with a surprisingly low-fat Subway Club, part of a Subway Fresh Fit meal. Subway, eat fresh. 8:28 and counting. Here's Breeze, fumble the ball, picks it up, runs it up the middle, got the 1st down. Can you believe that? He was going to run a handoff to the left, dropped it, went down, picked it up, and advanced the ball across the 15-yard line, and he gets the 1st down. Now some pushing, shoving, kicking, and cussing going on right now.
Pushing and shoving because they're laying on top of your quarterback.
1st down achieved by Breeze. So Pete Morelli and everybody, they separate.
You know, they're calling this a 4th down, saying that he was down short of the line.
Wow, I thought he picked it up and got it across. It's short of the 1st down indeed by about half the length of a football. Sean Payton is out on the field. He's going to...
New Orleans is challenging the ruling on the field that the runner crossed and made a 1st down. Timeout.
We'll take a break.
You know,
8:10 to go.
Where the ball was, he was short.
Is that right? Okay, 8:10 to go in the 4th. Saints 28, Vikings 21. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood 1.
It's Danica Patrick, IndyCar Series driver. Over the years, I've driven a lot of different cars, but 2 things never change. No one demands more from their car than me, and nothing protects under the hood better than Peak.
Peak Long Life Antifreeze is formulated with advanced organic technology to protect any engine of any make, any model, anytime. If you can drive it, Peak can protect it.
And when I drive it, it better perform.
Peak Long Life Antifreeze in the blue bottle.
When you peak, you win.
Always maintain cooling system as specified in vehicle owner's manual, including top offs.
Who will take home the Grammy for Best Metal Performance? Find out Sunday, January 31st on CBS. Nominees are Judas Priest, Lamb of God, Megadeth, Ministry, and Slayer. For the latest information on the show, follow the Grammys on Twitter and Facebook. It's music's biggest night, featuring performances by the Black Eyed Peas, the Dave Matthews Band, and Green Day. The 52nd Annual Grammy Awards. Sunday, January 31st on CBS.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. For many years, I couldn't join the fun outside the stadium, but now I just love tailgating with Ritz Crackers. To find great tailgating ideas, tips, and music, go to facebook.com/Ritz Crackers.
Larry Fitzgerald is someone who knows the power of teamwork, which is why he's returning to school with University of Phoenix. University of Phoenix provides students with graduation teams so that they have personalized support throughout their academic journey from enrollment through graduation. Log on to phoenix.edu to discover what Larry has, a good team that can help you set up for success. That's phoenix.edu. Challenge right now as to whether or not Drew Brees picked up a first down after he fumbled. Waiting for Pete Morelli to come out from under the hood.
Well, he fumbled the snap, which we all know. But as he picked it up and he started to lunge for it, he then fumbled the ball again, and the ball slid back down his body.
28-21, Saints lead it, 8:10 to go, fourth quarter here at New Orleans, the NFC Championship game. Here's Pete Morelli, the referee. And they had a good look at it.
After reviewing the play, the ruling on the field will stand. Fourth down.
So the Minnesota defense bails out the offense again.
And you know what? On great teams, championship teams, that's the way it's supposed to be. When you're called to do something, you go out there and you just do it. Go play defense. We gave the ball up, you go play defense.
Darius Renaud back for this punt, standing at his own 37 to our right. Morstead to punt, quick snap, gets into it, a little bit of pressure. Not a great kick. This time it bounced out the 50, takes a left turn towards the sideline at the 45. So Favre and company will have outstanding starting position here on this drive with 7:57 to go in the fourth quarter. 7:57 in the fourth. It's the Saints 28, the Vikings 21. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Geico brings you inspirational moments. Saving money requires endurance. Got a motorcycle and needed insurance. Then a Geico commercial that I thought was funny told me to call and start saving money. Geico covered my camper and trailer with ease, also my boat and PWCs. So fellow friends and power sports owners no longer feel like uninsured loners. Give Geico a call. It truly behooves you. Insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you. Serious passion, serious savings. Geico Power Sports.
Troy Polamalu, Bob Bach here from Sports Notes. Can I have a minute?
Hold on. Let me take my helmet off.
Oh, my. Troy, your hair.
Well, Bob, since you asked, I use Head and Shoulders. It's for more than just dandruff.
Troy, I wasn't asking about your hair. In
fact, Head and Shoulders does 7 great things for my scalp and hair.
Actually, Troy, I'd really prefer to just talk about the game.
Would you?
Yes.
Would you?
No.
Head and Shoulders, 7 benefits in 1 bottle. Respect the scalp, get the hair. Official shampoo of the NFL.
Following the most watched Olympic Games in U.S. history. This February, the world will gather in the spectacular city of Vancouver as the brightest stars in winter sports compete for country in pursuit of Olympic gold.
What a performance! There's your world champion, winter Olympic gold medalist, Shaun White.
The Vancouver Olympic Winter Games, live this February on the networks of NBC.
I'm Brett Favre. For unbeatable comfort and value, you can count on Wrangler. Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Built comfortable, priced right at a Walmart near you.
28-21 Saints leading the Vikings. Time for the Carfax fact of the game. We'll get to that right after this play as Favre leads the Vikings out of the huddle. 1st and 10. Their own 43. Down a touchdown. The Vikings' last 3 possessions. Interception, fumble, and yet they're only down 1 score. Favre under center, turns to his right, handoff. Here's Peterson breaking it back towards the left after starting right, and he gets across the 45 brought down by Jabari Greer on that play. Time now for the Carfax fact of the game.
And Brett Favre just passed Joe Montana for the most yards gained in postseason career. Brett Favre has now passed for 5,809 yards. You know, that's a lot more yardage than some of those TV analysts, former quarterbacks ever threw for in their whole career.
Second down and 6 coming up at the 47. Favre's got solo receivers both sides. Under center, deep back Peterson. Now Dugan in the backfield, straight back to throw. Favre throw right side, in and out of the hands, off the chest, actually, of Sidney Rice. Greer covering for New Orleans. Favre now 25 out of 41, 264, touchdown and a pick. That's our Carfax fact of the game, brought to you by Carfax. If you're buying a used car, make sure your playbook includes Carfax. Carfax Vehicle History Report can help, and it's free at thousands of reputable dealers. Just say, show me the Carfax, or go to Carfax.com. Huge third down.
If you're the Saints, put pressure on him. Make him move on that bad ankle.
3rd and 6 at the 47 of the Vikings. Coming right to left. Down 28-21. Favre throwing right side. Got Shenko again. First down to lose one tackle. Down the far right sideline. Finally taken out of bounds at the 37-yard line. First down, Minnesota. Harper and Greer get him after a 16-yard pickup. Boy, Shenko having a day, huh?
I mean, they were bringing the barn, and they match up with Shenko on Harper one-on-one. Now, Harper, great at the line of scrimmage, second leading tackler for the Saints, but in pass coverage, it's tough to hang with a good tight end.
Berrien comes wide left. Tight end Kleinsasser to the right. 4 catches, 83 yards for Shenko. 1st and 10 at the 37. Harvin motions back into the backfield. Favre play fake, got time, pump fake, in trouble, throws the ball away, gets buried, incomplete. Really good pressure, Anthony Hargrove, who got a personal foul earlier in the game for roughing the passer, was all over Favre.
Now, Brett Favre was sacked 34 times during the regular season, 3 times last week in their win, and today he has been harassed, he's been battered, he's been beaten, but a great job right there of getting rid of the football while you're still in the pocket, because what they want to do, they want to be able to maintain their ability, if they pick up a few more yards, to attempt a field goal.
6:37 to go in the NFC Championship game in regulation. 28-21. Saints, 2nd down and 10. Minnesota at the 37 of New Orleans. Handoff, straight up the gut. It opens at the 30. Cut to his left as Peterson holds on to the football. Got a first down to the 19-yard line. First down, Minnesota coming right up the middle. Ryman Harper makes the tackle, and a nice burst by Adrian Peterson for 18 yards.
Now, we talked about the fact that when you get Jonathan Vilma, who's great at sideline to sideline, get a big body on him, run straight at him. That's what they did on the draw play. He made a nice move on Darren Sharper, and Roman Harper came with a big tomahawk chop, trying to get that ball out from behind.
20 carries, 119, 2 touchdowns for Peterson. 6 minutes to go. 1st and 10, Vikings at the 19 of Minnesota. Peterson, the deep back. Favre under center. Blitz shown, blitz comes. Favre retreats, hangs one up in the air, near left corner, bumping, grinding, leaping, no! Bearing off the left hand. Flag on the play. Covering Tracy Porter.
The first rule in pass interference, you must turn and locate the ball. Porter had his eyes on the defender.
Pass interference, number 22, defense. The foul occurred in the end zone. By rule, the ball will be placed on the 1-yard line, automatic first down.
Here we go. So 1st and goal now for the Vikings. 5:45 to go in the 4th. Down a touchdown, 28-21. The key now, whoever they give it to's got to hold on to the ball.
Exactly.
I mean, they fumbled twice inside the 10. New Orleans, 9 penalties, 88 yards. Right in front of us, deep back Peterson. Dugan, tight end. He's in the backfield. Double tights both sides. Favre under center. Takes his snap, turns, gives it Peterson, coming to the left side. No, he does hold on to the ball. He holds on to the ball. And he's brought down in there by Marvin Mitchell. An extra linebacker along with Cedric Ellis. 2nd and goal back at the 2.
And they lost a yard on that play. I think everybody in the building was thinking they're going to the left side, trying to run behind Brian McKinney and Steve Hutchinson. They're 2 Pro Bowlers, 2 All-Pros on that side.
28-21. Saints lead it in the NFC Championship game. Vikings have a 2nd and goal at the 2. They work from the left hash, wide side of the field to the right. Brosette backfield. Now Dugan empties. Favre under center. Straight dive to Peterson, pushing forward. Off a right guard. He's in. Touchdown, Minnesota. He sliced in behind Anthony Herrera, the right guard, and John Sullivan. And now Ryan Longwell can tie it with the extra point.
That is an old Bill Walsh dive play from the West Coast offense. We're split backs, send one back out of the backfield, and I think it used to be Wendell Tyler.
All the time.
Who used to run that little dive play for the 49ers.
Longwell for the extra point. 54-55 on the season for the veteran. Special teams MVP the last 2 years for the Vikings. Snap, placement, kick, up, and it's good. With that touchdown, RE/MAX makes another donation to the Children's Miracle Network. RE/MAX, nobody sells more real estate than RE/MAX. What a game. Breaking the action with the score. Saints 28, Vikings 28. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Hi, I'm Michelle Obama. The images from Haiti are heartbreaking. Homes, hospitals, and schools destroyed. Families searching for loved ones. Parents trying to feed their children. We can help the American Red Cross as it delivers the food, water, and medicine that can save lives. The people of Haiti are struggling to survive. Please visit redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to help today. Brought to you by the American Red Cross and the Ad Council.
Warner hands off. Now flea flicker back to Warner. Stepping up. Throwing deep down the left side. Double coverage. Fitzgerald makes the catch. Touchdown, Arizona.
Is loud. Now Manning takes the snap. Manning facing pressure. Manning looking, takes a hit as he fires downfield. He has a wide open receiver. Reggie Wayne out of the 25, touchdown.
And it's only heard here.
Favre with his arms outstretched. Gets the belt high snap. Sets up, shuffles to his left. Goes a line drive pass in the corner of the end zone. A leaping two-handed grab made in the corner. It's a touchdown. It's a touchdown. Brett Favre has thrown a pass. And it's caught by the leaping 6'4" wide receiver, Sidney Rice, in the corner of the end zone. A backpedaling, leaping, two-handed grab.
Looking for some playoff action? You want it? We've got it. Westwood One Radio Sports, the only place for postseason football.
Kenny Chesney, Greatest Hits 2 is in stores now and online now. 15 of your favorites, including Out Last Night, and his recent duet with Dave Matthews, I'm Alive. Kenny Chesney, Greatest Hits 2, available everywhere music is sold. On a game, 28 all, 4:58 to go here in the NFC Championship game. The Saints and the Vikings. Peterson with his third rushing touchdown, 19, 1 and 2 yards. Pass interference on Porter, the big play of that drive. 8 plays, 57 yards, and 259 for Brett Favre, playing on a bad left ankle. 28-28. Well, that was one of the questions we talked about before the game. Last team to have the ball. It's going to be a lot of scoring.
Field goal kickers. Oh.
There's long ball on the approach. High end over end kick. That'll be Courtney Roby at the 2. Running up left side, 10-15. Runs into his own man. Good coverage. They dive in. Was there a loose ball? No. And he's taken out at about the 19-yard line. Let's go down the sidelines, checking with Hubarkish.
Well, Dave, James made the point a few minutes ago that if not for the Minnesota turnovers, the Vikings would be in pretty good shape here. The reality is that other than getting the ball at the Minnesota 40 after the opening kickoff of the second half and getting at the Viking 10 after the turnover, which is where the 2 scores for New Orleans came, their offense has been stifled this entire half.
Finally on Pyle. And it is Saints ball. One Roby, Prelo, and about 5 other guys were all locked up in there. And matter of fact, limping off the field is going to be Courtney Roby, the kickoff return man, the deep man. So he recovered his own fumble, and he limps off. He's got his right leg. They're hustling him off. Pick him up. A couple of his teammates come out to get him and carry him off to the near sideline right below us.
You know, we highlighted that defensive front for the Minnesota Vikings coming into this game. They've been a little quiet. Now would be the time for Jared Allen, Ray Edwards, the 2 Williams boys to really step up and pressure Drew Brees.
1st and 10 at the 19, offset I. to the left. Breeze backpedals, pumped, in trouble. Ball's loose. He dropped it at about the 11-yard line. And it's recovered by one of the big offensive linemen. What a break for Drew Brees. It was Jari Evans. The right guard fell on it as Brees was backpedaling, and he had some pressure put on him.
And a great push in the pocket. Started with Jared Allen. Ray Edwards made the hit. Kevin Williams was right there in his lap. They cranked it up a notch, and that's what great players do. They turn it up a notch.
New Orleans this half, just 57 yards in total offense. They send Meacham left. And Henderson to the right. Thomas in the backfield. Breeze is left in a shotgun. 4-man rush. Breeze in trouble. Screen left side. Thomas outside the numbers. And run down by Ben Lieber. Wow, he came out of nowhere. He wasn't even in the picture. And then Lieber, who played a lot of his early career in San Diego when you were there, James, makes a fine play.
And you have 1-count screens and 2-count screens. That was a 2-count screen, which means the offensive linemen have to really stay on their blocks a little longer. That time, they put such pressure on Drew Brees that he had to loft the ball over the head of the defensive lineman, and by that time, the timing was off and allowed Ben Lieber to close and make the tackle.
Close quickly. Reggie Bush in the game, Robert Meacham in the game. Henderson goes wide left. It'll be Thomas and Bush flanking Breeze in a shotgun. This is a huge 3rd and 17 at the 12. Breeze takes a snap, back to throw, 4-man rush, moving his feet, throwing downfield, got a man there, caught Henderson, and he catches at the 27, but he's about 2 yards short of a first down.
You know, this is real questionable right here. 4th and 2, 3 minutes to go on the clock. You're the Saints, you have 2 timeouts. Are you going to get the ball back in this time frame?
Brian Longwell is a very good kicker, and right now Favre and company could be in good shape. Let's see how this punt goes. Morstead gets into it, a high spiraling drive. Raynaud between the numbers and a hash at the 15, 20, trying to get to his right, holds onto the ball, is down at the 21-yard line. Great punt. 5.05 seconds on a 58-yard punt, tackled by Usama Young. So Favre and company, long way to go. They're going to start this drive with 2:37 to go in a 28-all ball game.
And our guy, Boomer Esiason, knows a little bit about 2-minute drives, but the Boomer Esiason Foundation Sacks for CS Scholarship winners will be announced during the Westwood One broadcast of Super Bowl 44. The Sacks for CS Scholarship program is made possible through the financial support of the Salve Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, which provides comprehensive resources to those who are touched by CF. Learn more about it by visiting salvecares.com.
Drama building by the second. Favre 1st and 10 at his own 21, coming right to left. Score tied at 21, and here's a handoff. Make that tied at 28. Handoff running right side. And it was Peterson. Not much there. Maybe he got back to the line of scrimmage.
Now, we all know Brett Favre has been pretty good. Over 19 years, he has 44 career fourth quarter or overtime game-winning drives. That's about 2 per year. I know he'd like to crank out a 3rd one for this year.
Gain of about a yard. 2nd down on a long 9 as we approach the 2-minute warning. They're going to count it down. Adrian Peterson, 22 carries, 118 yards, and 3 touchdowns. We have reached the 2-minute warning. Brought to you by H&R Block. Here's your warning. There are only 81 days left to file your taxes. For all your tax questions, click, call, or come over to H&R Block. Get it right. Saints 28, Vikings 28. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Everyone has questions about their taxes, especially this one.
What's this going to run me?
Well, now at H&R Block, get a straightforward price for a straightforward return. Pay just $39 for a federal 1040 easy tax return and $29 if you need to file a state. And if your taxes are more complex, we can handle that too. Learn more at hrblock.com/1040easy. Click, call, or come over. Get it right. H&R Block. Taxpayer must meet IRS criteria to use Form 1040 EZ. Price is available at participating locations. An additional fee applies with earned income credit.
Your dream of homeownership just became more attainable than ever. The National Association of Realtors wants you to know the homebuyer tax credit has been extended and expanded. Current homeowners can receive a $6,500 tax credit. First-time buyers are still eligible to receive an $8,000 credit. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity ends April 30th. Talk to a Realtor for qualification details or visit houselogic.com/homebuyer tax credit. Every market's different. Call a Realtor today. Income qualification applies. Only Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Tuna melt and fries.
Good.
Tuna melt and fries with 3% cash back.
This is great.
Tuna melt and fries with 3% cash back and no interest.
Delicious.
Anywhere you eat, from takeout to sit down, you'll get 3% cash back when you use Chase Freedom today. Avoid interest on everyday purchases by paying in full with Blueprint. This is more than a cash back card. It's freedom. Enroll now at chase.com/freedom.
Chase cards issued by Chase Bank USA NA and are subject to credit approval. Restrictions apply.
A reminder to stay with us for the Subway post-game report. You're going to hear from members of the winning team, and Scott Graham's going to recap all the highlights from both games of our championship doubleheader, brought to you by Subway. Whether tailgating or watching the game at home, get Subway to cater for you. Mild High platters starting at $25. Giant subs, cookies, drinks, and more. Subway, cater fresh. 71,236 on hand at the Louisiana Superdome in New Orleans. Dave Sims, Hall of Famer James Lofton, and Hub Arkish and our Westwood One crew. We've got a 2nd down and 10 for Minnesota at its own 21-yard line.
And a little bit of cat and mouse going on. The Vikings took the field. They had their fullback Tahi in. Then they substituted Percy Harvin in, which causes the Saints then put their nickel back in. So, yeah, a little bit of gamemanship going on during the timeout.
Favre with a tight end, Klein Sausage to the right. Deep back, Peterson, who has 3 touchdowns today and about 120 yards. Favre, long count, under center, takes a snap, drops the throw, on a draw. Give it to Peterson running right, cut it back left, picked up a couple. He was chased by Cedric Ellis. He broke the initial contact, and then Will Smith brings him down, and the timeout is now called by New Orleans.
And Sean Payton, really big riverboat gambler here, using that timeout. But what he says, he's sending a message to the defense. I've got confidence in you that you're going to get the stop here, and we're going to get the ball back.
So Favre, 26 of 42, 290, a touchdown and a pick. Peterson's got 3 touchdowns. Breeze has thrown for 3 touchdowns. We've had plenty of offense here today.
Well, both these teams, number 1 and number 2 in scoring in the league. The Minnesota Vikings at 29.4 and the New Orleans Saints at 31.9. So points were almost assured coming into this ball game.
3rd down and 8, Minnesota at its own 23. Shotgun for Favre. Taylor to his right. Favre takes a snap, looking to his left. He's got a man, it's Berrien. Berrien slips the tackle at 30, outside the numbers, holds on to the ball to the 32-yard line, fighting his way towards the sideline. 1st down, Minnesota. Brought down by Darren Sharper. Clock at 1:39 and running. Missed tackle by Tracy Porter. And now we've got another timeout. And it's called by the Vikings.
Please set the game clock to 1:39.
Clock shows 1:35, so to put it back 4 seconds. On Sunday, February 7th, don't miss Rock and Roll Hall of Famers Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend with The Who will rock the Bridgestone Super Bowl 44 halftime show.
Who?
Live from Sun Life Stadium in South Florida. Thank you, Mr. Abbott.
I didn't know which one I was, Abbott or Costello, but I figured I'd throw it in there.
1st and 10. Vikings at their own 33. Score tied at 28. 1:39 to go. Regulation NFC Championship. Favre in the shotgun. Back to throw. Goes right side. Got a man there. Caught Sidney Rice between the numbers and the hash. Over the 50 to the 48-yard line. 1st down, Minnesota on the right side. Gain of 19. Randall Gay with the stop.
You know, there's something about seeing your leader, your quarterback, play when everybody thinks he can't play.
Shanko's been his money guy today. Favre, they're going to go no huddle. 1:16 to go. Favre takes a snap. Handoff, running up the middle. Here comes Peterson. Peterson breaks the tackle. Make that Taylor coming right to left across the 35 to the 33. Nice run by Chester. Taylor picks up a 1st down. That's another timeout for New Orleans. A gain of 13 yards. Will Smith on the tackle. 1:06 to go. Nice run. starting behind the right tackle, cut it back left, and he found a big hole.
Now, if you're wondering, why are the Saints calling timeout? Because they realize the Vikings are almost right at their field goal range for Ryan Longwell. Ryan Longwell has hit 9 50-yard field goals since he joined the Minnesota Vikings. That's after a stellar career with the Green Bay Packers. But in warm-ups before the game, his range really is about 52 to 51. He's had 2 52-yarders this year, both indoors under ideal conditions. We're under ideal conditions right here.
The crowd imploring this Saints defense for a stop. Favre has the Vikings 1st and 10 at the New Orleans 33 with 1:06 to go. Taylor the deep back. Rice resets wing left. Taylor starts right, cuts back left, picks up 2. And he got tackled by Remy Adele and Jabari Greer coming up from the corner. Rice will leave the game. Peterson back in. Tahi back in. Berrien leaves. 47 seconds and counting.
And the decision on the Minnesota Vikings sideline is we need about 5 more yards to put us in ideal field goal range.
More than 600, almost 700 total yards in this game. 32 seconds to go. 2nd and 10 at the 33 of the Saints. Favre under center. Turns to his right. Hands to Peterson. Hands on the ball. Nothing there as he gets maybe a yard. Running to his right. Bobby McCray there with 19 seconds to go. And a timeout is called. And it's called by Minnesota. 28-28 in the NFC Championship game with 19 seconds to go. Ryan Longwell is their kicker. Right now, first things first, when we come back to live action, it'll be a 3rd and 10 at the 33. Longwell's got 22 career makes of 50 yards or more in his career. Last 2 seasons, 08 and 09, the special teams MVP. Great year this year kicking field goals, 26 of 28, 2 for 2 from 50 plus. They were both 52-yarders. So Favre now looking to convert a 3rd down and 10 from the New Orleans 33 with 19 seconds to go. I formation, Peterson the deep back. Shanko the tight end wide left, and now penalty flag. I bet that's going to be a substitution penalty.
I'm not sure if they can call back-to-back timeouts.
12 men in the huddle.
12.
Substitution. I thought so. Because I saw Brad Childress far side, and he was just irate. That's it now.
Do you remember when I said they needed to gain 5 yards?
Yep. Well, it's just add on.
They didn't need to lose 5.
Sure didn't. 3rd down and 15 coming up. 19 seconds left on the clock in the NFC Championship game. Many of these fans, 71,236 on their feet. Ball's at the right hash when the Vikings break the huddle. Here they come in their white uniforms, purple helmets, and purple socks. Favre under center. Deep back, Chester Taylor. Berrien double motions back to the right. Favre back to throw. Got time. Pump fake. Rolls out of the pocket. Throws across his body. Intercepted! Intercepted! Running back to far side. It's Tracy Porter. And he's taken down across the 40-45 at the 48-yard line with 7 seconds to go. Favre thrown across his body again. We've seen this movie before.
The penalty for 12 men in the huddle forced the Vikings into a situation where they had to throw for the additional yardage to put them in a comfort range for Ryan Longwell to attempt a field goal. Favre moving out of the pocket. Just get rid of the ball. Go ahead, take the long attempt at the field goal. Don't throw the ball back over the middle late.
Rolling hard to his right. And he gambled and lost. So now the defense has bailed him out a couple of times. They got to do it again in his final 7 seconds regulation.
Now, Garrett Hartley last week in warmups hit from 60. This week in warmups hit from 58. So he has a strong leg.
Ball's at the 48-yard line of Saints. Breeze out of the shotgun. Takes a drop. Swings it right. The ball got knocked down at the line of scrimmage. I think Jared Allen got it. He had Reggie Bush wide open in the right flat. Allen and Kevin Williams, good push there, and they deflected the ball Breeze, there's 1 second left in regulation.
Now, for a ball that got knocked down, that play did not seem like it took 6 seconds. I mean, even if Reggie catches that one, he's not going to get out of bounds.
No way.
If there's 1 second on the clock, if that's accurate.
So now they're going to hang one up high and see if somebody can get lucky on a tip and catch one for a score.
Can you say OT?
Overtime. 3 wides to the right. 1 left. Breeze shotgun. 1 second to go. 2nd and 10. 48-yard line. Back to throw. Breeze in trouble. Breeze in trouble as he retreats, and he just throws it away. We're going to overtime, folks. Jared Allen grabs Breeze. Doesn't throw him down. Holds on to him. It has not been decided yet here in New Orleans. The last time the NFC Championship game went into OT, these Minnesota Vikings were involved back on January 17th of '99. Atlanta came away with an upset victory, 30-27. And the only other overtime game, NFL Championship game, that was Baltimore, of course, taking out the Giants back in December 28th of 1958. So this will be the 5th conference championship in overtime. You had Atlanta winning in '99. Denver beat Cleveland in '87. In '62, the Dallas Texans beat the Houston Oilers. That was the Abner Haynes game. And Baltimore beat the Giants in '58. So we need more time to decide this, baby.
Man. This is sudden death overtime. First team to score wins. In essence, it's a brand new game, starting first quarter and on. Each team will have 3 timeouts, and all replays will be initiated from the replay booth upstairs. Okay? This is heads. This is tails. You're the visitor. You'll make the call. Heads. Heads. Can we spread out a little bit? Tails, you won the toss. You want to receive.
So the Vikings went for heads again. They won in the opening coin toss. They go for heads again and lose, so the Saints are going to get the ball to start overtime here in the NFC Championship game. 28-28.
What you want to do as you start this overtime period, you want to establish a drive. And by that I mean you're looking for the safe pass on first down. You don't know where you're going to get the ball after this kickoff return, but you're thinking to yourself, screens, draws, get the ball into my playmaker's hands. Pierre Thomas has had a good game so far. Reggie Bush, you get the ball around the guys like Marcus Colston, who you know what they're going to do when they get it.
So 2007 also add to the overtime list. The Giants 23-20 over Green Bay at Green Bay in 2007. This game was tied at the half after 3 and now after regulation. And here we go. The opportunities unbelievable here for the Vikings and for the Saints. So many turnovers. Vikings have the ball twice inside the 10, come away with nothing. And we're going to play extra time. Total yards, 244 Saints, Minnesota 483, so that's well over 700 yards.
If you remember that season where they lost to the Atlanta Falcons, Gary Anderson had a perfect season kicking field goals during the course of the year, missed one during regulation. Like I said, playoff time, field goal kicking puts a little extra chink in your throat.
Oh yeah, no question about it. That extra strand of cotton. This place is buzzing. Saints fans feel like, and for good reason, they escaped one here.
The best thing about all this, you know how they have the ceremony after the game and they've got the hats ready to give out? They've got both boxes of hats ready.
On both sides? Yeah, no question. Longwell has it teed up. They'll be coming right to left here in overtime. 28-28. Here he comes. Right foot into the ball. Line drive. It's going to be Pierre Thomas at the goal line. 5, 10, left side, 15. Outside number 25, 30, 35, 39-yard line. Nice return. He broke through the pack at about the 15-yard line. Hassan Abdullah finally brought him down. Got an injured Viking back at the 15-yard line. Just took his helmet off and threw it. And it is Cedric Griffin. Oh, that's a big loss. If Cedric Griffin can't go, we're talking about the starting right cornerback. But he is really hot. He took his elbow sleeve off and threw it, took his helmet and threw it towards the sideline, about a good 15-yard toss left side. And it appears to be a lower extremity.
How about Pierre Thomas stepping up for Courtney Roby, who was injured returning the kick earlier? He had 1 for 19 yards during the regular season, and what a huge return right there, short of the 40-yard line.
We're talking about field goal kickers. Garrett Hartley, 23 years old. 2-year man out of Oklahoma, 9 for 11 during the regular season, was 1 for 1 last week. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the NFL playoffs in Super Bowl 44. Back here at the Superdome in New Orleans, Cedric Griffin being helped off towards the far sideline, and he suffered a leg injury on that kickoff here to open overtime. Fine return by Pierre Thomas. Saints in good starting position at their own 39 going left to right. That's a big loss for Cedric Griffin.
It really is, because they have used him to match him outside with Marcus Colston all day long.
Ormond Beach, Florida. Sporting News Radio.
Middle leaping catch. Colston. Flag has been thrown at the 45-yard line. Colston has made the catch, and now they're going to say no, that he did not. The flag is down at the 49-yard line of the Vikings.
Well, the thing is it offensive or defensive? Drew Brees is saying now, yeah, it's Saints ball.
The officials are still debating things.
Ruling on the field is the pass is incomplete. However, holding number 21 of the defense.
There you go.
5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
That's Asher Allen, a rookie third-round draft choice out of Georgia. So that will be a 5-yard penalty, holding in the secondary, and an automatic first down. Colston could not hang on to that ball, and it fell incomplete. I thought it was taken ripped from his grasp on the way down. So 1st and 10 for the Saints at the New Orleans 48-yard line. Reggie Bush, the running back. Play action. Brees rolls to his right, stops in trouble, dumps it off incomplete for Thomas, and Brees was smacked down by Ray Edwards, the left defensive end.
Really good heads-up play right there on the part of Drew Brees. Rolls out to the right. He's looking downfield. He feels the pressure. He knows he's outside of the tackle box. Just get rid of that thing. Don't take the sack and put yourself in a much longer situation than you are right now. Just 2nd and 10. You can manage that.
Clock is stopped with 13:21 remaining in the overtime period, the first overtime period. 2nd and 10, New Orleans from the Saint 48-yard line. 2 receivers to the left, Henderson and Colston. To the near side, it's Meacham. Play action. Brees throws down the seam. Leaping reception. Colston can't be made. He drops the ball at the 30-yard line. He had it in his hands and couldn't take it in. That's 2 passes that Colston's had in his hands that might have been, maybe should have been receptions, and he couldn't hold on to either one on the way down.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. I mean, he's right there in a crowd. He goes down with the football. I don't know. I mean, right here, how does it work in overtime? Do the officials have the opportunity to replay anything that they want to?
That will not be looked at. So it'll bring up 3rd and 10 from the Saint 48-yard line. Meacham and Colston to the left. Henderson to the near side. Brees in the shotgun. Thomas stands to his right. Here come the Vikings on a blitz out of the secondary. Brees can't find anybody downfield. Throws it upfield, and a juggling reception is made at the 42-yard line by Henderson, but I think he's going to be short.
Boy, it sure looks like it from here, Jim. I do think that the officials, or Sean Payton, is going to at least ask for the officials to go out there and measure it. Maybe that'll have some bearing on his decision, what he's supposed to do, but I think he's going to be just a tad short.
Gain of 9 yards from our vantage point, and we are right even with the football up in the booth. This is going to be short.
He's not going to have it.
By about a foot, maybe a foot and a half, and it's going to bring up 4th down.
What do?
You go for it. You got to go for it. You're not going to gain much by punting the football away.
No,
it's out of Hartley's range.
You got a very short field, so Here it is. This is what it hinges on right here. A 4th and a foot.
From the Minnesota 43-yard line.
We will review the previous play.
There you go. You know, you might get the officials get over there and go, hey, that ball was another foot closer. Or if they say it was another foot less, then it kind of makes up your mind for you. Do you punt the ball?
I think even if it's less than it looks now, or more than it looks now, you still got to go for it. So the officials are going to take another look at it. To me, this looked like a good spot. I don't think they overturned this based on replay.
Well, as Devery Henderson was working back to the football, and you can see right there, and of course that line that you're seeing on TV, that's not the official marker, but it's not that far off. It's,
right.
I mean, just a few inches here or there, something like that. But if they determine that he had possession of the ball before he went down or something like that, if they get the favorable spot, and again, Jim, I mean, if you just move it ahead a couple of inches, that makes a running play a lot better, a quarterback sneak, and heck, they might come back and say, hey, he was beyond the marker, and he does get the first down.
Well, one thing this does, it gives the Saints a long time to think over what their best 4th and less than a yard play call is out of the vast arsenal that Sean Payton has.
The only problem with that is most of their good plays are passing plays, and I'm not in favor of running a passing play right here. I'm all for keeping it on the ground.
Well, the Saints have been kind of shaky. Marcus Colston has dropped a couple of balls that might have had them in makeable field goal range by now. Drew hasn't been as well protected as he was earlier in the game, and right now Sean Payton has called the entire offense over to the sideline to talk about what they want to do here. If you got a new play in your arsenal, or one that you think is your best 4th and short call, it's got to be used now. Again, barring something unforeseen, as again still Pete Morelli is underneath the hood. The challenge that the ball was not spotted correctly, that it should have been spotted more favorably to the Saints and perhaps given them a first down. We don't expect that to happen, but Pete Morelli's about to tell us.
After reviewing the play, we were reviewing whether the forward progress was made. The ruling on the field will stand. Please set the play clock to 34 seconds.
And so the play stands. The Saints are about a foot, maybe a foot and a half short of the first down. The line of scrimmage is the Minnesota 43. You'd be talking about a 61-yard field goal for Garrett Hartley.
Number 64 has recorded. Number 64.
Zach Streif checks in for additional blocking help. The most important play call of the entire season for the Saints is this one right here. The tailback is Pierre Thomas. There is one wide receiver, Robert Meacham, to the left side. Drew Brees up under center. Hands it off. Pierre Thomas up and over. It depends on the spot of the football.
It's close.
This is going to be awfully close. I think he got it. As the official runs in, I think he's got it, but we'll have to check, and they signal right away. Saint first down. Pierre Thomas picks it up on a 1-yard dive over the pile.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Jim, I mean, good job by the Vikings defense right there, kind of anticipating what was going to come from the Saints. As Pierre Thomas gets up there, he gets hit, but gives credit to the offensive line right there. All they needed was a foot, and they got it.
First and 10
We will
Saints.
review the previous play and the forward progress.
They're going to review this one as well. I mean, if you couldn't overturn the other one, you can't make an adjustment on this one.
I wouldn't think so, but you know, heck, who knows? And again, when we're up here, you can't see exactly what Pierre Thomas does with the football. Does he stretch it out? Does he keep it tucked into his belly? And they'll have to sit there and look at it and see just where the nose of the football was when he went airborne.
Can you ask for anything more out of a chance to go to the Super Bowl for the first time in 43 years? I think he's got it.
Yeah, I did. Looking at this replay right here, it looks like he's got it by about a foot. I mean, it's very hard to tell. But there again, when he gets down there and Pete Morelli gets down there and he gets underneath that hood, he's going to have a lot of different angles to look at, and he's going to see just exactly where was the football when he went airborne.
Pat Williams was going down low. Pierre Thomas went over the top. And he was hit up there, I believe, by Chad Greenway. Still held on to the football. Greenway got his shoulder pad and his helmet right on the ball. And Thomas might have even juggled it momentarily. But looking on the naked eye initially, I think this is a first down, and if it is, the Saints' dreams remain alive. 71,276 in attendance in the Superdome. And that's the largest crowd ever in the Dome for the Saints. And they have seen one heck of a game. And continue to see one heck of a game. Fraught with turnovers, big plays, botched plays, big stands.
After reviewing the play, the ruling on the field will stand. First down.
There you go. Brad Childress on the far sideline shakes his head in disgust. Sean Payton puts his nose back in the playbook. First and 10 Saints at the Minnesota 41-yard line.
Again, you mentioned something about Pierre Thomas. It looked like he didn't have control of the football. One of the Vikings defenders got a helmet on it, and it did kind of jar it loose from Pierre Thomas for just a second.
Shockey comes in motion. Play action. Here's Breeze in trouble all the way back at his 46. Throws it upfield, incomplete. Contact and a flag.
There we go.
David Thomas was in a battle with Ben Lieber on the far sideline around the 24-yard line, and the flag was thrown. Both sides accusing the other of pass interference. Pete Morelli and company huddling at the 37-yard line.
I mean, I don't know. Just from the vantage point I got, it doesn't look like there's a big gap.
Automatic first down.
Pass interference on the Vikings. First down Saints. We'll see where they spot the football as they bring it into the hash mark. It will be at the 29-yard line of Minnesota.
All right, well, let's see who the Saints are going to have in there right now. I see Pierre Thomas coming off the field. Mike Bell has not played in this game. Reggie Bush went out there. You've got to figure right now the Saints are going to run the ball, try and keep it between the hash marks and line up for the field goal. But, you know, Reggie sometimes has a habit of letting go of the ball.
First and 10, they pitch it to Bush, and he's hit in the backfield for a loss on the play. From the 29, he is driven backward to the 34.
Well, I mean, who am I to question the things that Sean Payton does? But I just, you know, I think right there in that situation, you give it to your horses, the guy that goes north and south. And again, in this situation, it'd be Pierre Thomas. Mike Bell, as I said, we haven't seen him in this ball game at all, but that's just not a very good decision there on first down, I don't think.
Ben Lieber on the tackle, line of scrimmage, the 34-yard line of Minnesota. Second and 15. We're tied at 28 in overtime. From the shotgun, Breeze throws over the middle. Sliding grab made. Meacham at the 22-yard line. Saints get it back. And then some. The ball spotted at the 22-yard line. A pickup of 12. Tyrell Johnson, the strong safety, covering up Robert Meacham, who's had a very quiet day. That ball was thrown low. He went down and got it with a juggling reception. 3rd and 3 for the Saints from the 22-yard line of Minnesota. And they might be, well, the Vikings are going to call a timeout.
Minnesota, first team timeout.
And that could provide the folks upstairs to take another look at this as well. Because that was a juggling reception. Yeah, see, they're going to review it upstairs. That was a pass that Meacham went down for. And I'm not sure he had that.
It's hard to tell, Jim. It looks like he's got his right hand underneath the football. Well, let's go down to Christian Garrett for a River Parish Disposal Saints Sideline Report.
Yeah, at game speed, at field level, it looked like Meacham, after he juggled it, was able to keep his right hand underneath the ball a little bit, so it looks like it was a catch, at least at real speed and down here at the field level.
Well, I have to say, I'm going to agree with Christian right there. After watching the replay, the ball looks like it's underneath, or Robert Meacham's got his right hand underneath the football. Does he have complete control of the football? I don't know. But it never came loose, and I don't think that should matter.
Well, they'll look at it again. He spent a lot of time underneath the hood, has Pete Morelli, the referee. By the way, if you're thinking about what Garrett Hartley has accomplished this season, His longest field goal of the year has been just 43 yards. It occurred last week in the divisional playoff victory over the Arizona Cardinals. On the season, he was 9 of 11, having missed from 58 against Washington and 37 against Tampa Bay. Brad Childress on the sideline was calling timeout shortly after that was ruled a reception, giving the people upstairs even more opportunity to think about looking at it with the challenge. Robert Meacham has had a very quiet day. Had not been thrown to, and you can see the pressure on these guys right now. Drew isn't really throwing it with his usual authority. Guys aren't catching it cleanly. I mean, this is the biggest game of their lives, and you're certainly not blaming them for that, but you can just tell the magnitude of the situation and how heavy that burden is on the Saints right now.
And Jim, it's on both sides of the ball. I mean, Brett Favre has been a little bit uncharacteristic, and here comes Pete Morelli to give us the answer. But boy, he's taking his time, isn't he?
After reviewing the play, the ruling on the field will stand. It is catch.
Yes. All right. Good.
Huge. Ruling on the field stands. Reception, 22-yard line of the Vikings. 3rd and 3. 22 yards is where the ball sits. It'd be about a 40-yard field goal should they try to do it right now. But they've got the offense still out there, and the ball rests on the right hash mark. I would say probably about now. They've probably conferred with Garrett Hartley and asked, which hash mark do you prefer? Where do you want this thing? And you might see the Saints just move it a little bit to the left, or at least run it in that direction on 3rd and 3 and try to keep it between the hash marks for Hartley. 3rd and 3 from the Viking 22. Pierre Thomas is the tailback. Play action to him. Breeze with time, dumps it off, incomplete. David Thomas, they'd set up the little dump off to him, and he was ridden down by the strong safety Tyrell Johnson. And so it comes down to this. Garrett Hartley, who began this year on suspension for 4 games because of a violation of the drug policy, comes in with a chance to be the biggest hero in recent Saints memory. Kyle will snap it. Brunell will hold it. They'll put it down at the 30-yard line. This will be a 40-yard field goal attempt, right hash mark. Garrett Hartley with Miami resting on his right foot, and the Vikings are going to try to ice him. Hartley walks to the near sideline, and he's going to have a conversation with his head coach. And Sean Payton trying to calm him down, tell him that we believed in you all along.
Yep.
And somewhere on the sideline, John Carney has bitten his fingernails down through the cuticles. He's down to the second knuckle on every hand about right now, because he is the Saints kicking consultant, and he has been the mentor for Garrett Hartley, who is about to attempt to kick the Saints into the first Super Bowl in their 43-year history.
And I mean, how ironic was it that this morning in the paper that Garrett Hartley was talking about that, the pressure that's on kickers, the number of field goals that have been missed in the postseason.
There have been a lot of them. Saints fans don't want to see another. Snap, placement, kick by Hartley, and it is good! It's good! It's good! Pigs have flown. Hell is frozen over. The Saints are on their way to the Super Bowl.
I'll tell you what, Garrett Hartley, I mean, you could kind of tell by his body language out there on the field that he felt like, I think I've got this thing done. Now you're going to Miami. Is there a city anywhere in America that deserves this more than the New Orleans Saints? Let's go right down to Christian Garrett.
Hey, I'm here with the Saints fan. The Saints are going to the Super Bowl. You're going to stay for a long time. What are you feeling right now?
Joy and excitement!
John Gilligan ran the ultimate kickoff.
Confetti fills the air. Saints fans on their feet. Everybody in black and gold having the time of their lives in the city that will not sleep tonight. All one, Saints fans, worldwide, all one.
And Jim, I don't think you could have written a better script. I mean, the Vikings were the number 2 seed. They came in here playing some good football. It was a heck of a battle between these two teams. And, hey, it came down to who makes the special teams play. Wow.
Mark Brunell embracing Garrett Hartley, and Hartley knew as soon as it left his right instep that it was perfect, and it split the uprights. Angels on the uprights for the New Orleans Saints today. They're headed to Miami.
You know, and it wasn't hard to figure out the thing was going to be made, because you watched all those people down there in the south end zone, and they erupted when the ball left his foot because they could see it was dead on line.
Of all the kickers, most recently Nate Kading last week, who have been goats in the postseason, Garrett Hartley, who was a goat after the Tampa game, is the guy who comes in and settles it. And the Saints are the NFC champions, and they are going to the Super Bowl to meet the Indianapolis Colts. The dream season continues.
I mean, how much better can it get than that? You're playing Peyton Manning in the Super Bowl in Miami. We're not going to have to, bring snow shovels and all that kind of stuff down there. Gosh dang, Jim, I mean, I am speechless right now. Let's go right down to Christian Garrett. What you got for us,
Anthony
Christian?
Hargrove hugging his D-line coach Bill Johnson, crying right now. I'm sure many Saints fans are hugging and crying. He's now hugging Mickey Williams, the general manager. Sheer excitement down here.
Drew Brees has just hugged Sean Payton and left his eye black on Sean's cheek.
Sean needs a little mascara on tonight.
Greg Williams and Sean Payton embracing. 70,000 fans on their feet. Nobody's going to bed tonight. Sleep is so overrated.
And how about this? Terry Bradshaw is going to be the guy that presents the trophy to the Saints team. Native son, grew up in Ruston, played at Louisiana Tech. He's been in the Super Bowl. He's in the Hall of Fame. He's the guy that will be presenting that trophy. And again, this morning in the paper, he was talking about, hey, that would be the most special feeling in the world for me. So he's getting his opportunity tonight.
Laissez les bon temps rouler, Saints fans. Woo-hoo. You're going to Miami. In overtime, the Saints have won it 31-28, and the celebration continues. That's the end of the game with that score, and we will be back in 60 seconds on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Final score in overtime, the Saints 31, the Vikings 28. The Saints are going to Super Bowl 44 to play the Colts. When we return with the Subway postgame report, it's the presentation of the George Halas Trophy. You're listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.
Welcome to the NFL Playoffs postgame show, brought to you by Subway. Home of the famous made-to-order $5 footlong, like the taste-tacular oven-roasted chicken breast and the piled-eye BLT. $5 all day, every day. Subway, eat fresh.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Louisiana Superdome, along with Hall of Famer James Lofton and Hub Arkish. I'm Dave Sims.
I think Hub is a Hall of Famer.
Absolutely, he's a Hall of Famer. The New Orleans Saints are going to the Super Bowl. In overtime, they beat the Vikings 31-28. Drew Brees, fabulous game, 17-31, 197 and 3 touchdowns. Saints don't turn it over. And the Saints, a franchise that have been ridiculed for a lot of years. They had a lot of bad football here, and they'll frankly admit that. It has been turned around since Sean Payton and Drew Brees got here. And this is the second time in the NFC Championship game in the last 4 years. First one here in New Orleans, and they are going to the Super Bowl. Remarkable story. The Minnesota Vikings, on the other hand, 0 for the last 5 now in NFC Championship games. And I tell you what, they're going to have a hard time sleeping because they had opportunity upon opportunity here today to win this game. Meanwhile, here in New Orleans, this could be epic partying here for the next 2 weeks.
Well, think about the Saints at 13-0. Everybody says, oh, we're going to the Super Bowl. And then you lose the last 3 regular season games. No team has ever advanced to the Super Bowl when they lose 3 games in a row to close out the season. Well, we can scratch that stat out of there.
You heard what sounded like boos, but they were saluting Deuce McAllister, one of the all-time favorite Saints here. He was shown up on the video board. And we are moments away from starting post-game celebration. The streamers, the confetti, they're shooting those bad boys all over the field, straight up in the air at midfield here at the Superdome. So the Saints, let that soak in. The Saints are going to the Super Bowl. They did a great job.
The party is just getting started. After more than 4 decades, the New Orleans Saints are going to their first ever Super Bowl.
Chris Myers of Fox on the field with the post-game celebration.
The owner is here. We have Deuce McAllister, the Saints' all-time leading rusher. Of course, Sean Payton, Drew Brees, and we'll get to it. They're hollering Deuce for you to present the NFC trophy. As the headline of the Times-Picayune says, Super Saints. So, Deuce, take it away.
How about that, New Orleans? Mr. Benson, on behalf of the NFL, it's my honor to present to you the George Halas Trophy as the NFC champions.
All right, Mr. Benson. I know you're glad you kept the Saints here in New Orleans. Talk about what it means to this city and all the Saints fans and players over the years after more than 4 decades to now go to a Super Bowl.
Well, not only the 70,000 that are here, but think of the 7 million in our part of the country and other parts of this world that really are cheering for us tonight.
All right, well, congratulations again. We welcome in Coach Sean Payton, if I could. And that's right, that's yours and your team's, Sean. And nobody has moved from their seats. The first coach to take the Saints to the Super Bowl, Sean, how did you do it?
This is for everybody in this city. This stadium used to have holes in it. It used to be wet. It's not wet anymore. This is for the city of New Orleans.
And
I'm so proud. I'm so proud to be able to coach these players. And there's really no one else I'd rather hand this to than Drew Brees.
All right, well, there you go. Coach, there you go, Drew. Can I just ask you, Coach, before we hear from Drew, Sean, can I get just a comment on, fans around the country were treated to a spectacular game. How do you survive a game like this?
Well, both teams were unbelievable, and just at the end of the game, I grabbed Brett Favre and said, he was tremendous. Both teams played out of this world. And, again, I'm just honored to be a part of this and have these guys to coach.
Well, have fun in Miami. You deserve it.
Thank you very much. Who dat?
The Who Dat Nation. And Drew, you and Sean Payton came to New Orleans under difficult circumstances, and I know you have one more win in you. Talk about the dream.
So many words that could describe it, but I'm speechless right now. It's a moment that I've been waiting for a long time, and obviously the job's not done yet, but we're going to enjoy this victory. And how about these fans, huh?
They're great.
We got the best fans in the world. Best fans in the world, the Who Dat Nation. Now we got to finish strong in Miami, baby. Finish strong in Miami.
And around the country and the Gulf Coast, Drew, in the game, it was a real back and forth. Emotionally, how did you hold up? How was your team able to do it?
We just had to stay the course. Obviously there's always going to be ebb and flow throughout the course of a game like this, playing a great opponent in the Vikings. And we knew it was going to be a battle down to the wire, but we knew that we had the ability to finish this the right way, and we did.
All right, well, thanks for all your work and a great game. We'll see you in Miami. All right, congratulations, Drew Brees. And Darren Sharper, if we could just hear for one of the guys on the Saints defense. And a cagey old veteran who gets to go to the Super Bowl Talk about the emotional roller coaster of this game.
Oh, man. This is the type of game you want to play in to get to the Super Bowl. Our fans, I tell you, fans are the reason that we were able to push through and keep fighting and keep fighting. We got to owe it to y'all. Y'all kept giving us energy to have us to keep fighting and pull it off at the end. But this is what you want to do to get to the Super Bowl.
You took on the mighty Brett Favre, but you survived, and now you have to worry about the Indianapolis Colts and Peyton Manning.
Yeah, you know, when you play in the playoffs, you know you're going to face tough opponents, the best quarterbacks in the league. The Minnesota Vikings played extremely well today, you know, playing Brett Favre, and now we got to play Peyton Manning. Brett prepared us, but we got another tough challenge at Peyton.
I don't know where the trophy is, but for all those years, you have that thing because there's a lot of patience, faith, and love. Why don't you and your teammates, Darren, can you share it with the Saints fans?
It's been a long time, but this time we're going to win it.
All right, can you take it around the stadium? We got people waiting for you. All right, good luck, Darren. Have fun. We'll see you in Miami.
There you go.
We'll follow you.
Chris Myers of Fox conducting post-game ceremonies. And how about this, James? The first time since Super Bowl 28, when Buffalo met Dallas, that both number one seeds advanced to the Super Bowl. Very impressive. Good runs by both the Saints and the Colts. Should be a heck of a Super Bowl in a couple of weeks in Miami.
Two teams that had perfection in mind for quite some time, but I think they'll both settle for arriving in Miami for a date.
No, without question. Time for the Kaspersky Defensive Player of the Game.
Well, Darren Sharper, we talked about William and Mary. He learned a lot of good football while he's there, learned some of it in Green Bay, some of it in Minnesota, and he brought all that knowledge here to New Orleans. Big plays in the secondary, getting around the fumbles, knocking receivers off the ball. Darren Sharper really is the leader and the quarterback of that defense.
Darren Sharper, a Defensive Player of the Game, brought to you by Kaspersky Lab, the fastest-growing internet security software in America. Kaspersky Lab provides great defense against computer viruses, malware, and identity theft. Check out the new Kaspersky Internet Security 2010 at GetKaspersky.com. We're going to continue with more of our post-game show from New Orleans. Once again, the Saints are going to the Super Bowl. They defeat Minnesota in overtime by the final of 31-28. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Back to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One. It's time to check the final stats. Brought to you by Thomson Reuters, delivering must-have information that powers better, faster decisions by professionals in finance, law, healthcare, science, media, tax, and accounting. Knowledge to act. ThomsonReuters.com.
Back here at the Superdome in New Orleans, the Saints 31-28 in overtime win the NFC Championship game. Garrett Hartley, a 40-yard field goal to win it in overtime. As we look at the final stats, for Minnesota, Adrian Peterson, a heck of a day. 25 carries, 122 yards, 4.9 yards per carry with a long of 27. He had 3 touchdowns. Meanwhile, for the Saints, Pierre Thomas led the way with 14 carries, 61 yards. Drew Brees, 17 of 31 passing, 197, sacked once, 3 touchdowns. Make that Brett Favre, 28 for 46, 310 yards, a touchdown, 2 interceptions. Bernard Berrien led all receivers with 9 catches for 102 yards. Harvin had 5 for 38. Henderson, 4 catches, 39 yards. Thomas, 3 for 32. Drew Brees hit 1, 2. 8 different receivers, 7 different receivers for Brett Favre. And interceptions today, Porter and Vilma each turned in 1. Let's go downstairs again to Hub Arkish.
Guys, I'm joined by Deuce McAllister. And Deuce, I know you've had many great years here and, of course, never seen the Super Bowl. Now your team is going. Tell us what it feels like.
I mean, it's surreal. I mean, just to be a part of it with these guys. And, you know, I know the time that they put into it. And, you know, the city of New Orleans deserves this. And, you know, we're proud to be able to deliver it to them.
What were you thinking when they asked you a couple weeks ago to come back and be the honorary captain of this team?
Well, I mean, you know, I'm speechless. I mean, because I think the guys understanding that we're here, you know, just the struggles that myself and the city has went through, and then to be able to have the success that we're having. I mean, it's I don't know if words truly describe it.
Coach Payton talked about 4.5 years ago when Katrina rolled through and your team making the commitment to being here and helping this city back. You were here at this time. Can you believe the difference 4.5 years later?
I mean, you can see what we have. I mean, I think we've turned the corner as trying to be one of the premier teams in the league, and, it's all about getting respect, and I think teams are respecting us, and, we're just happy for New Orleans.
So, Deuce, a Saint forever, right?
Saint forever.
Congratulations on the Super Bowl, man.
Thank you.
That's Deuce McAllister. We'll send it back upstairs to Dave and Tom.
All right, thank you, Hub, and thank you, Deuce McAllister, one of the all-time great Saints. Happy for everybody here in New Orleans. The party's begun. Bourbon Street, you might not be able to get near it for a long time. It's going to be wall-to-wall people, and this could set any kind of records we've seen here over the years for the Mardi Gras. Time now for tonight's Protector of the Game, brought to you by BP Gasoline with Invigorate.
When you're faced against the top sacker in the NFC, and he doesn't demolish Drew Brees, you've done your job. Left tackle Jermon Bushrod against Jared Allen. Bushrod held his own. Yeah, he got rocked back a couple of times, but he did his job today, and he kept Drew Brees' blind side protected.
Bushrod, our BP Protector of the Game. Want to protect your engine and get a few more miles per tank? Try BP Gasoline with Invigorate. It cleans and protects vital engine parts to restore mileage lost to a dirty engine. Check out bpinvigorate.com for more information. Alden Hagedorn, who did stats, Rick Weiner's spotting, Larry Costigan, the producer, Bob White, our engineer today in the booth. James, it has been a pleasure, an absolute joy working with you here this year. It's been a lot of fun.
I have had a blast through the Sunday night games and now through the playoffs and headed to Miami for the Super Bowl. We have had excitement galore.
I look forward to catching up with you in San Diego for some tea times when the Seattle Mariners come to town. This is a great game. 31-28, Saints over the Vikings. The Saints are going to the Super Bowl. For James Lofton and Hub Arkus, who did a great job, I'm Dave Sims. Let's send it back to Scott Graham at our Westwood One RE/MAX broadcast studio. Scott?
All right, thank you, guys. A wild ball game, an overtime ball game, a tremendous football game in New Orleans tonight. And the New Orleans Saints are going to their first ever Super Bowl with a 31-28 overtime win over the Minnesota Vikings. We're going to look back at everything that happened here on Championship Sunday as we continue. You're listening to coverage of the NFC Championship game on Westwood One. In our Westwood One studios in New York after the NFC Championship game tonight here on Westwood One, and it was a beauty. The New Orleans Saints and Minnesota Vikings getting together. People thought it might end up being a bit of a track meet. Certainly looked that way in the first quarter as the Vikings took 10 plays, 80 yards with the opening kickoff, and the guy who hadn't been getting in the end zone a lot of late finally got back.
Second down and 4th and 19 of New Orleans for Favre and the Vikings. They motion, Klein sauce it to the left, turn to the right, give it to Peterson, starts right, comes back left, he's at the 15, 10-5, touchdown, Minnesota! A 19-yard run, Adrian Peterson gets the Vikings on board to open this NFC Championship game.
Dave Sims, the call right here on Westwood One, and a 7-0 lead for Minnesota. However, New Orleans did not blink. They went 76 yards in 7 plays, and it was through the air that Drew Brees got his team on the board.
Brees in a shotgun. Thomas to his right. Holston motions left. Brees takes a snap, looking left, now looking to the middle. Flush, throws a screen. Thomas at the 40, right side 35-30, 25-20. Got blocking, cuts inside 15-10. He's at the 5. Touchdown, New Orleans! Pierre Thomas, 38 yards on the screen. And the Saints are on the board. It's 7-6, Minnesota.
That was not all the scoring for the first quarter. Minnesota would end up coming back. Sidney Rice catches a 5-yard touchdown pass to give them the lead. New Orleans comes back on a Devery Henderson 9-yard touchdown catch from Drew Brees with 10:30 to go till halftime, and they were tied. Big moment in the game, though, as Reggie Bush muffed a punt. Minnesota had the ball inside the New Orleans 10-yard line, a chance to take the lead before halftime, and they fumbled. A common theme, something we'll get back to. Second half now, after a Courtney Roby 61-yard return with the opening kickoff of the second half, New Orleans took advantage quickly of the short field.
First and goal, just inside the 10 for the Saints. 65-yard kickoff return, set him up, street motions right. They'll run right, Thomas, big hole to the 5, fights his way, leaning in, touchdown! Touchdown Saints! And for the first time here in the second half, it's the Saints on top 20-14.
Second touchdown of the day for Pierre Thomas, but the Vikings were far from done. Adrian Peterson was having all kinds of difficulty holding on to the football. He fumbled and recovered his own fumble, was off the field briefly, but was back on to cap off the 9-play, 80-yard drive.
Shaker with the catch sets up Minnesota first and goal at the 1. Peterson, the deep back in the eye, Dugan the up back. Tight ends, 2 of them, right side, 1 left. Favre takes, hands off to Peterson, running left side, diving for the end zone. He's in, touchdown, Minnesota.
Now, you had a tie game heading to the fourth quarter. Remember we talked earlier about the fumble that Peterson had and he recovered? Well, there was another big play that was coming, this time deep in their own territory for the Vikings, and it would turn out to be a fatal blow.
First down play there by Harvin. Out of the shotgun, Favre takes, hands off to Harvin, running right, coming back to the right. Harvin loses the football, and it's bounced around. Favre trying to get in it. The Saints are bobbling. The Saints pick it up, and the Saints have the ball at the 5-yard line. Remy Adele. What a turnabout!
That turnabout fed then when Reggie Bush went in from 5 yards out on a pretty pass from Drew Brees, and New Orleans had itself a 28-21 lead. Vikings, however, took over 57 yards away from the end zone, and they did it with 8 minutes to go in this game. Brett Favre took them calmly down the field, got a pass interference call that put the ball at the 1-yard line, and Peterson had himself a trifecta.
Vikings have a second and goal at the 2. They work from the left hash, wide side of the field to the right. Brosette backfield. Now Dugan empties. Favre under center. Straight dive to Peterson, pushing forward. Off a right guard. He's in. Touchdown, Minnesota.
28-28 with 4:58 to go in the game. When Brett Favre got the football back again, there was 2:37 to go, and he was at his own 21-yard line. Calmly drove his team down the field and got to the New Orleans 33-yard line. However, as time was winding down, 2 runs for no gain, and then a penalty, 12 men on the field in the huddle, moved them back to the 38-yard line. Still, though, with 19 seconds to go and 1 timeout left, plenty of time for Favre to do something good, but what he giveth, he sometimes taketh away.
Favre under center. Deep back, Chester Taylor. Variant double motions back to the right. Favre back to throw. Got time. Pump fake. Rolls out of the pocket. Throws across his body. Intercepted! Intercepted! Running back to far side. It's Tracy Porter. And he's taken out across the 40-45 at the 48-yard line with 7 seconds to go. Favre thrown across his body again. We've seen this movie before.
And that movie was going to result in overtime. Saints win the toss, and they get good field position. They also get the help of a couple of penalties, including a pass interference call they'll be talking about in Minnesota for a long time. But what it brought it down to, at the 22-yard line, with all of the focus all week long on Brett Favre, now the focus would turn to somebody who was born at the tail end of Favre's junior year of high school for our RE/MAX Outstanding Play of the Game.
Hartley, this place is getting silent. Here we go. With a 40-yard attempt for a win and a game to the Super Bowl. The kick, spotted kick, it's up, it's good! The New Orleans Saints have won the NFC Championship. They're going to the Super Bowl for the first time. This has got to be the greatest win in New Orleans since Andrew Jackson in 1814. Listen to this crowd. The Saints, it's the truth. The Saints are going to go marching into Miami to take on the Indianapolis Colts in Super Bowl 44. Saints win it 31-28 over the Minnesota Vikings.
Garrett Hartley's 40-yard field goal in overtime, our RE/MAX Outstanding Play of the Game, brought to you by RE/MAX Outstanding Agents, Outstanding Results. And the final score in overtime, New Orleans 31, Minnesota 28. It is New Orleans and Indianapolis for Super Bowl 44. How did the Colts get there? We'll get to it. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League. Continuing from our RE/MAX studios in New York on Championship Sunday, I'm Scott Graham. The New Orleans Saints, winners in overtime over the Minnesota Vikings 31-28 to fill the NFC side of the Super Bowl matchup. How about the AFC side? Earlier today here on Westwood One, the Indianapolis Colts and the New York Jets. Scoreless game as it went to the second quarter. That's when the Colts got on the board first with a Matt Stover 25-yard field goal. But after the ensuing kickoff, it took the Jets one play to take the lead.
Fake handoff, back to pass. Sanchez pump fakes, goes long, arching spiral pass down the far side, over the shoulder catch. Edwards down the sideline, the 30, chase to the 20, down the sideline, the 10, gallops into the end zone. It is a touchdown. It is a New York Jets touchdown. An 80-yard strike. Sanchez with a great over-the-shoulder catch by Braylon Edwards, and the Jets have taken the lead.
Kevin Harlan with the call here on Westwood One of the Jets' longest play of the season as they took the lead in the game. After the Colts got another field goal, the Jets continue to come up with big plays. Brad Smith throwing a 45-yard pass as part of a 77-yard drive. Dustin Keller the touchdown catch. And then after a Joseph Adai fumble, Jay Feely with a 48-yard field goal. So the Jets led 17-6 with 2:11 to go till halftime. This was a big turning point in the game, though. It took Peyton Manning 4 plays to go 80 yards and find a kid.
Manning in the shotgun, 1st and 10 from the Jets 16. Flanking into his left is Adai. Back to pass. Manning pump fakes. There's a line drive pass into the end zone down the middle. Leaping, turning, two-handed touchdown grab underneath the crossbar. Right down the middle. Austin Cowley with a spectacular acrobatic catch. And another touchdown pass thrown in this game, but the first by Peyton Manning of the Colts.
And 30 points in all in the second quarter, 17-13. The Jets led this one at halftime. In the third quarter, Peyton Manning was at work again. Once again, a sustained drive of 8 plays, and a guy who had a record-setting night gave the Colts the lead.
Manning short drop back, arches a pass in the corner of the end zone. Over the shoulder catch made. Was it in? Yes, it was. In the corner of the end zone. It is a touchdown. Pierre Garçon, a 4-yard touchdown reception with the defender crawling up his back in the far corner of the end zone with a great over-the-shoulder catch for 6.
That was one of 11 catches for Pierre Garçon in this game. Indianapolis had a 20-17 lead. Then in the fourth quarter, one more opportunity to finish the game off in an 80-yard march in which Manning found his tight end.
Manning awaiting the snap from Saturday, which he gets the fake handoff. Manning throws a line drive pass down the middle. Caught. A two-handed catch made at the goal line by Clark. He's in the end zone for a touchdown. Manning's 3rd touchdown pass today. A 15-yard touchdown pass. And the Colts on top, 26-17.
Peyton Manning, 26 for 39, 377 yards and 3 scores. And the Indianapolis Colts win it over the New York Jets by a score of 30-17 to advance to the Super Bowl once again in South Florida, where they won it 3 years ago and where Peyton Manning was the MVP. Afterwards, Manning's head coach Jim Caldwell talked about how big the touchdown catch by Austin Collie was in the second quarter.
Yeah, it was big. That drive was key for us to go down because they had obviously made us kick field goals prior to that. We couldn't get it in the end zone, and typically we've been pretty good at scoring touchdowns in the red zone, but they stalled us there. So to get that score was something I think made a huge difference going into the half, and really put our guys, I think, on the right course.
After the game, Westwood One Steve Tasker spoke with New York Jets head coach Rex Ryan on CBS television.
What were they able to do to get some offensive success today?
Well, they were smart. I mean, we had, when Strickland went down, it really hurt us, our matchups, and we tried our best, and, they're smart. Tom Moore over their side, quick, went to, 3 wides, knew we had some matchup issues, and they took advantage of it. All the credit in the world goes to them. I mean, Peyton Manning's a real deal, obviously, and shoot, they out-executed us. There's no question about that.
And one of the surprises in this game was their ability to stop your run. You came in thinking you're going to be able to get it done. I think everybody did, and they really stepped up.
Yeah, they stepped up, but I think it was due to, Peyton Manning over there. They controlled the action, and, we were struggling, obviously, on defense. Made a couple critical errors right before half that, we had the momentum. But when you make a mistake against Peyton Manning, he eats you alive. And, the guy threw for 1 billion yards. I don't know what it was, but he's, there's a reason why he's the MVP of the league. I mean, he's that good. And, you got to be on top of your game to have any chance at it.
Coach, thanks a lot. It was a wonderful time to watch you guys. You gave us a lot of thrills. Congratulations on the season, even though it's a bitter loss at the end.
You're certainly right about that, but thank you.
Steve Tasker with Rex Ryan after the game, of course, spending a lot of time talking about Peyton Manning, who's going back to the Super Bowl again.
We are glad to have an opportunity to be going back. It's a tremendous opportunity. We know we're going to be playing a great team, and I'm really glad we have 2 weeks to get. I don't know how they've ever played this thing the week after the championship. We're a little mentally. I am at least. I'm mentally tired because of what we went through preparation-wise for these guys. So need some time to
tonight, really, to get over this one and get ready to prepare for who we're going to play next.
Well, who they're going to play next, we found out, is the New Orleans Saints. Somehow we've got a Manning trying to beat New Orleans in the Super Bowl. How poetic is that? Joined now by CBS and Westwood analyst Boomer Esiason, who is with us. Tell you what, you can't write a better script for the Super Bowl, can you?
No, you really can. And I tell you, Peyton Manning was brilliant today. And, you know, when you play against Rex Ryan, Scott, it's like a combo lock. You just keep twisting, you keep twisting, you keep twisting until you find the right combination. And Peyton Manning did that. And to me, just like you said, the last drive before the half where, you know, right as the Jets go up 17-6, he hits Austin Collie, I think, for a 46 or 48-yard pass right down the middle. It was cover two. It was man coverage on Austin Collie. It was a great throw, a great catch. And that all of a sudden got the game and the momentum back on the side of the Colts. And then they come out in the second half, the first drive, to go right down the field and get the touchdown. It became a track meet, and that's the last thing that the New York Jets needed at that point, because as good as Mark Sanchez played, you know, he's just not going to go toe-to-toe with Peyton Manning, at least not yet. Maybe next year or the year after, just not yet.
How big was it to lose their running back and their home run threat in Sean Green?
It really was a big thing, and you could tell that he is the speed back that the Jets sorely needed against a very fast defense. Now, I don't have anything against Thomas Jones. He's just a different type of back and certainly doesn't have the speed that he once possessed. You know, and listen, anytime you lose defensive backs when you're playing against a team like the Colts, and you heard Rex Ryan tell Steve Tasker that they lost Donald Strickland. That is a huge matchup problem for them. And the great thing about the Colts that we saw today is that it's not just about Reggie Wayne and Dallas Clark. That Austin Collie and Pierre Garçon are going to get involved, and they're going to get involved in a big way. And to watch those two young guys perform the way they did today really was a thing of beauty. And that's why they should be favored in the Super Bowl. I think that, you know, I would imagine that they'll be about a 7 to 8 point favorite coming out of the New Orleans win tonight. And rightfully so, because that offense today was that was their best passing performance, I think, of the season.
Boomer, you played for a long time. How long is it going to be before Brett Favre forgets about that moment and doesn't second-guess himself for not tucking the ball and perhaps running with it to pick up 5 or 6 yards and still give his team a field goal try?
Here's the unfortunate thing for Brett Favre. We all have a tremendous amount of respect for him. The guy never misses a game. He came back in with a bad bum ankle, played the entire second half that way. It looked like that he was in great pain. I know I've played in situations like that myself. But, you know, the adrenaline's flowing, so you're going out there and you're playing, and then all of a sudden he tries to make the play that he has not been getting caught up in all this year. You know, there have been past years where he has been careless and reckless with the football, and to throw the ball against the grain in that part of the game, unfortunately for him, the story is going to be he did it against Philadelphia in overtime, I believe, when he was with the Packers in a playoff game. He also did it against the Giants in overtime in a playoff game, and unfortunately for him, you know, the fact that they came out of a timeout and had 12 men in the huddle completely looked like they were disorganized for some reason, and it led to that interception. And as great as Brett Favre is, and as great as I think he is, a first-ballot Hall of Famer, one of the great quarterbacks, not only this year but of all time, he's going to have a tough pill to swallow because everybody's going to be talking about his penchant for throwing interceptions in big spots.
Try to take a look at this thing and summarize what it is that we are going to end up seeing a couple weeks from now. We're going to spend a lot of time doing that, Boomer. This looks like a heck of a game.
It really does. And, you know, I was a little disappointed in New Orleans offense tonight because they didn't really I didn't think they really had a great game. As a matter of fact, if I'm a defender for the Minnesota Vikings, I'm really sick to my stomach because they really played well against New Orleans. It was the 5 turnovers that killed Minnesota tonight, and, of course, that last interception. We have a potential for a high-scoring Super Bowl. There's no question about that. We talk about offense so much because that's what we like to see. But I'll tell you one thing. The Indianapolis defense showed me something in the second half. They held the New York Jets scoreless for the second half of that game. They are a fast defense, great pass rushers on the outside, as everybody knows. But I do think it will be a high-scoring affair, and I think both quarterbacks have an opportunity for yet another MVP to add to their mantles, and it should be an absolute wild scene down in Miami.
I'll tell you what, look forward to it, and we will see you down there, Boomer.
All right, Scott. Listen, get some sleep, man. It's been a long season. I think I'm mentally exhausted just like Peyton Manning is.
Thanks a lot, Boomer. Boomer Esiason from Westwood One and CBS Sports, and he, of course, will be there at the Super Bowl as well. After the game, here's what Brad Childress had to say. Obviously disappointed about Minnesota coming up a buck short in their attempt to go to the Super Bowl.
When you play a team of this stature and turn the ball over 5 times, to be able to get it back to where we got it back to is a testament to these guys. Just sorry we weren't able to follow through. I'm proud of our guys. Our guys are that's a scrapping competitive unit that I don't think anybody gave a chance to come down here and be able to play that way, particularly against that group.
Minnesota Vikings head coach Brad Childress following the loss says the Vikings were trying to get back to the Super Bowl for the first time since 1977. Instead, the New Orleans Saints made it there for the first time ever. This has been the NFL Playoffs postgame show brought to you by Subway. Whether tailgating or watching the game at home, get Subway to cater for you. Piled high platters starting at $25, giant subs, cookies, drinks, and more. Subway, cater fresh. Once again, our final score, New Orleans 31, Minnesota 28 in overtime. We'll wrap things up when we return. You're listening to coverage of the NFC Championship game on Westwood One. Once again, our final score, the New Orleans Saints over the Minnesota Vikings 31-28 in overtime tonight to win the NFC Championship. You've been listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One. Tonight's broadcast has also been sponsored by RE/MAX, by Peak Antifreeze, by Parts Plus Auto Stores and Car Care Centers, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Thomson Reuters, by Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometers, by Campbell's Chunky Soup, by BP Gasoline with Invigorate, by Ritz Crackers, the favorite snack food of Westwood One, by University of Phoenix, by Geico, by Harley Davidson, and by NFL.com. Catering for the crew provided by Subway. Eat fresh. I want to thank our crew for this evening. Studio coordinator John Carollo. Production assistance provided by Matt Waldron and Rich Weaver. Our spotter, Rick Weiner. Our statistician, Alden Hagerdorn. Our engineer, Bob White. And our studio producer, Bob Bender. Coordinating producers, Larry Costigan and Mike Eby. And the executive producer of Westwood One is Howard Deneroff. Our next broadcast of the NFL on Westwood One will be next Sunday from Sun Life Stadium as the AFC and NFC play in the 2010 Pro Bowl. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. Eastern Time from South Florida on many of these same stations. Then 2 weeks from tonight, it's Super Bowl 44 between the New Orleans Saints and Indianapolis Colts. Join Marv Albert, Boomer Esiason, and Mark Malone, and James Lofton for all the action starting at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Super Sunday starts at 4, and Boomer and I kick it all off with the Super Bowl preview at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Check your local listings for more details. If it's the Super Bowl, it's on Westwood One. Once again, the final from the Louisiana Superdome, New Orleans 31, Minnesota 28. And earlier today in the AFC title game, Indianapolis 30, the New York Jets 17. Now for Dave Sims, James Lofton, and Hub Arkish, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to the NFC Championship game on Westwood One.